Autumn. I haven't seen Atticus since the engagement night. I've tried to contact him multiple times. I just wanted to see him at least once, but for some reason, he's completely cut me off. It's like he's changed overnight. He no longer wants to spend time with me. It's not like he wanted to in the past, but he had never avoided me like this before. It almost feels like he hates the sight of me. Why else would he avoid me so much? His sister and parents made up excuses, but I knew he was the one that was refusing to see me. It hurt. I thought we were finally getting somewhere. I was finally getting the chance to be closer to him, and all of that had changed in one night. It all happened that night. He went looking for Anya, the night he'd learned that she'd slapped me. What could have caused this sudden change? Did she tell him something? I'd seen videos of them in a heated argument, but I didn't know what the argument was about. I couldn't hear it, not with the amount of noise the other guests were making that night. But Anya had left crying, and I have to wonder if he felt guilty. Maybe he was doing it for her. He didn't want to hurt her anymore, and the more time we spent together, the more she would shatter. But did this mean that he was seeing her during the time that he was avoiding me? I didn't want to think like that, but I couldn't precisely dismiss this thought either. There haven't been any recent videos of them circulating, which was the only thing that kept me calm during this time. All of that was about to change, however. Today was our wedding day. Staying calm was not an option. I would finally be seeing him after dreaming of him every night. I would be standing in front of so many people as we made vows and made our joining official. Everything was finally sinking in, and I was beginning to panic. After today, I will be living with Atticus and his family. This was my last day at home. I would have a new home. I place a hand over my chest as I try to remind myself how to breathe. This would have been perfect if Atticus had been in love with me, but he wasn't. He was still in love with Anya. Miss Rivera. Lola, our family's hairdresser, says, "Everything is now finished. You look absolutely beautiful. The most beautiful bride I've ever had the honor of dressing." I take a deep breath as they pull a long mirror in front of me. I'm too stunned to speak. I can barely recognize myself. The lacy white dress was a combination of classy and sexy all in one. "Atticus will be unable to look away from you today," she assured me. "You'll be the center of everyone's attention. I'm so happy for you." "Thank you so much, Lola." I thank her as I try to stop the tears. "You've been like a sister to me all of these years. We're truly blessed to have you in our lives." "Leave something to say to your actual sister," Elena says as she walks in. I smile and hug her. "You know I love you. I can't imagine waking up and not seeing you or Hayes every morning. Not having you two annoying me surely will be missed." I knew that today would change my life forever. Whether Atticus or Anya liked it, we will be married after today. We will be husband and wife. After today, I will be Mrs. Autumn Fawn. Just the thought of it sends shivers down my spine. Atticus. My eyes are on the mirror before me as I straighten my tie. I never once thought that I would be marrying Autumn Rivera. These past few days have been harder than I thought they would have been. Ignoring her hasn't exactly been easy. I thought it wouldn't be a problem, but my body had other ideas. It wanted to see her, almost like it craved being next to the woman that was not our mate. It was absurd how weirdly my body has been acting around her lately. It's almost like it didn't know how to feel around her. That was one of the other reasons I chose to ignore her. However, I couldn't ignore her after today. We would be sharing a room. It would be almost impossible to pretend like she didn't exist. These were my last moments without her constantly by my side. I didn't want to admit it, but I was petrified over sharing a room with her. I still tasted her in my mouth since the last time she was in my room. I knew I must have hurt her feelings while trying to avoid her, but I needed to do it. After the engagement and not knowing if she'd hit Anya first, I needed some time alone, away from the both of them. Even now, I didn't know who to believe. I didn't know Autumn well enough to trust her blindly. On the other hand, even though I knew Anya well, I knew she wasn't herself lately. It occurred to me that I could confront Autumn, but I knew that she would deny it. There was no way for me to find out the truth, at least not anytime soon. The door opens suddenly, and Damon walks in. "Are you ready for your big day, bro?" he asked me as he lightly shoved my shoulder. No, I answer honestly. Damon sighs. I guess what I have to tell you isn't going to make anything easier. His words spark my interest, and I turn to look at him. And what is that? I'm worried that it has something to do with Autumn. Anya wants to see you before the ceremony starts. I run a hand down my face. You know what happened on my engagement night? I don't want a repeat of it. I'm still hearing about it from Father till this day. Not to mention the many articles published daily about that dreadful night. You owe her this much, Atticus. He pleads with me. She loves you, and we all know you still love her. You will never forgive yourself if you don't see her and hear what she has to say. Things wouldn't be the same after you become a married man. You know that just as well as I do. I knew he was right, and I always hated when that happened. Where is she? I ask. She said to meet her in the spa room in 5 minutes. She will be waiting by the door. I'll make sure no one is around to take pictures. It's the least I can do for asking you to do something like this on your wedding day. I nod and follow him towards the spa room. Every step towards it feels like a mistake. I know how quickly things could get out of control, especially after what happened a few days ago. And my life was always like that. Scandals loved following me around. But it's something that you couldn't avoid when your family was as famous as mine. There was no running from it. You just had to be extra careful all the time. My body tenses when I see Anya in a white dress. Even I understood that only the bride should be wearing a white dress, and the one that Anya wore could be easily mistaken for a wedding dress. I push that thought out of my head as she guides us into the room. Damon remained outside to keep an eye out for anyone taking pictures or videos, just like he promised he would. The moment we're left alone, Anya's eyes are filled with tears. I swallow. I hate to see her cry, and so far, I've been making her cry for weeks. Please don't cry, I whisper. How can I not cry, Atticus? I tried every way possible to get out of this wedding, I tell her. There is nothing else that I can do to stop it. It's too late now. There are too many people here today to walk out. You know that just as much as I do. If I walk out today, my parents will lose faith in me. I can't do that to my family. We've worked too hard to get to this point. I understand that, she hissed. But you're my mate, and you're marrying my best friend. I can't believe she didn't think once to try and stop this wedding. How can I see the people I love so much get married? I'm hurting. You're supposed to keep me happy. You promised me that. If it was Damon or Dante, I'm sure they would have found a way to get out of this wedding for me. But you're not trying hard enough. Why would you bring up my brothers? I growl. You already know how hard it's been for me to share you with them. It kills me every day to know that you belong to them just as much as you belong to me. I know you're hurting, but you don't have to throw salt on my wounds. Just answer me one thing. She tells me. What is that? I whisper. I hate seeing her like this. I hate doing this to her. But I also hate how much I'm worried about Autumn seeing us together once more on another important day. She'd had her engagement night spoiled already. I didn't want to destroy this day for her as well. Is this the end for us? She cries. Will you forget about me after you marry her? I don't want to lose you. I love you, Atticus. I don't want Autumn to know you the way that I do. I don't want you to touch her. I don't want you to care for her. I don't want you to even look at her the way you look at me. I am quiet. How could I promise her this when I'd already tasted Autumn and loved it more than I should? I dreamt of her mouth every night. These are promises that I can't make you, Anya. I finally say. Autumn will be my wife from today. At the same time, I could never love her as I love you. I can't mistreat her either. You will always come first, you know that. I'm not sure what will happen after today, but I promise I will never look at her the way I look at you. We are mates. I can't look at another woman like I do you. But right now, sweetheart, I can't tell you I won't care for her. After today, I have responsibilities toward her, and I won't be able to ignore all of them. If you want me not to touch her, you know that certain traditions will require me to touch her. I can promise not to take her to bed, to not sleep with her. That's the most I can do for you, my mate. I'm sorry for failing you like this. I'm so sorry. Anya's tears are flowing more now. Why have you always been the perfect one? Why did I have to lose you? Why did it have to be you? The door flew open, and I'm in shock when I see a beautiful wedding dress at first. But even more beautiful than the dress stood my wife to be. She looked breathtaking. I could barely keep my eyes off her. But this wasn't how I wanted her to see me on her wedding day, alone in a room with Anya. I'd managed to f this up again, haven't I? I shouldn't be surprised, should I? Autumn asks. Her voice is calm, but her hands are shaking. I didn't like seeing it. In fact, I wanted to reach forward and take them in my hands to make it better. Autumn, Anya whispers. You know that I love him. Can't you stop this wedding? He is my mate. You know more than anyone else what my feelings are for him. I can't just ignore him after this wedding and pretend like there was never anything between us. And you know he loves only me. He will always only love me. Do you get that? You can never be happy with a man that loves another woman, especially not when that woman is your best friend. I'm taken aback by her words. This wasn't the best time to say those things to her. Autumn is silent for a few minutes before saying, Is that what you want? For me to find a way to destroy this wedding and destroy the relationship between our families? Should I tell my father what the two of you are doing less than an hour before the wedding? Would that be something both of you would like me to do? I didn't think that a few words would strike my body this hard. I didn't want her to stop this wedding. It was the last thing I wanted to happen, but I can see why she would think otherwise, since I've been avoiding her ever since our engagement night. She must think that I'm having second thoughts or cold feet. Anya, I say as I turn to her, can you please leave us alone? She tries to protest, but I stop her in time. Please, Anya, I need to speak to Autumn alone. I couldn't deal with the both of them at the same time. And it was more important for me to speak to Autumn than Anya right now. She was the one that I needed to give an explanation to. I watch as my mate storms out, slamming the door behind her. Damon would have to care for her now. I'm sure he was still outside waiting. It's bad luck to see the bride in her wedding dress before the ceremony. I finally say when we are left alone. Autumn doesn't seem to be amused by my words. She's very upset, I can tell. I should be comforting her, but all I want to do is tell her how beautiful she looks in that wedding dress. I didn't think I would love seeing a woman in a wedding dress as much as I enjoyed seeing Autumn in one. It's like it was made for her, which probably was the case, but everything about it suited her well. What are we doing, Atticus? She asks. You don't love me. You love my best friend. She loves you along with your two brothers. This marriage will be a burden on both of you. Along with my two brothers? Yes, that's what's always been wrong with our relationship. Knowing that she also loved Damon and Dante, not just me. But this wasn't about Anya anymore. This was about Autumn and me. And it won't be a burden on you? I demand from her. She is quiet, too quiet for my liking. I thought that would have been an easy question for her to answer. I'm not the only one being forced into this. But I'm not exactly being forced, am I? Anya was right. I didn't try hard enough to get out of this marriage. I asked you a question. Do you want me to cause a scene? Do you want me to find a way to stop this wedding? This is your last chance, she shouts. It's unlike Autumn to get this loud. I'd succeeded in making this day miserable for her. Good job, Atticus. I take a step closer to her. Her soft gasp does something to me, something that I'm unwilling to acknowledge. And suddenly I want to kiss her. Not just kiss her. I want to ravish her mouth. I don't do either of those things, however. Our worlds don't revolve around us. We don't do things for our benefit. Our families didn't get to where they are today by making rash decisions. Every move is well calculated and executed in a way that would benefit us. I will not ask you to turn against your family for me. Anya asked you to do it, but she isn't thinking straight. This wedding will happen today whether we like it or not, because this is the right thing to do for our families. And us Fawns always put family first above everything else. Nothing will ever change that. And I think it's the same for you, is it not? She is quiet, and I know what her answer is without her saying it. Are there any other questions you would like to ask me before we get married, Autumn? I ask. I wanted to ensure that she was okay with this before I walked out of the room. I did not want to force her into it like our families were trying to do with us. She slowly shook her head. I ignore the feeling of relief that washes over me from her response as I walk out of the room, leaving her behind. I had to get out of there quickly before I gave in to my desires. I didn't want to believe that I wanted this wedding to happen so badly. What was so wrong with admitting that, however? It was clear to me that I wanted to fulfill my grandmother's wish. That was all. It's not like I wanted to marry Autumn. This was all about making my grandmother happy. Wherever she was in this world, I wanted her to look down on us and see that I was still her grandson. I was still trying my best to put a smile on her face. Today it was all for her. No one else. Autumn. I wasn't sure that I was doing the right thing. Can I genuinely marry Atticus when everything Anya had said to me was true? We can never be happy if he didn't love me. We can never have a successful married life if he was still in love with Anya. But my stupid heart didn't care about that. All it wanted was a chance to be loved by Atticus. And it didn't mind the pain of being married to him while he was in love with someone else, as long as it meant it could spend time with him. What was I doing to myself? Was it truly worth the pain? I lean against the door and drop myself onto the ground. I know I shouldn't be doing this in my wedding dress, but these past few days have been overwhelmingly hard. But I was responsible for all of it. I could have easily told Atticus I didn't want to marry him to protect my heart, but I chose to do the complete opposite. Why did it have to be you, Atticus? I cry. Why did it have to be you? Why did I have to love him out of every other available man on earth? I couldn't recall how often I've drowned myself in guilt for loving Atticus while he was dating Anya. I felt like something was wrong with me, and I had good reason to think that way. How could I have fallen for my best friend's mate? And it was pretty clear that I didn't hide it well enough if Anya had known about it all along. I had to regain control over my emotions. I couldn't let it rule me, especially not today. I slowly lifted my head, and it was only then that I saw something that made my entire body go completely still. I was frozen. This whole time, we weren't alone in the room. 2 women were hiding inside here, and I wonder if they were responsible for the video posted on my engagement night. Did they also get everything on tape that happened between Atticus and me a few minutes ago? That was not good. It would ruin everything. I couldn't let them ruin this wedding. "Please don't scream," one of the girls exclaims. "This isn't as bad as it looks," the other woman tried to assure me. I got a glimpse of the spa and wanted a better look at it. Then Atticus and Anya barged in, and we didn't know what to do, so we hid since we weren't supposed to be inside. We promised we were only looking for the bathroom, and then all of this happened. We got stuck in here. Her explanation has managed to calm the pounding in my chest. I didn't think that they were lying. There also weren't any signs of cameras on them. They had to be telling the truth. "I'm sorry you had to see me like this before the wedding. I apologize. This must not be a very good first impression." They just saw me having a mini breakdown. Not only did they see that, but they also saw the exchange between Atticus and me. They would have also seen and heard the entire conversation between Atticus and Anya. Should I ask them what they spoke about? A part of me knew that I should just let it go, even though the other half was screaming for me to ask them. I eventually decided that I didn't know these women well enough to ask. "Are you kidding me?" The woman with long black hair asks. "Look at the both of us. We aren't exactly giving off the best first impression either. I'm Gabriella, by the way." "Nice to meet you, Gabriella. I assume you know I'm Autumn by now." "We know," the other woman says. "I don't have a name to give you. That's a long story on its own, but it's a pleasure to meet you, Autumn." She doesn't have a name to give me. That seemed a little strange, but I didn't have time to ask her more about her situation. I would love to stay and chat, but I have a wedding to return to. There isn't going to be a wedding if the bride is missing, I explain. I knew they would understand. A bride shouldn't be locked in a spa room a few minutes before her wedding ceremony starts. The woman without a name smiles warmly. "We understand. We will be cheering for you in the crowd." I returned her smile and clutched my wedding dress closer as I rushed out of there. I ran into my mother on the way, and she looked pissed. She must have been looking everywhere for me. It's possible she even panicked and thought that I'd run off before the wedding could begin. How epic would that have been if I'd done that? If the groom was any other man, then I may have done just that. Since it was Atticus, I was staying. I wasn't going anywhere. "Where on earth have you been, Autumn?" she scolds me. "I had everyone looking everywhere for you. We were all thinking the worst." "I'm sorry, Mother." I apologize. "Something came up, but I'm here now." "You look beautiful," she whispers suddenly as she pulls me in for a hug. "I know you may partly hate us for forcing this marriage onto you. I hope you know that I love you even if I may not always show it. I know what's best for you, Autumn, and marrying into a successful and powerful family such as the Fawns is the best decision you'll ever make." "I love you too, Mom," I tell her. "I'm going to miss you plenty. You won't need to miss us. We will visit so much that you'll get tired of us." She teases me. "Now, let's get you ready. The crowd is growing restless, and so is Atticus. He looked uneasy the last time I saw him." I nod and follow her to the entrance of the area the wedding was being held. My father hugs me before he links our arms together. This was it. The music that signaled my entrance was playing in the background. There was no escaping now. It was finally here. My father begins to move first, and I have no other choice but to start moving as well. There are a few gasps of awe as I step into the spotlight. All eyes were on me. I felt nervous under all of the stares, but all that changed when I looked down the aisle and saw Atticus waiting for me. My lips parted at the darkness in his eyes. I could be wrong, but it felt like it was dark with desire. I had to be incorrect. Atticus would never look at me with raw passion like this. The bright lights above us must have been messing with my eyesight. My father confidently gives my hand to Atticus, and the moment his hand closes over mine, I just know that I'm making the right decision by marrying him. There is no other man worthy of marrying me. No other man made me feel like this. Everyone gets extremely quiet as the ceremony officially begins. I should be paying attention to everything being said, but my heart and mind have managed to shut everything out except Atticus. Our eyes are locked, and neither one of us is looking away. I'm happy that we both discussed this wedding more than once. It's relieving to know that we both agreed on it taking place. Neither of us was forced to do this. We may have agreed for different reasons, but that wasn't important, at least for now. "I do," Atticus says suddenly, and it takes me a moment to realize that they are waiting for a response from me. I wasn't even aware that we had already reached so far into the ceremony. "Do you, Autumn Rivera, take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband, to live together in holy matrimony, to love him, to honor him, to comfort him, and to keep him in sickness and in health, forsaking all others, for as long as you both shall live?" They've repeated the question for my sake. Someone clears their throat, and that's my cue to speak up. "I do," I say as confidently as Atticus had done. "I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride." I try not to panic from those words. I was still tingling within from our last kiss. I didn't feel comfortable kissing him in front of so many people. Atticus moves forward, and I slowly follow him. We are close enough to touch our lips together, and he is the one that closes the distance between us. Sparks fly immediately after our lips touch, but it doesn't last long. "Anya," someone shouts, and it forces Atticus and me to pull apart. I looked around me as I tried to find out what was happening. Damon and Dante are rushing forward to someone, and I can easily spot her, the only other woman in a white dress. "Anya." She just fainted. "Autumn." Atticus pushes past me and rushes to get to Anya. I've never seen him panic like this before. He's in a hurry to get to her, and everyone here knows it. He drops to the ground beside her, shouting her name as his brothers had done just a few seconds ago. She doesn't move, prompting him to move her from the ground. I turn away when he picks her up into his arms and holds her close to his chest. The crowd has gotten loud once more. It's like a replay of what happened on my engagement night. Only this time, it's much worse. People already thought they were cheating behind my back. This would only fuel the rumors. It was only going to get worse from now on. Anya had managed to make both of what was supposed to be my special nights all about her. I wasn't sure if today was intentional, however. They were still mates. It must have shocked her when we kissed in front of her. But it was also possible that she only acted to get Atticus's attention. After all, she came to my wedding in white, wearing something that could pass for a wedding dress. I've attended multiple weddings in the past, and I've never seen anyone do something so petty. I took a deep breath and faked a smile as guests came forward to congratulate me. I had to remember that Anya and Atticus were connected, no matter how much that bothered me. They will always feel pain when the other is hurt. That was the kind of connection you couldn't just ignore. I have to wonder what would happen if I ever found my mate. I couldn't imagine loving anyone more than I loved Atticus, my husband. It felt weird just thinking about it. I couldn't imagine having to introduce him as my husband to strangers. I'm sorry about her. Clarissa apologized as she joined my side. I don't know why everyone always rushes to her aid when it's clear she doesn't deserve their attention. It's okay, I assure her. They are mates after all. It's hard to fight their feelings. I don't want to hold it against either one of them. Clarissa sighs. You're too nice, Autumn. Too nice. People are going to hurt you if you keep being that way. She wasn't the first person to say this to me. I've been this way my entire life. It was hard to imagine myself any other way. I'm reminded suddenly of the tattoo of Damon's name I'd seen on her. She didn't like Anya, and while she must have her reasons, I think her primary reason was because of Damon. So then, was it true? Had I seen a tattoo of his name on her butt? If that was the case, I felt sorry for her. She wasn't the only person who liked someone in love with someone else. It just so happened that both men we wanted were involved with the same woman. I'm happy Atticus married you, she confesses. Anya was making him unhappy, and I don't think he even realizes it. You are different from her. You can make him happy if he just opened his heart to you. Hearing Clarissa say that to me thoroughly warmed my heart. If Atticus didn't like me, I was at least lucky that most of his family did. They were all kind to me from the beginning. All except Damon and Dante, who barely spoke to me, but I understood why. Anya must have warned them, or maybe they decided on their own to keep their distance because of her. To them, I would be the reason why she was always sad recently. Thank you for welcoming me into your family. I'm also happy that I married into a family like yours. You're all so kind to me. I thank her. Things could have been much worse. My parents could have married me to a family that hated my guts. I had to keep taking a positive look at my life now. Your dance with Atticus is up next. My mom informs me. We didn't practice for it, not even once. I hope I didn't make a fool out of myself. Though from all the things posted about me in the past few days, would that be the worst thing to happen to me? Embarrassing myself while dancing was the least of my problems. I'm not even sure where Atticus is at this point. All I know is that he's with Anya. On our wedding day, my husband is too busy taking care of his ex-girlfriend to show up for our dance together, and there was nothing I could do about it. I've imagined what my wedding would be like to Atticus many times in the past. Not once did I picture it to be like this. In my delusional mind, I imagined it to be a small wedding by the beach with only the closest people from our lives attending. We would be deeply in love with a bright future ahead of us. At that time, I didn't think once there was a chance that we would ever be married in this life. I'd gotten my wish, but not in the way I'd always dreamed of it to be. Why is Atticus taking so long? His mother questions. Sometimes I swear he does things intentionally to give reporters plenty to write about our family. It wouldn't be the Fawns if there weren't a weekly scandal. There was always something new and exciting happening around them. It just so happened that this time it included me. It's what makes us so popular, Mom, Griffin says as he joins us. In the meantime, why don't I get a dance with my beautiful sister-in-law? That will not be necessary, Atticus says as he finally returns. Get her to the dance floor and put a smile on your face. His father grits out. I can tell that Atticus was going to get an earful tonight. Atticus takes my hand in his, and his warmth immediately spreads throughout my body. The lights are suddenly dimmed and a slow romantic song begins to play in the background. I'm avoiding looking into Atticus's eyes. I know I'll melt the second I do. And I don't want to do that. Not after he left me waiting while he took care of Anya. He didn't have to rush to her side. His brothers could have taken care of her just as well. So why did he do that on our wedding day? I'm surprised at my thoughts. I'm usually more understanding than this. I've never let my anger get the better of me. What was happening? My eyes fall on our parents. They're telling us to move closer to each other. Atticus says as he follows my gaze. Closer? If we got any closer, I would lose all control and do something stupid like try and kiss him. Are you okay with that? He asks as one of his hands slides up my back. I can barely hear what he's asking me with the loud pounding in my chest. I slowly nod, even though my mind screams for me to say no. Autumn. The concern in his voice forced me to look at him. Our bodies are much closer now, and his body heat is making my body do weird things. He looks troubled. Today must not have gone how you expected it to. It was never my intention to make today worse than our engagement night. I'm sorry for everything. I'm not trying to hurt you, but when it concerns Anya, I act without thinking. I know it's probably the last thing a wife wants to hear, but I can't control it. Whenever she's in pain, I'm in more. I'm trying my best to stop it, but so far, I'm failing. My heart feels like he just punched it. Hearing him say how much she affected him was even harder than seeing it happen in front of me, but I can't blame him for it. He's helpless, just like I am. She has his heart, and he has mine. I understood what he felt because I felt it too. You don't have to explain yourself to me. I understand what you're going through. I would be just as helpless if the man I loved was in pain. I confess, his head snaps up at my words, the man you love. Oh no, what the hell was wrong with me? Why would I say that to him? I wasn't thinking right. Autumn, he says in a strained voice, a tone I've never heard him use before. Is there a man that you're in love with? Why didn't you say something before we got married? Why wait until now to tell me? I bite my lip as I try to search my stupid brain for an answer. I knew something like this would have happened when he brought our bodies closer together. It made me do dumb things, and this was an excellent example of that. No, I finally say. I'm not in love with anyone. I was trying to explain that I would act the same way if I had someone I was in love with. That's all. I'm sorry for any confusion. It was the biggest lie I've ever told. Atticus doesn't look entirely convinced, but he does seem to loosen up a little bit. Thank you for being so understanding, he says after a few minutes of deep thought. I nodded, but my heart was still in pain from his earlier words. It's always been like this. I've always had to suffer because of how much I loved him. Seeing the man you love be so deeply in love with another woman was excruciating. Knowing that woman was willing to destroy your marriage to get him didn't help either. Atticus could give in to her one day, and then I'll be left with an even bigger broken heart than this. There were many times I tried pretending like I didn't care about him, many times when I tried to forget about my feelings. It only came back stronger. Now that I was spending so much time with him and having conversations, it became harder to ignore what I felt. Atticus's body suddenly tenses next to mine. It's only then that I notice Anya joining the dance floor with Damon. Shouldn't she be resting if she'd just fainted? Where is she getting the strength to dance? Anytime Atticus showed any attention to me, Anya always showed up out of nowhere. She wasn't backing down. She was fighting for him even though he was now a married man. I didn't think that she would ever let him go. Atticus loosens his hold on me, and before the song can even finish, he pulls me out of the dance floor with him. I just need a moment to clear my head. He apologizes as he disappears once more. I look at Anya, and am surprised when she looks at me as though she'd just won. Won what exactly? Was this a game on who could get a reaction out of Atticus? You did well out there. My mother congratulated me. The videographer must have gotten some good footage of the dance. If only that girl didn't come in and spoil the ending for everyone. She has no shame. Anya was still on the dance floor with Damon, and people from the crowd were also joining in with their partners. I was glad the attention was away from me, at least for now. We are getting the yacht ready, Dante informs us. I have the names of all the guests going to the island with us. If any guests are not in here, add them in now. They were continuing the ceremony in one of the Fawn's many private islands. I knew this part of the ceremony was meant to be more intimate than the wedding. Only a selected few were invited. Anya joins us suddenly with Damon by her side. "Congratulations on marrying my mate," she tells me. There is no hiding the sarcasm in her voice. "Thank you," I responded, even though I knew she wasn't trying to be kind. "And will you be joining us on the yacht?" Clarissa asks. "I'm not sure if Damon told you, but there is minimal space. You may not be able to come with us." "Clarissa," Damon growls in a warning. "Don't you worry about me. My name is already on the list. My mate made sure that it was there." She looks at me while speaking, and it makes me wonder if she was implying that Atticus was the one that placed her name on the list. "Well, good for you," Clarissa says with a fake smile. "Autumn, you're a part of our family now. You don't even need to be on the list." I smile and hug her. "We should have been good friends a long time ago." "Better late than never." She grins. "And I can assure you that I will be a good friend, unlike certain people I'm forced to be around." Anya stares at her nails, pretending she isn't listening to her. "Has anyone seen Atticus?" she asks suddenly. No one answers, and she looks around us. "Should I go look for him? Maybe he needs me. This marriage has not been easy on him." "Autumn can do that." Clarissa intervenes. "She's his wife." Anya sighs, and she's the reason he's already depressed. Sending her to look for him won't make this easier on him. She will only make things worse. I know him more than anyone else. He needs me. Griffin joins us once more, and he must have heard her. "Atticus is doing just fine. He doesn't need you as much as you think. I just saw him. He's organizing Autumn's bag, packing it in his Jeep, getting ready for tonight." He informs her, "I'm not sure if he was lying or telling the truth. I guess I'll find out if I found my bag in his Jeep. I have a few friends I need you to add to the list," he says to Dante, stopping Anya from saying anything else. "A few friends?" Dante asks as he quirks a brow. "Just Austin and his entire family, including some of their friends. Nothing we can't handle." He answers him. Dante sighs. "Are there any other guests we should know about?" "No, sir," Griffin teases him. "Should we change in the yacht or right here?" I ask Clarissa. She smiles. "It's a tradition that Atticus picks you up in your wedding dress and carries you onto the yacht. We can change after." "It's time to leave," Atticus's father announces suddenly. "We can't reach the island late. They need to be in that spring by midnight." "Spring? What spring?" Before I can ask any other questions, my mother is rushing me towards the garage where Atticus is supposedly already waiting for me. Everyone starts moving so quickly that it's hard to keep up. And it's not just our families. Everyone getting onto the yacht with us is getting into their vehicles and leaving as well. As Griffin said earlier, we find Atticus near his Jeep. I'm not sure if he's waiting for me. He looks so good, leaned up against the door staring down at the ground. He looks up when he hears us, and I try to keep a clear head. The first thing I looked for was my bag, and Griffin was telling the truth. It was already here, waiting for me. Atticus opens the door for me, and even holds my wedding dress as I climb onto the Jeep. His small gesture touches my heart. He didn't have to do that, but he was a gentleman. I gasped when he leaned into me and buckled my seatbelt. I can smell him, his perfectly styled hair, the smell of his cologne, and the scent that only he carried on his body. It takes all my self-control not to lean closer and take a bigger whiff. "Tonight may not be easy for you," he whispers. What does he mean by that? He looks into my eyes as he continues to explain. "Our traditions aren't the easiest for couples who aren't in love. And what about couples where one person was in love and the other wasn't? Because that was what we were. He didn't know it yet. And if I had a say, he would never find out about my feelings for him. I was too scared of how he would react if he knew the truth." "What are you two still doing here?" my mother demands. "We're late." Atticus pulls away from me before he could continue his explanation and walks over to the driver's side. Clarissa joins us in the back seat, and Atticus and I don't speak again after that. I was curious about these traditions, however. Did it have anything to do with the spring his father had mentioned earlier? Or was he referring to the tradition Clarissa had told me about a few minutes ago? The one where he would have to pick me up and carry me onto the yacht. That wasn't something that would be too difficult for me to handle. It might make me fall more for him, but that wouldn't be any different from every typical day of my sad life. "Why are you not with Damon?" Atticus asks his sister. That was the car arrangement we made and agreed on just yesterday. Anya was being up as usual. She snaps. I still don't understand why she was invited to such a private event. She spoils everything. Clarissa looked at me apologetically as soon as Anya was brought up. She realizes that reminding Atticus of her right now isn't the best decision. She doesn't have anything to be sorry about. I couldn't avoid conversations with Anya. She was too involved in everyone's life not to be brought up. She wasn't someone that could easily be ignored. The Fawn brothers loved her too much for that to happen. Well, not all of them, but enough to ensure she couldn't be kicked out of the family. Don't you think Autumn looked beautiful today? Clarissa says. I think she's the most beautiful bride ever. Atticus glances at me, and the look in his eyes makes my belly do a little flip-flop. Did he agree with her? Did he also think I looked beautiful today? He doesn't respond. However, and Clarissa doesn't try to bring that up again. We're here, Clarissa says with excitement. It would have been the perfect night if someone wasn't invited, but I'll still try and make the most of it. I know you have to pick me up and carry me into the yacht, I tell Atticus. That was probably the tradition he was referring to earlier. I'm not uncomfortable with it. It's okay. He scratches the back of his neck, and I wonder if Atticus is nervous. That's unlike him. It's not the tradition that I was speaking about Autumn, he informs me. I'll explain it to you in a bit. I nod even though it's killing me, not knowing what he's speaking about. We all gather at the entrance of the yacht, and I try not to let my fear of water spoil this moment for me. It's supposed to be special having Atticus lift me and carry me into the yacht. We would be the first to board it, other than the crew members. Everyone around us begins to chant Atticus's name as they wait for him to pick me up into his arms. He waits for my nod of approval, and the moment I do, he wraps his arm around me and picks me up bridal style. Atticus looks straight ahead as he walks with me in his arms, while everyone cheers behind us. I, on the other hand, can't stop staring at his face. I wanted to pull myself closer so that I could kiss his neck. I've never wanted to kiss it as much as I do right now at this very moment. I didn't just want to kiss him there, I wanted to bite down hard on it as well, to leave my mark on him. My cheeks get red at the direction of my thoughts. What was wrong with me? Why was I thinking like this? The drone is flying around us, and I blink at the flash from the many cameras around us. This was going to be all over the magazines tomorrow, not to mention all the messages and videos that will be sent to my phone. I'm sure it was already blowing up. That's why I decided to stay away from it tonight. There are so many things I want to say to Atticus, so many things that I wish I dared to confess to him. In a perfect world, I would confess my love for him, and he would tell me that he had loved me all along. I want to laugh at how ridiculously impossible that is. Atticus stops walking, and this time I have no control over my body as I lightly touch his left cheek with my hand. His eyes narrow and turns dark as he watches me like a predator watches its prey. I gasped, unsure what to think of his reaction to me touching him. Was that good or bad? The cheers get louder, and it's only then that I realize we are already on the yacht. Atticus seems to realize the same time because he lets go of me so quickly that I almost fall. I steadied myself and tried to act normal even though my heart threatened to explode. Why couldn't I have more control over my own body? I almost made a fool of myself. That wouldn't be anything new for someone like me. I was accustomed to doing that. Congratulations to the happy couple. Everyone shouts. I noticed Anya in the crowd. She was the only one that wasn't happy for us, and she didn't try and hide her unhappiness. I'm not the only one to notice it. Atticus also does. She also looks at him, and the longing I see in his eyes almost kills me on the spot. I will never be able to get over him being in love with Anya. Never. He even admitted to how much their lives and emotions were intertwined. It's something I'll never be able to compete with. Should we leave and change into different outfits now? I asked Clarissa. I felt overwhelmed with all the attention and almost embarrassing myself for the 100th time this month. I needed some time away from everyone. You don't need to tell me twice, Clarissa said as she linked our arms and guided me to the changing room. Did you see the look Anya gave you? She asks as she shuts the door behind us. I don't know how you ever remained friends with her. To me, it always looked like she was jealous of you. Anya jealous of me? I ask. She had no reason to be. She had everything. And to me, Atticus was everything. If I were you, I would stop trying to salvage your friendship with her. It's not worth it. She seems like the type of girl that would pretend to be your friend and then backstab you. She points out. I knew that Clarissa was most likely right. Anya has always said things to hurt my feelings in the past. They've only gotten worse since I agreed to marry Atticus. I don't think there was anything I could do now to make her change her mind about this entire situation. Anya wasn't going to make my marriage easy either. She was determined to break Atticus and me up. I saw it in her eyes. It wasn't something she even bothered trying to hide from me. I should inform you of an important tradition in our family, Clarissa says suddenly, breaking me out of my thoughts. It happens when we arrive at the island. This is the second time this tradition was brought up. It must be a big deal if everyone kept trying to warn me about it. My curiosity had just doubled in seconds. Atticus mentioned it to me, but was never able to explain what it was about, I tell her. It's supposed to be simple for newlyweds to do, but since you and Atticus are not in love, I know it's going to be a little awkward for the both of you. Oh no, I didn't like the sound of this. What exactly was this tradition that was supposed to be uncomfortable for us? There is a special spring found in the middle of the island. She explains. That island was purchased by the Fawns solely because of that spring. The myth is that whoever bathes in that spring with their partner at exactly midnight will never separate from each other for the rest of their life together. It's supposedly true. It's a secret passed down for generations. And it's worked so far. At least that's what I've heard from Griffin. I didn't mind bathing in a spring with Atticus, but not completely naked. Clarissa was right. For happy couples, that would be a special moment. But for Atticus and me, it would be torture. I thought that I would be able to relax my mind and enjoy my time at the island. But now I understood that this entire wedding, from beginning to end, was going to torture me. It wasn't going to get any easier for us. Just quite the opposite. You haven't moved for 10 minutes. Clarissa points out to me, I can safely say you're not taking the news well. I didn't think there was any other way to take news such as this one. I was in deep trouble, and there was no way for me to escape it. I'm not sure what to do with that information, I confess. It's not like I can back out now. We're already married, and I'm already on this yacht. One would think that I would be excited to see Atticus after being in love with him for so long. But I wasn't in the least. I was freaking out. This wasn't the way I wanted it to happen. Though, Atticus had seen plenty of me already, not completely naked, but he saw more of me than I saw of him. Are we allowed to keep our eyes closed throughout the entire thing? That may make it easier for me. I wasn't sure what was allowed for this tradition, and what wasn't. No one warned me of this before we got married. I'm sure it's going to be okay. You're husband and wife now. Eventually, you were both bound to see each other naked. Now is your chance to get it over with. She points out. Besides, it's only a matter of time before our parents start asking for grandchildren. They will wait for you both to finish academy, and then they'll be harassing you every damn day. It was true. I could see my parents insisting that I get pregnant as soon as I finish school, and I can see his parents being the same way. They were very similar in that way. Grandchildren were something I've already heard my parents discuss multiple times before, and that was even before I had gotten married or knew that I was marrying Atticus. Let's get you into your dress, Clarissa says as she brings out the long silky white dress laced with silver patterns. Unlike me, she had already gotten into an elegant but sexy green dress. She'd done that while I was dormant for 10 minutes. I did happen to notice in those few minutes how she made sure to hide the tattoo from me, however, which only helped to confirm that my eyes hadn't deceived me that one time I saw it. I knew she wouldn't be ready to confess that secret to me. We were only getting to know each other. In the same way, I was not prepared to confess my feelings about Atticus to her either. Clarissa helped to retouch my makeup after the dress was on me. Let's make Atticus fall to his knees when he sees you tonight, Clarissa says. You look hot. He may want to take you to the special spring earlier than midnight when he sees you. I gape at her. Clarissa, that's your brother you're talking about. Hey, stepbrother, we're not blood related in any way, she teases. Besides, someone has to help bring the two of you closer. While Anya keeps trying to pull you apart, I'll be your guardian angel, bringing you together. I smile. I'm still so happy that you're my sister-in-law. She laughs. Believe me, I'm so happy you're mine, and Anya didn't take your place. I don't think I could survive living in the same house as her. I could barely stand being in the same room with her for more than 5 minutes. I can't imagine having her around all the time. I couldn't imagine it either. The both of them would drive each other crazy. In many ways, it was better that I had married Atticus. Now it was time for him to realize this as well. Everyone else seemed to know it but him. Shall we go surprise everyone outside? Clarissa asks as she extends her hand. I smile and accept her invitation. We shall. When we got outside, we caught the attention of many guests, but they weren't the ones we wanted attention from. The first thing I notice is Atticus standing too close to Anya for my comfort. I'm not sure if he went to her first or if she did. Either way, I'm upset. I wanted to see his reaction to my dress. Instead, I have to watch his reaction to having Anya by his side and not me. I know everyone kept telling me that Anya made him unhappy, but if she did, why was he always by her side? Why stay with someone that kept hurting you? The answer was simple. People tolerated anything for the one that they loved. No one knew that more than I did. Jealousy is overcoming every other emotion that I feel. I don't think I've ever felt it this strongly before. Maybe it's because I've always known they were together in the past, and I knew how wrong it was to feel jealous. I never allowed myself to give in to jealousy in the past because of this exact reason. This time was different. Atticus was my husband, not hers. They're supposed to be keeping a certain distance from each other. But no one seems to care that he's now a married man. If anything, Anya is closer to him than ever. Everyone was already gossiping so much about the three of us. They were not helping our situation by being that close in front of so many people. But this was what Anya wanted all along. She was getting her way. Clarissa senses my anger, and she gently rubs my shoulder. Don't let her get to you. She's doing this to hurt you. You can beat her at her own game. You're the one that Atticus married, not her. Someone just needs to remind her of this little fact. She pulls me along with her, but stops halfway when she spots Damon. Their eyes met, and I noticed how her entire demeanor changed. While Clarissa seemed to be nervous, Damon looked like he was annoyed. And I'm sure I saw him checking her out from head to toe. I think it isn't a one-sided crush. Damon must also have some feelings for her. But how was that possible? His mate was Anya. He's not supposed to have feelings for anyone else but her. Maybe it wasn't the kind of emotion I was thinking of. I'm probably reading too much into it like I usually did. I soon forget about those two when Anya leans into Atticus and openly starts flirting with him. I close my eyes and exhale slowly. Deep breaths, Autumn. Don't let her get to you. Don't let her ruin what's supposed to be a special night for you. I'm going to have a word with Damon, Clarissa informs me. He looks angry. I want to know what's wrong. I nod. I'll be right here. Don't you want to confront Atticus and take him away from Anya? She asks. I shook my head. I shouldn't have to confront him for him to know that he's doing something wrong. He should realize it on his own. She nods in understanding. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We can deal with Anya when I return. I didn't want to have anything to do with her tonight. I've already tried my best to rekindle our friendship, but she was doing too much now. I fake a laugh. There isn't anywhere I could go except in the ocean, and since I'm terrified of the water, I'll be right here waiting for you. Jumping into the ocean didn't sound like such a bad idea after today. I watch as Clarissa leaves to join them. Damon watches her like a hawk, and I can tell they're about to argue. Both sides look pissed at each other. My eyes are drawn back to the man I married today. I wanted to go to him, but not when Anya was there. I didn't want to hurt myself anymore. I've gone through this so many times in the past before. Anya and Atticus openly flirting while he was totally oblivious to my feelings for him. I turned around. I didn't want to see more of them. I've seen enough already for today. I let the wind caress my hair and take a moment to enjoy the beauty of the ocean. While the water has always terrified me, I've never let that take away from its beauty. Autumn, a familiar voice shouts my name. I look behind me to see Scarlett and Clara. They're the last people I was expecting to see here tonight, but it doesn't mean I wasn't delighted that they were here. I shouldn't have been surprised. Their family was also filthy rich. Of course, the Fawns would include them tonight. Congratulations on your wedding, they scream as they pull me in for a hug. We're so happy for you. I happily return their hug. But we have noticed Anya all up in your husband's space. She needs a reality check. Scarlett points out, if you want, I'll give it to her. There is no need for any of that, I assure her. And here he comes, Clara warns me. Here who comes? I follow her gaze, and to my surprise, Atticus has just joined us. Autumn. He greets me. He pauses when he sees my dress. His gaze lingers on it for a few seconds, setting my body on fire. Do you want to join us? We're at the front of the yacht. I knew where they were. I saw him at the front with Anya too close to his side. She's good here with us. Scarlett steps in. Right, Atticus says in not the happiest tone. Aren't you the one that let her get drunk that night at the beach? I think you were drunk as well. Scarlett gives him a thumbs up. At least you have a good memory. Hopefully you remember that you're married to Autumn and not Anya. His jaw clenches. Are you coming with me? He asks as he returns his attention to me. It was pretty evident that these two were not getting along. Scarlett didn't look like someone who kept quiet. She spoke her mind. I looked between my new friends and Atticus. I knew the answer before I even began to speak. I'll come in a bit, I finally respond. He doesn't look pleased with my response, but he doesn't try to convince me again. My answer would have been different if I was the one that had held his attention since we got onto the yacht, but that was far from what was happening. I hope you're not going to get her drunk again, Atticus points out. There are many guests here. I would hate for there to be a repeat of last time. Don't you worry, Clara cuts in. We will take good care of her. He looks hesitant to leave, but he finally attempts to do so. Scarlett waves at him as he walks away. He goes straight back to his brothers, not just them, but to Anya as well. She smirks at me and walks over to him once more. She's intentionally trying to provoke me, and it's working. Scarlett rolls her eyes. Now I want to get you drunk tonight. I laugh. As much as I'd love to help you piss him off, I don't think that's a good idea. He's right. There are many important guests present tonight. My parents are here as well. I don't want to get into another argument with them because of my actions. I understand, Scarlett says. But if you ever change your mind, the bottle isn't far away. It will help ease all your stress. Clara always told me how good it made her feel, but I only got to experience it at the beach that day. Though the next day all the pain comes rushing back in. She didn't have to explain the feeling to me. I also knew what it felt like after that beautiful yet dreadful day at the beach. I had mixed feelings whenever I thought of that day. Thank you for coming. I thank them wholeheartedly. I'm happy to see you both here. I've been feeling a bit depressed, but you have definitely brightened up my night. There's just something about you. I always feel better when I'm around you. We weren't missing it. We promised to be your friends. We're just keeping that promise. Scarlett tells me, and we're just as happy to spend more time with you. We should meet up after this. The academy is about to start back. We can plan something then. Ah, yes, the academy, the place where everyone would be waiting to bombard me with questions. We're happy to be here, Autumn, Clara said as she poured herself a drink. Are you sure you girls don't want to join me? I look back at Atticus. It irritates me to see Anya still standing so close to him. He came all the way here to ask me to join him. How did he expect me to join him when Anya was standing in my place? She acted like they were the ones that had just gotten married. Maybe one drink won't hurt, I say as I accept the glass from Clara. It's almost like she knew I wasn't going to refuse. I take one large gulp, swallowing it down, praying that it drowns the pain. I knew that the consequences of my actions tonight would be worse than that day at the beach. This time, family and friends surrounded us. We were on a yacht, and it was my wedding night. People expected me to behave a certain way on this day. No one would expect me to be drinking. My parents already warned me the last time this happened, and ended up all over magazines and articles everywhere. But could anyone really blame me? I'm sure I'm not the only one seeing what was taking place right in front of my eyes. I can feel the pity stares digging into my back. They should understand why I was doing this on my wedding day. Even though I knew it was wrong to accept another drink, I couldn't help myself when I saw Anya take yet another step closer to Atticus. I hate that I have no control over myself because of them. I hate that I've spent my entire life letting their actions hurt me. Clara poured me yet another drink, and I did the same as before. I drank it down in one go. "Cheers to your marriage," Scarlett says as she clashes our glasses together. May Atticus open his eyes and notice the gem in front of him before it's too late. Clara sighs. Men do mess everything up. I knew she was referring to her breakup with Carter. Scarlett's face looks guilty after hearing her sister's words. It makes me wonder if she was hiding something from her. I don't have time to ponder that thought as Clara pours more for me before doing the same for Scarlett. "Who does she think she is anyway?" Clara asks. "Her relationship with Atticus was over when he agreed to marry you. You need to go there and show her that he's your husband." "I agree." Scarlett shouts, "Go and do something that proves he's yours." They were right. He was my husband. Maybe both Atticus and Anya needed to be reminded of that. I spun around, glaring at both of them. They were deep in conversation. Did Atticus not even care that I was drinking anymore? Was he so busy with her to notice what I was up to? My hands tightened into fists after I shoved the glass into Clara's waiting hand. I felt like punching the smiles out of both of their faces. They were too happy. A small part of me was begging for me to behave myself and not cause a scene. Sober Autumn would never do anything crazy on an important night like this. But that was the problem. I was no longer thinking straight. I was way past that point. "I'm going over there," I inform both girls. They cheer for me as I approach my husband and his ex-girlfriend. I can feel myself begin to sway, but I don't let that stop me from reaching him. He doesn't realize my presence until I'm already a few feet away. That's expected since Anya was telling him something so important that nothing and no one else seemed to matter to him but her. She's the first one to see me. Her nose wrinkles in disgust as she looks at me. I would have lunged for her if Atticus didn't turn simultaneously. It takes him a moment to realize that it was me standing before him, but when he does, his forehead immediately creases. He looks at me with wide eyes. "Autumn?" I don't wait for him to say anything else. I grab him by his shirt. I sway a little. He grabs my waist to help steady me, and I'm happy to have his hands on me, even though he was only doing it to prevent me from falling flat on my ass. Now, this was my Atticus, the man that wouldn't let me fall no matter what. I leaned further into his body. His warmth was already filling the emptiness inside of me. Whenever I was this close to him, I felt complete. I felt like the missing puzzle in my life had finally been found. And whenever he left, the opposite happened. "You're mine." I whisper against his ear. His body turns to stone beneath mine. Good. He heard me. Before he could respond, I used my grip on his shirt to pull him closer to me until our lips were inches apart. I gently run my finger over it, and his lips part under my touch. I close my eyes as I finally give in and crash our lips together. I can hear the surprised gasps around us, but I don't care. I want this. I want Anya to know that he's mine, my husband, not hers. Atticus is stiff beneath me, making me wonder if he hates this. Does he hate my kiss? Does he wish it was Anya instead of me kissing him? I can't stand the thought of that. I gently pull away to look into his eyes. I want to see his expression. I want to know what he's thinking, even though I can't read his mind. I can see the surprise lingering on his face, but there's also something else in his gaze, something that makes my heart swell with joy. Desire. His eyes are dark with desire. That was all I needed to keep going. This time Atticus meets me halfway as our lips make contact once more. My body shivers as his taste fills my mouth. Atticus tastes better than anything else I've ever had the pleasure of tasting. "Atticus!" Anya screams, breaking though my happiness. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Get her off you!" We both stop moving at her words. He slowly lifts his face from my neck and stares at me as though he doesn't know what just came over him. Even I'm not sure what just happened. The Atticus I knew would never lose control and kiss me so ravishingly in front of everyone he knew. He looks at Anya behind us, and I do the same. She's red with rage. I don't think I've ever seen her like this before. I used that opportunity to smile. I wanted her to know that she wasn't the only one who could play dirty. If she tried to flirt with my husband openly, I had to remind her who wore the ring. She narrows her eyes at me, and I just know that if she wasn't so concerned about her reputation, she would have tried to hit me again. But there were too many people here for her to pull another stunt like that. Atticus slowly lets go of my waist, and I gasped as I slid down his body. I knew what I just felt, his pulsing hot but huge need. This proved that he wasn't unaffected by my kiss. It had impacted him as much as it had done to me. He shifts on his feet, looking restless. "You're drunk," he finally says in a disappointed tone. Anya is still irritated behind us, but I'm not giving her any more of my attention. I was too mesmerized by Atticus to waste my time on her. He wasn't looking at me anymore. He was examining our surroundings, maybe trying to figure out who had seen our passionate kiss. He seemed pleased with what he saw. Did that mean I hadn't caused as much trouble as I'd thought? "Atticus," Anya hissed. She was trying to catch his attention. While she did succeed, he didn't go to her like I expected him to. Instead, he gently takes my hand in his. "Let's get you some water to drink. We can't let my parents nor yours see you in this condition, especially not when we have an important tradition tonight." I could feel Anya's gaze digging into my back as we walked away. I could only move my feet because he was holding my hand. Otherwise, I would have been swaying from left to right. I was drunk, yes, but that kiss had left me weaker than I was before. My knees felt wobbly, and my stomach had little butterflies in it. "Why did you do it, Autumn?" Atticus whispers as he hands me the cup of water and helps me onto a stool near the bar. "You're aware of the trouble getting drunk today could have caused for yourself. You're not someone that drinks like this. You're lucky no one else saw what happened but my siblings and Anya." I bite my lip. "You know why I did it." He looks perplexed. "How would I know why you drank? Drink the water." I refuse to do it, and he takes the cup from me only to hold it to my lips. "Drink," he orders. I take a small sip, and he tells me to drink more. I do as he says, and he finally places the cup on the counter next to us. "You're the reason I did," I answered. I knew he was still waiting for me to explain. I'm running out of breath. Even in my state, I know I shouldn't have said that. But I don't seem to have any control over myself. I'm blurting things that I know I will eventually regret. He lifts his eyes to study my face. His gaze is electric as he asks in a smooth but alarmed tone, "Me? I'm the reason? How can that be, Autumn?" He seemed even more confused now that I'd said that to him. How would he understand when he didn't know that I loved him? How could he understand anything that I felt when he wasn't aware of how much it hurt me whenever I had to see Anya flirting with him? Atticus wasn't aware of my feelings for him. He was utterly clueless when it came to that. "I'm the reason that you're suddenly drinking?" he asks once more in disbelief. "Is it because you didn't want to marry me to begin with?" I want to laugh at that question. He honestly doesn't know anything, does he? It was quite the opposite. I wanted his love and affection so much that I hated to witness another woman receiving it. My gaze drops to his lips. I can't believe I've just been kissing them. And that's what I wanted to do again, to kiss him and touch him, to feel him once more against me. I gently press my hands against his chest, and I can't help myself as I look up into his gorgeous eyes. You have it all wrong. I can feel the wild beating of his heart, and I have to wonder if that's also because of the kiss we just shared. Or was it because of what I'd just told him? That he was the reason I'd suddenly started to drink. He was right. I was not someone to do things like that. I was usually more obedient and definitely not a troublemaker. Recently, I've been taking risks and letting myself do things I normally wouldn't, and it was all because of this man in front of me. He waits for me to explain, but I don't get a chance. My mother joins us then. We've arrived. I looked around us. She was right. The island was right in front of me. I was so preoccupied with wanting to kiss and touch Atticus that I didn't take the time to look at my surroundings. How long had the yacht even stopped? It wasn't moving now, and people were already on the sand preparing to get to the beach house. How lost had I been in him not to notice any of that? "We've been looking everywhere for you two," she informs us. "Time is running out. We need to prepare for the spring. Let's get moving." Atticus takes a step back from me at her words. The spring? Did I hear that correctly? They couldn't be serious. Those words had managed to shock me even in my drunken state. Was it time already? Atticus. Autumn sways on her feet, and I know that her mother is watching. I didn't want her to get into unnecessary trouble. She was clearly going through plenty that she wasn't telling anyone about. Things that were causing her to drink like this. Her parents were not understanding, and neither were mine. "What's wrong with her?" her mother asks. "It's a tradition that I pick her up and carry her out the yacht," I say without answering her question. Before her mother can ask any questions, I grab her waist and take her into my arms. Autumn gasped at first, but then she gently placed her head on my chest and snuggled closer into me. I swallow. It's hard to ignore how perfectly she fits against me. No one had ever felt this good against me before, and it was something I'd noticed even before this moment. I'm still bothered about her words from just a few minutes ago. Why did she blame me for her drinking? This was something I would have to discuss with her when she was sober, and not while she was in this condition. I couldn't believe every word she said, vowed, when she wasn't even aware she was saying it. When we were out of the boat, I noticed something that immediately caught my attention. Griffin was having a conversation with Arthur and Gabriella. They looked worried. And Griffin was not someone that ever looked like that unless something terrible was going on. If something was happening that needed our attention, I had to go to them and help solve the problem. I step in their direction when my father blocks my way. "Where do you think you're going?" he asks. "The spring is in that direction. We have less than an hour to prepare everything before midnight. There is no time to waste." I inwardly groan. I barely made it out alive when Autumn kissed me in front of everyone. How would I survive seeing her completely naked? And this time, we will be alone with no interruptions. I needed something to stop me from doing anything stupid while in there with her. Maybe if I didn't look at her during the ritual, it would pass quickly, and I won't be tempted by her. I had to keep reminding myself that Autumn was intoxicated. She wasn't aware of the things she was doing. Like that last time, she'd gotten drunk and didn't remember anything the next day. But did she truly forget everything that had happened? It felt like she was lying to me at that time. I look down at her and almost trip on my own 2 feet. She's staring up at me, and I've never seen anyone look at me with so much admiration. It took everything inside of me to look away from her gaze, but I had to keep moving, and I couldn't risk walking into a tree just because I wanted to keep staring at her. I've noticed Autumn's beauty multiple times in the past, more than I'll ever admit, but it's always been dangerous. I chose to ignore it because she was my mate's best friend. Avoiding her had always been my mission, and it had worked for years. But now avoiding her was out of the question, and I don't think I was prepared for it. Nothing in this world has prepared me for Autumn. Absolutely nothing. It was hard to believe that this woman was now my wife. Why did she kiss me earlier? I could still taste her, and I wanted to savor it. "You're mine." She'd also said those words to me. It was so unlike Autumn. She was turning into someone I wasn't familiar with. But had I ever truly known her from the start? We barely spoke. Even now, we've only spoken a few words to each other. But as it turns out, it didn't take many words to affect me, as long as those words were coming from Autumn's mouth. "You're mine." Those words had undone something inside of me. I wasn't sure what it was, but I'd wanted her like never before. Even holding her in my arms was risky at this point. I was testing my limit. "We're here," I say to Autumn as I place her on the ground. I was relieved to finally put some distance between us, even though I knew that it wouldn't be for long. We're in front of the beach house. The Jeep is waiting for us. There are clean clothes and towels in the back seat, as well as 2 robes for both of us. Autumn doesn't bother looking around. Her eyes are still locked on me. How long has she been staring at me? Why does she keep doing that? She's making it so damn hard for me to keep myself under control. "Why are you just standing there?" my mother demands. You're late. We must get Autumn inside the house to prepare her for tonight. I can only hope that they don't realize how intoxicated she still was. Hopefully, they're too concerned about fixing her up for the ritual to realize something was off. If they figured out that she was drunk, all hell would break loose. They take her from me, and I'm left alone with plenty on my mind. I had so many things to think about. A few minutes later, they return with her, and all thoughts flow out of my head. She's walking towards me, and she has that beautiful smile on her face. She's seductive without even trying to be. I swallowed. My heart was pounding as they brought her to me in a robe. She wasn't even in fancy clothes, yet my blood was boiling with how much she affected me. Her body was covered, but she smelled divine. They'd rubbed her down in oil, and the little of her skin that I could see was glistening under the moonlight. I swallow hard for the second time. Tonight wasn't going to be easy. I knew that from the start, ever since I was reminded of the ritual, I knew that I would be tortured tonight. And I was not wrong. The torture had already begun, and it was standing right in front of me. I was struggling to keep a clear mind, and she hadn't even removed the robe. Knowing that she had nothing underneath it did not help my situation either. It only doubled the pain that I already felt. I guide Autumn to the Jeep and help her into the passenger's side. I buckle her in, and her hands lightly touch my hair without warning. I freeze. Her scent traps me for the 100th time. Why was her touch always so gentle? No one has ever touched me like her before. Her touch was the softest of touches, and it could melt any man that had the pleasure of experiencing it. This was not helping. I gently removed her hand. As much as I enjoyed it, we had somewhere to be. I rushed to the driver's seat before my parents could scold us again. It didn't take long to reach, not with the speed at which I'd been driving. When we arrived, someone was playing the violin a little distance from the spring. He was positioned close enough so we could hear him, but far enough so that he couldn't see what was happening in the water. Not that anything would be happening. It was just to walk in there with Autumn at midnight and let the water touch every part of our body while we held hands. That was all I would be allowing tonight. No matter how much I wanted more, I would not let it happen. Autumn. Atticus is unusually quiet when the Jeep stops. It looks like he has plenty on his mind. He jumps out of the vehicle and walks over to my side. He opens the door for me and unbuckles my seatbelt before helping me to the ground. He then opens the back door and removes his robe from the seat. I'm going to get changed, he informs me. You can wait near the spring for me. Remember, we need to walk in together. That means that you can't go in without me, or it will defeat the purpose of this entire trip. Why would I ever want to go in without him? I wanted our marriage to last forever. This wasn't a ritual that I planned on messing up. I was terrified of him seeing me naked for the first time, but that didn't mean I was about to let that prevent us from having a successful marriage. I walk over to the spring when he leaves me alone. It's beautiful and crystal clear. His family has done an excellent job of keeping it this clean. Considering how important it was to their family, it was expected that they would protect this part of the island. It was decorated for us, with candles and flowers everywhere. It was one of the most romantic settings I've ever had the pleasure of witnessing in person. And that, coupled with the beautiful music, made this the perfect night. Atticus walks over to me, and he also has a robe on now. I wasn't sure if I was prepared to see him completely bare. Are you ready? He asks me. It's 1 minute to midnight. The alarm will ring when we need to get in. I nod despite the nervousness that I feel. Where was the confident girl that walked up to him and kissed him in the yacht tonight? The drinks were not helping this time. Maybe I needed more. No, I could do this. I loosen the tie around my body and let the robe fall. Atticus isn't looking at me, I can tell. Maybe he's avoiding it. He's avoiding looking at my naked body. For some reason, it angers me. I want him to see. I want him to notice and like me. He removes his robe as well, and the alarm starts to ring at the exact time. He takes my hand in his without warning, and we both begin to walk. The water touches my feet, and its warmth spreads throughout my body. I've taken baths in springs before, but none has ever made me feel like this. It was filling me with some unknown emotion, and I tightened my grip on Atticus's hand to help calm my racing heart. It felt overwhelming, but not in the wrong way. I loved that Atticus was the one I was doing this with. I was happy that the spring was shallow, considering how terrified I was of water. If it were any deeper, I would climb onto Atticus and beg him to take me out. Thankfully, I was saved from embarrassing myself tonight. Not many knew of my great fear of water. It was something I was scared to admit because I knew how people have judged me for it when I was a child. I shake that thought out of my mind. This wasn't the time to think about the past. The water needs to touch everywhere. He reminds me before we both dipped our heads into the water until every inch of our bodies was soaking wet. I, Atticus Fawn, choose Autumn as my partner in this life and any other life that I'm blessed with. She is the only woman I want to spend the rest of my life with. He murmurs while looking up at the moon. It shone brighter than usual tonight. I knew that these words were only part of the ritual, and he didn't mean it, but it still brought a shiver down my spine. I, Autumn Rivera Fawn, choose Atticus as my partner in this life and any other life that I'm blessed with. He is the only man I want to spend the rest of my life with. Unlike Atticus, I meant every word. I wanted to spend the rest of my life by his side. He was still refusing to look at me. I stole a glance at him, and I was mesmerized by how smooth his chest was despite it being so toned and muscular. I swallow, wanting to look lower but knowing that I shouldn't. My cheeks are red when he catches me staring. It's the end of the ritual, he informs me. We can leave now. Leave? I didn't want to leave. He wasn't even looking at me. Was I not desirable to him? Why else was he avoiding looking at me so severely? And it also seemed like he was desperate to end this ritual as quickly as possible. He wasn't even trying to enjoy the beauty of the spring or the warmth that flowed through our bodies because of it. No, I tell him. I do not want to leave. Atticus looks shocked by my words. Did he think that I'd only want to spend 5 minutes in here with him? Why? He asks. The ritual is over. It's because you haven't looked at me once since I removed my robe. I point out. His jaw clenched. I respect you by not looking. I'm your wife, I snap. You're disrespecting me by not. Autumn, he growls. You're drunk. That's why you're behaving this way. You don't know what you truly want. I'm not going to look at your body when you're drunk and may not even remember anything you did today, just like you've done in the past. Is it that I'm not good enough? I demand. Am I hideous to look at Atticus? Atticus draws in a deep breath. Why the hell would you think something so ridiculous? He demands. Have you ever looked at a mirror? His words have given me the confidence I needed. I walk over to the edge of the spring. Atticus may think I'm trying to leave like he'd asked me to. I was only doing the opposite, and he was about to find that out. I lift my body off the spring until I'm sitting at the edge, where he has a full view of my naked body. I don't want to be shy anymore. I want to show him what could be his if he just opened his heart to me. A low growl tore from his throat suddenly, and I'd never seen him look this sexy and dangerous all at the same time before. He's hungry, but not for Anya or anyone else. He's hungry for me. Happiness explodes in my chest. Seeing Atticus look at me with such raw passion makes me the happiest person on earth. This is what I've always wanted, to have his full attention and for him to want me. It almost feels like a dream, and maybe that's what this is, just a dream. If that's the case, I'm going to make the most of it. No one is going to take tonight away from me. I'm taking what I want. It makes me feel even more confident. It gives me the courage. His eyes go utterly dark as his pupils dilate. Autumn, he growls. Do you understand how dangerous this game is that you're playing? I shook my head, pretending not to know what he was talking about. I'm a man and a dangerous wolf all in one package. You're teasing me. You're inching me closer to insanity, and I'm losing all control. Do you know what it means for me to lose control? He demands. It's not something you want to see. I can promise you that. He leans his forehead against mine, to not take advantage of you or your body while you're drunk. But, she begins to protest. Atticus! I hear Dante's voice from a distance. What the hell was he doing here? I grab the robe from the side of us and cover Autumn's naked body. Are you decent? He shouts. Not as yet, I warn him. I'll come to you. If he's here, something must have gone wrong. But what could that be? Did something happen with Anya again? I left her earlier. I chose to be there for Autumn instead of her. It was a hard decision to make, but I knew it was the right one. I knew that Anya would hold it against me, but marrying Autumn meant she came first. I'd only been around her earlier because my brothers had begged me. They said that Anya was in a lot of pain, and they were scared of what she would do to herself if I didn't try to comfort her. That was all I was trying to do, to be there for her and cheer her up a little. But when Autumn approached me drunk, all my attention was stuck on her. I couldn't think about anyone else but the woman that had declared I was hers and kissed me in front of everyone. All I wanted to do was to take care of her after that. I tried to find out what was bothering her, and I hate to admit it, but I wanted more than just a kiss. But I knew that couldn't happen as long as she was drunk. I'd already let things get too far today. I'll be right back, I tell her. Don't go anywhere. She nods, and I walk over to where Dante stands, waiting for me after putting on the robe. What's wrong? I ask, waiting for an explanation of his interruption. Part of me was pissed about the interruption, but the other half was grateful. I needed someone to stop me from doing something I would never forgive myself for. And I don't think Autumn would have forgiven me either when she returned to her senses. I wasn't about to do that to her. Kane is missing, he informs me. He and the girl we met with Arthur, the one that didn't have a name to give us, the same girl that had lost her memory. I knew exactly who he was speaking about. They're missing? I ask, repeating his question. Yes, he answers me. We've looked everywhere for them on the yacht. They're nowhere to be found. How can they possibly be missing? I ask. How does anyone go missing from a yacht? We've never had an incident like that in the past. People don't just fall out of a boat as big as that one. Griffin was the last person to see them on board, he tells me. We're not sure what happened after he spoke with them, but they never made it to the island with the rest of us. Chances are they fell off the boat, but none of us know how it happened. Fell off the boat? Again, that didn't just happen. Were they drinking or did something else happen? I ran a hand through my wet hair. I was already not thinking right after Autumn literally just spread her legs and mesmerized me with the view of her beautiful and tempting body. I'm unsure if I can even walk with how much I wanted her. The fact that I couldn't have her was torture, and it was only about to get worse for me. Are you listening to me? He demands. No, I wasn't. I hadn't heard a word he'd said. We need to help Arthur with the search. It has already started, but they can't search this island on their own. They will need us. I nod. I knew we had to help, but there was something I had to see about first. I have to get Autumn back to the house, I tell him. I can meet up with the others after. She can come with us, he offers. We can't waste any time. We're not even sure that they're still alive. Can you imagine the headlines if that happens? Yes, I can. I knew how brutal the article headlines were when our family was concerned. They were always waiting for a new story concerning our lives. But I was still not okay with Autumn joining us. I immediately disagreed. She's drunk, Dante. She's in no state to join us on a search and rescue. As soon as I get her back home, I will join the others on the search. He nods. I'll inform Damon that you'll be joining us in half an hour or less. It was good that he had agreed to this. I didn't want us to start a damn argument over Autumn in the middle of the woods. This was serious. Where were those two? What caused them to fall out of a moving boat? Is that even what happened to begin with? How much of this incident were we not aware of? I walk back to the spring and pause when I see Autumn. She's lying on the ground with the robe partially covering her body. Her hair is soaking wet and sticking to her face. I clutch my heart and feel a sudden stabbing pain while staring at her. I wince, unsure of what the hell this pain means. It isn't the first time it's happened to me. It's been happening ever since that first day we kissed. Anytime I got closer to her, the pain got more excruciatingly painful. This time was no exception, and I wasn't even standing close to her. She senses my presence and immediately lifts herself off the ground to a sitting position. "You're back," she says with a bright smile. She had a beautiful smile, one that could brighten up anyone's day. It was innocent and pure, something you didn't see every day. I realize I've only ever seen her smile like this when drunk. Does that mean that she's never been genuinely happy around me unless she was intoxicated? That sudden realization makes me feel uneasy. I was bothered by the idea of Autumn being unhappy, especially around me. But there was still plenty that I didn't know about her, things that I wish she would trust me enough to tell me. I asked her earlier if not wanting to marry me was the reason she'd suddenly started drinking. I never got the answer I was waiting for. I walked towards her and stooped down on the ground next to her. We need to get you back to the house. There is something that I need to get done in the meantime. I'll feel better if I knew you were safe and getting your rest. You're not in a good state to be anywhere with me, at least for the rest of tonight. Her smile immediately faded, making me want to kick myself. I didn't want her ever to stop smiling. What had I said that was so wrong? I only wanted to keep her safe. I knew that she didn't want to leave the spring earlier. Was that why she was so angry with what I'd said? She attempts to move, but I stop her. I'll carry you. She still wasn't in her best state, even though she'd improved a little. I was also using any excuse to have her close to me again, if she would let me. She pushes my hand away and walks to the Jeep herself. I frown at her reaction. What the hell just happened? Her mood completely switched from happy to angry. What did I do to piss her off in a few minutes? I follow her to the Jeep and rush to open her door before she could lock it. What's wrong? I ask. She folds her arms and refuses to look my way. It's bothering me. I don't think I've ever seen her this upset with me before. Has she ever been upset with me in the past? This feels like the first time, and I'm not liking it. Autumn has always been calm and loving. Seeing her like this was making me anxious. We're getting late, Dante shouts from his Jeep. I look away from her to glare at him. He's not helping, but I know there are more important things to focus on now. Though I know it will bother me the entire time not knowing why she's suddenly so angry with me. I gently close the door and rush over to the driver's side. I glance at Autumn one last time before starting the Jeep and racing through the forest. She's still trying to avoid me. Now she's looking out of the window and pretending that I didn't exist. My grip tightens on the steering wheel. Why the f was this bothering me so much? I never thought that her behavior would ever affect me like this, but as it turns out, I was learning new things about myself every damn day, especially when it involved her. Autumn, I growl. Tell me what's wrong. What did I say or do to upset you? Nothing. She says nothing at all. In fact, inside this Jeep has never been this damn quiet since it was created. I tried to remain calm, but it was becoming difficult to do. Eventually, we're back at the beach house, and still I've heard nothing from her. She's making it her business to not speak to me. I can see search parties still forming in front of me. It reminded me of the gravity of the situation. Autumn opens the door before I can even stop the Jeep, and it comes to an abrupt halt when I mash down on the brakes to prevent her from harming herself. I jump out of the vehicle and trap her on the other side before she can try to walk away from me. She was swaying on her feet just earlier today, but somehow to get away from me, she seems much steadier. How the hell was that possible? I'm not letting you leave until you tell me what is wrong, I warn her. I meant it. I didn't care that I had more important things to do anymore. I didn't care about anything else but finding out why she was so damn upset with me. Seeing Autumn like this was more troubling for me than anything else that was going on around me. She had my full attention, and I was not letting this go until she gave in and told me what the hell had caused this weird behavior. Her lips pout almost stubbornly, and f me, it's the cutest thing I've ever seen. How does she make even that look so good? Anything looks good on this woman, and it's beginning to irritate me. I couldn't look at her once without wanting to kiss her or hold her in my arms. Why? Why was this happening to me? What did Autumn have on me? These questions were buzzing in my ear, but I still was not giving up until she answered me. What's wrong? I asked, but in a gentler tone this time. You have to tell me what's wrong for me to fix it. I frown as her forehead creases, and I swear it looks like she's about to cry. Did I hurt her this much by what I'd said? Please don't go to Anya tonight, she whispers, shocking me to the core. Atticus. Out of all the things I was expecting Autumn to say to me, this was the last thing I expected to hear. She was upset with me this entire time because she thought I was leaving her tonight to see Anya? What did I say for her to jump to that conclusion? Did Autumn already not trust me? The unmistakable distress on her face stunned me. I never thought that being around Anya would affect her this much. We weren't in love with each other. We barely knew each other. She's never shown me before that she didn't like me around Anya. She's always been fond of Anya and always looked after her. The only time I saw a reaction out of her was on our engagement night, and her response that night was still not as bad as this. But again, she was intoxicated. How do I know this was how she truly felt? Autumn acted totally different when the alcohol was out of her system. She was understanding, and she didn't mind when I took time to care for Anya. It was like she was a totally different person. I realized that she was still waiting for a response from me, and the more I remained silent, the more she would think that I was planning on seeing Anya tonight, when the truth remained that I was only joining a search. That was the last thing I wanted her to think about after tonight. I've always known that Autumn has never had any love interests. For her to give a part of herself to me tonight would surely upset her tomorrow. I wanted her to know that it was something I would treasure and not take for granted. She'd never had a serious boyfriend, and boys have always chased after her, but I've done my part of telling them she was off limits. No one knows I did that. Even I wasn't sure why I'd done it. At that time, I told myself I was protecting my mate's best friend from heartbreak. I knew none of those men were ever worthy of her, and I was positive that they would hurt her. I made sure that it never happened. And if I had an opportunity to do it all over again, I would. If I'd known Autumn like I did now, I'd have been even more protective of her in the past. She attempts to walk away from me, and I pull her straight back so that her back is now pressed up against the front of me. I ignore how good it felt to hold her like this. If I kept those thoughts, I will be of no help to the others. Autumn, I whisper, I'm not going to see Anya. I've been told that 2 of our guests have gone missing. I'm joining the search to find them before things get worse. She shouldn't have any problems believing that, since anyone can see what was going on around us. Her lips form a small O, and her face brightens. And then she smiled that beautiful smile that crushed my heart. Who's missing? Cain and a woman that I don't have a name for. She's lost her memory for a while now. I don't know what to call her. I try to explain to her in the best way possible. Her eyes widen. That's my friend. She's the woman that was with Gabriella in the spa room. Spa room? I wasn't sure what Autumn was speaking about. When did they become friends? Why were they in the spa room? I need to go with you, she shouts. We need to find her. I'm immediately tensed because of her words. I didn't bring her back to the house so that she could join the search. There wasn't any room for discussions about this. She was not going. No, I growl. You're in no position to be out there searching with us. You need to rest. But she's my friend, Atticus. She's a good girl. I want to help find her. She begs. I hated saying no to her when she was this desperate to find her friend, but I'd made up my mind. She could barely stand straight. How could she survive hours of walking in the forest? There is no telling how long this search was going to take. We're not even sure if they're on the island. We're just hoping for the best at this point. I pick her up into my arms when she tries to move toward the search party. I wasn't putting her life in danger. Besides, I wouldn't be able to help if I had to keep making sure she was okay every second. And that's what it was like whenever Autumn was around me. Everything revolved around her and ensuring she was okay. I want to go with you, she continues to say while I'm carrying her. I can help. The only place you're going to is your room, I tell her as I walk into the house with her still in my arms. I notice a few stairs our way, but that's the least of my concern. She's my main concern. I open the room assigned to us, and to my surprise, it's decorated with roses all over the ground and even on the bed. My parents have obviously thought about everything. Did they expect something to happen between us tonight when this was more of an arranged marriage than anything else? But things did happen. something that I wasn't sure how Autumn would react to tomorrow. I gently placed her on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Get some sleep. I promise to find your friend. I'll bring her back here and prove to you that I keep my promises. When I step out of the door, Anya is waiting for me. I pause, unsure of what to do now that she's here. Things are awkward between us for the first time since I met her a few years ago. I know that there is plenty she wants to say to me. I can tell she's holding back, but after a few seconds of us just staring at each other, she finally gives in. I knew I couldn't avoid this confrontation forever. It's better to get it over with now than later when things become more complicated. It was already complicated. I wasn't sure what was this tension between Autumn and me. It's stronger than anything else I've ever experienced in my life before. After tonight, I'd need plenty time just to come to terms with what had happened at the spring. Did you have to do that in front of me? Anya asks, successfully breaking me out of my thoughts. She's no longer trying to hide her anger from me. She's letting it flow freely. Do what? I ask, even though I know what she's speaking about. If she was this angry about a kiss between Autumn and me, how would she react if she found out what happened between us in the spring? It reminds me of the promise I'd made to her, to not take Autumn to bed. What the was I thinking? After tonight, I didn't think it was possible to keep that promise. I always kept my commitments, but I've been breaking all my promises to Anya recently. It makes me feel guilty, but I can do nothing about it. I'm not sure what Anya expects from me anymore. I'm married. There is nothing I can do about this thing between us. I'm not a cheater. I've never been that, and I don't plan on being it now. I would not do that to Autumn, no matter how much I loved Anya. I was doing us both a favor by keeping her away from me. How would she like it if the articles announced her as my mistress? No one would respect her if anything like that ever hit the news. But was I truly keeping Anya away from me? I still cared for her, and I still ran to her whenever she was hurt. I hadn't completely cut her out of my life, even though now was the perfect time to do it. What was I waiting for? All of the memories and emotions I had tied to her were preventing me from doing what I had to. Even now, I couldn't bring myself to ask her to step out of my life for good. I hear a noise inside the room which puts me on high alert. Anya shouldn't be here. Autumn may get the wrong idea if she walks outside and sees her with me. She asked me not to see Anya tonight. Did this mean that I was going against her word? I didn't tell Anya to meet me here. I wasn't even aware that she had followed us up here. Kiss her in front of me, she hissed. I'd forgotten that we were still speaking about the kiss. I was already panicking while thinking about Autumn and what could go wrong if she opened that door. Out of every possible way you can hurt me, this is how you choose for it to happen? I didn't expect Autumn to kiss me, I point out. But she's my wife, Anya. She can kiss me whenever she pleases. We're no longer together. This has to stop. I can't keep comforting you, or Autumn will get the wrong idea. I don't want to ruin my marriage even before it starts. I'm not asking you to ruin your marriage for me, she shouts. I'm asking you to at least have some consideration around me. In case you haven't realized, Atticus, I still love you. It hurts to see you with her, but you don't care about that. All you care about is her, my best friend. I looked behind us. Her voice was getting louder. I was afraid that Autumn would hear her. Can you please keep it down? I tell her. No, she shouts even louder than before. I love you. Before I can react, she throws herself at me and wraps her arms around me. I'm too shocked to respond quickly, and of course, that's when Autumn opens the door and finds us together. Her lips parted as she stared at the two of us. She looks from me to Anya and then back to me again. I can see the flicker of emotions in her eyes. This isn't happening to me right now. Things were improving between us, and this will surely ruin that progress. Her eyes are filled with tears as she looks between us. You lied to me, she whispers. I didn't think 4 words could hurt me this much, but fuck, the pain I felt was almost unbearable. Autumn, this isn't what it looks like, I try to say. It's exactly what it looks like, Atticus. Anya cuts in. I'm hugging you while explaining how much I love you. Autumn hasn't misunderstood anything. I grab Anya by her arms and shove her away from me. I should have done that a long time ago. I was just too startled by seeing Autumn. I didn't want there to be any misunderstandings between us. I wanted her to trust me also, but if things like this kept happening, how could she trust me? Even I wouldn't be able to trust myself under these circumstances. Autumn, I repeat as I take a step toward her. She takes one back. You said you were going to search for my friend. You said that you weren't going to see Anya tonight. Every word that you said to me was a lie. I don't want to hear anything else you have to say to me, Atticus. Give me 5 minutes to explain. I'll tell you everything. I tried to convince her, but she wasn't being reasonable. She didn't want to listen to a word I was saying. And Anya wasn't making this easier for me. Why didn't she tell her the truth? Why was she purposefully trying to hurt her? Autumn! I shout as she slams the door behind her. I hear the loud click, knowing she'd just locked me out of the room. I run a hand through my hair as I try to remain calm. I can't believe it. I roar. What the hell were you thinking, Anya? What was I thinking? She demands. I was thinking of the promises you made to me right before you got married, Atticus. Did you forget about them? I thought you were a man of your word. Or are you someone else now that you've married Autumn? Do you even know yourself anymore? Atticus. I wish I hadn't made such ridiculous promises to Anya. I should have been up front with her from the start. But she wasn't the problem currently. Getting Autumn to open this door was more important to me. I knock once, then twice. Autumn! I shout loud enough for her to hear me. Open the door, please! I try again, but she shouted for me to leave her alone. Hearing her say those words to me bothered me more than it should. It was almost like her feelings affected mine, like we were connected. But that couldn't be possible. I was connected to Anya, not to her. My mate bond was with Anya, not Autumn. So then why did this hurt me just as much as it did her? Why are you wasting your time with her? Anya demands. She doesn't wish to speak to you. I'm the one that's trying my best to make things better between us. I'm the one that's fighting for you. Can't you see that Autumn doesn't care for you at all? She's only ignoring me because of you. I remind her. Are you purposefully trying to cause problems between us, Anya? She narrows her eyes and folds her arms stubbornly. Are you out of your mind, Atticus? She inquired. It's not my fault that Autumn doesn't trust you. I was never like that when we were together. I knew you loved me, and I didn't have to worry about any other woman in your life. I know you still love me. That's why I can never let go of you. It's why I plan on fighting till the end for you. I was right. Anya wasn't going to let our past go. She was determined to keep fighting for us. I hear footsteps, and I see my brother walking up the stairs toward us. His eyes find us, and he looks surprised to see us alone together. What's going on? He asks as he joins us. Everyone is waiting for you, Atticus. I didn't expect to see you with Anya. Did something happen between the both of you? Was Damon also about to misunderstand the situation? He should know that I would never disrespect my wife like that. Let's start the search, I say without answering his question about Anya. It was useless trying to get Autumn to talk to me now, and I had already promised her to bring her friend back safely. The longer we waited, the harder it would become to keep my promise to her. Maybe if I found her friend, then she would forgive me. That is if she remembers anything from tonight when she wakes up. Did I want her to remember this? I didn't think so. The look on her face, even though she was drunk, told me that she wouldn't forgive me easily for this incident. It was even more useless trying to speak with Anya about her behavior. She never likes when I ignore her, but when I try to be friendly and not hurt her, she does things like this, which makes it difficult for me to be there for her. Are there any leads so far? I ask him as I walk past Anya towards the stairs. Damon looks at her before following after me. He knows something has to have happened. He wasn't stupid, but lucky for me, he didn't try to ask any other questions. No, none except that Griffin confessed to provoking Cain before they went missing. He informs me. How did he provoke him? I ask. Griffin was always looking for trouble. This wasn't news to me. This is where it gets interesting, Damon says. Cain is supposed to be mates with Maya, Austin's sister, who they've recently been reunited with. It turns out Cain had something going on with the girl he went missing with. Griffin was trying to get him jealous by flirting with her. Apparently, Griffin promised to help her make him jealous. It worked. Are you telling me that it's possible they both ran away to be together? I ask. He shrugs his shoulder. There is really no telling what happened until we find them. The way I see it, this is the least of our problems. When Austin discovers what Kane has been doing behind his sister's back, he might kill him if he isn't already dead. This doesn't make any sense. If they're mates, why is he cheating on her? I ask. That was a question I shouldn't be asking. Anya was my mate, but it didn't stop me from desiring Autumn. It's not supposed to be that way. Mates didn't desire anyone else but their partner. Damon looks at me, and there is a guilty look on his face, almost like he understands Kane. Did he also desire someone other than Anya? We never spoke about feelings. We did in the past, but after Anya came into our lives, we drifted apart. It didn't feel right to explain what we each felt about her. It was awkward since we would be talking about the same woman. Now here we are, knowing very little about each of our feelings. Damon looks tensed as Clarissa joins us. How does my outfit look for the search? She asks. Damon and I look at her as though she'd lost her damn mind. Where do you think you're going? He asks her. To help you with the search. She answers him. Isn't it obvious? Damon grabs her wrist and pulls her to his side. You're not going on this search with us. When do we ever involve you in things like this? Stay here with the guests and keep out of trouble. Keep out of trouble? She asks. I am not a child, Damon. I'm all grown up. This is not the body of a child, in case you haven't noticed. What the f***? Clarissa. I hiss. Are you feeling okay? What the hell is wrong with you all of a sudden? I'm surprised that Damon didn't respond to her little comment, and I'm even more shocked when I turn to him and see that his cheeks are bright red. I'm perfectly fine, she assures me. I hate that everyone treats me like I'm a kid. It's frustrating. I want to help. Why can't you let me? Was this really happening tonight? First, I had to keep Autumn from joining us, and now I also had to deal with Clarissa. We were wasting precious time. If it means that much to you, fine, join us, I tell her. Her face brightens with a smile, and Damon looks at me like I've lost my mind. She can't come with us. We're not sure how long we will be out there. It's safer for her here, he complains. Well, then you try and talk her out of this because I don't have time to convince her not to come with us. I point out. I knew Damon was even more protective over her than I was, but I couldn't stay here trying to convince her not to go when I had to find Autumn's friend. I was still pissed over what had just occurred. I was desperate to find a way to get Autumn to forgive me. Clarissa grabs a bag and walks in front of us. What do you even have in that bag? Just girl stuff, she shouts as she runs to the Jeep. Dante joins us and quirks a brow when she opens the back door and jumps in the vehicle. Clarissa is joining us? He asks. You can thank Atticus for that, Damon growls as he joins her in the back seat. You're welcome, I respond sarcastically. Do we have everything? I ask as I start the Jeep. Dante nods. Should we have asked Anya to join us as well? She's probably going to be pissed that I told her no, but allowed Clarissa to join us. My hands tighten on the steering wheel, and before they can agree on bringing her, I'm already moving the Jeep into the pathway to the front of us. I wasn't giving them a chance to get her involved in this search. I was already in deep with Autumn. I didn't want to worsen things. Besides, I couldn't trust myself around Anya. She would find some way to get us alone. Honestly, Atticus, I've never been more proud of you. Clarissa cheers in the back. Not having Anya with us is the best thing that has happened to me all day. It's tiring being around her. I'm honestly not sure how you can stand being around her for more than a minute. No, the best thing would have been if you had stayed your butt home. Dante retorts, how did you convince Damon to let you come with us? Damon isn't the boss of me, she snaps. I am right here, Damon says in a dry tone. You're speaking about me like I'm the one that stayed back. Was this what it would be like for the entire search? With these three constantly bickering and giving me a bloody headache? Are there any new updates? I ask Dante. He's the one that's been in contact with Arthur about the search. And where is Griffin? He should be in the center of the search since he's partly to blame for trying to get Kane jealous. There are no new leads, he informs me. And Griffin, he's leading one of the searches. but it's in a completely different direction. We're trying to spread out as far as possible since we don't know where they might be. That would make sense. We wouldn't stop until we covered the entire island. I had to find them. I had to for Autumn. Griffin loves to cause trouble. Damon says, "Name one event we've ever had that he didn't cause an uproar." Now that Damon had mentioned it, I realized that he was speaking the truth. I couldn't find a single event where Griffin hadn't caused trouble for the rest of us. This was only his most recent incident. "The trail ends here," I say as the jeep abruptly stops. "We're going to have to walk from this point onwards." Damon turns to Clarissa. "Are you sure you're up for this?" he asks her. "You can still take the jeep back. We can shift and return to the beach house in no time when we're done with the search." "I didn't come all this way to be of no help," she says. She's the first to step out of the vehicle. She attempts to grab her bag, but Damon takes it from her. "I'll carry it. Just focus on walking." She practically beams up at him, and this is the relationship I'm accustomed to seeing between them, Clarissa in complete awe of Damon. Dante looks at me, and I shake my head. We're used to this. It wasn't anything new for us, though their bickering has for some reason increased recently. I still can't get over the fact that Kane is cheating on Maya. I've heard their story. Didn't he go insane trying to find her when she went missing? How could he betray her like that in the end? You don't just cheat on your mate. It's not normal behavior, Dante says. Well, maybe she's the wrong person for him, Clarissa says. Look at Atticus, for example. Autumn is the better option for him than Anya, and she isn't his mate. She agrees with him, and he's so much happier with her than he ever was with Anya. Maybe you and Damon can experience that happiness if you give someone else a chance. Here we go again, Dante growls. Just another reminder why we should have left you home. I'm allowed to give my opinion, Dante. She snaps at him. Do you smell that? I ask. Damon looks at me and his body goes on high alert. Witchcraft. Did we invite any witches on this trip with us? I inquire. I can't say for sure, Dante answers me. It's not something I paid attention to. Even if we did, no one came here to perform any weird ritual or whatever the fuck this is, I say, as I look down at the burning circle in the dirt. Do you know what spell this is? Dante asks me. I couldn't say for sure. We've studied witches and their spells at the academy, but I can't say I paid attention. It seems like a teleporting spell, Clarissa says as she goes closer. Someone used it to get out of the island. We all stare at her, completely stunned. She looks up at us and quirks her brow. What? Have none of you ever paid attention in class? I'm in a lower level, but somehow no more than you. Damon sighs and kneels next to her. It looks like there was more than one person here, judging by the size of these footprints. Do you think it was Kane and the girl? I ask. They're not witches, Damon points out. If it was them, a witch must have taken them. This just gets weirder and weirder, Dante says. I'll give Griffin the update, Damon says as he takes out his phone. He can inform the others of what we've just found out. I don't know how we will explain this, though. So witches are involved in their disappearance? Dante asks. Is that the conclusion we've come up with? We still can't say for sure, I respond as I scan the area. We can't jump to any conclusions, but what we could do is keep looking and hope to find some more clues. Witches. I never liked when they were involved. They were tricky and could never be trusted. I've barely met honest witches. Most of them were always looking for ways to trick you and benefit in whatever way they could. Their spells always freaked me out. Knowing that there were people out there that could make you fall in love with them through magic alone didn't sit right with me. They had the power to control and make you do things you wouldn't normally do, and there wasn't much you could do about it. If you didn't know that you were under a spell, how could you break free from it? Let's keep looking, Damon says. My eyes widen as Clarissa almost walks straight into the fire. Damon grabs her by her waist and pulls her to him. Oopsie, she whispers as she hides her face against his chest. This is why I didn't want you here with us, Damon growls. You could have seriously burnt yourself, and that's not even normal fire. I'm sorry, she apologizes. I'll be more careful from now on. I think it's time I take you back to the jeep, Damon tells her. We can wait there until they return. I told you that I could do this. she complains. Damon looks frustrated, but he doesn't try to convince her again. We searched the area more than once, hoping to find other clues, but we didn't see anything that could help us find them. Let's head back to the Jeep. We can check another area, I say. They nod, and it doesn't take us long to get back to the vehicle. Even though I wanted to find Autumn's friend, I was still distracted because of what had happened earlier. She was constantly on my mind. I couldn't get over the look on her face when she thought that I'd lied to her. "Stop the Jeep!" Dante shouts suddenly. His words broke me out of my thoughts just before I could hit a tree. "Where the hell is your mind at, Atticus?" he demands. "We have Clarissa with us. You can't be so careless," Damon warned. "Sorry. I apologize. I have a lot on my mind. You still didn't tell us what happened with Anya." Damon reminds me. "It looked like you were in an argument when I interrupted you. Anya was the last person I wanted to speak to anyone about. Have you noticed recently that her behavior has drastically changed?" I ask them. "She just watched her mate marry her best friend. I think she's allowed to react the way that she's behaving. You're the one that doesn't have any sympathy toward her pain," Dante says with a hint of irritation in his voice. "This is why I couldn't discuss anything with my brothers. They would instantly take her side. Or, and I mean this in the nicest way possible, maybe you're finally able to see her for what she truly is. Her true nature is finally showing, and you're finally opening your eyes." Clarissa cuts in. "We're straying from what we came here to do," Damon says. "Let's continue with the search." "You're right," I agree. "I think I'll stay here," Clarissa says. "Why did you change your mind?" I ask her. "You were confident that you could do it an hour ago." "Speaking about Anya has given me an instant headache," she complains. I laugh. "You're exaggerating." Damon sighs. "I'll stay with her to ensure that no witches turn up and try to kidnap her. We're still unsure of what's happening." Dante and I don't ask any more questions as we continue the search. I hope we find more clues that could lead us to Cain. We've been searching for hours, and still there was no sign of anything or anyone. I was beginning to believe that Cain and the girl were indeed kidnapped by witches. It's the best way to explain their disappearance. We've been in contact with Griffin this entire time, but they haven't found anything helpful to us either. "Do you see what I see?" Dante asks me suddenly. I want to make sure that I'm not hallucinating. We haven't slept in hours, and we've been on our feet for a long time. He was right, we have been on our feet for a long time without rest. I follow his gaze. There's a note stuck to a tree, and a knife at the top holding it together. "You're not hallucinating," I assure him. "Who will leave a note in the middle of the forest? How are they so sure that someone would find it?" "Well, to be fair, we practically did find it. Whoever left it knew that there would be people searching for Cain." I grabbed the knife and pulled it off the tree. Dante takes the letter and reads through it thoroughly. The frown on his face tells me that this was far from over. "I think you should have a look at this yourself," he says as he hands it over to me. After reading it, I'm dumbstruck. What kind of sick joke was this? According to the letter, Austin's baby had been kidnapped. How the f*** did this happen? Witches were definitely behind this. There weren't any questions about their involvement anymore. "We have to find Austin and the others. A baby is involved. It's just gotten more serious." I shout, "Let's get back to the Jeep." I was even more desperate to get to the bottom of things now that an innocent baby was involved. The letter was threatening his life. How cruel were these people? How did they even get the baby from Austin and Lucy? And if this was true, why hadn't there been an uproar by now? Did they not know that their baby was missing? I slammed the Jeep door shut as soon as we got to it. "What's happening?" Clarissa demands as she jumps up. She'd fallen asleep on Damon, but was wide awake when she heard us return. "Great job waking her up when I finally got her to get some rest," Damon says, annoyed with us. He wouldn't be when he found out what was happening. "Read this letter," I tell him. "You'll understand why we're in a rush." We give him a few seconds, and we hear his sharp breath intake the moment it sinks in. "They kidnapped a baby," he shouts. "Who the f*** did this?" "A baby," Clarissa gasps. "Whose baby?" "Austin and Lucy's. They'll freak out when they read this letter if they aren't already aware." Dante says. Get Griffin on the phone, I command. He needs to inform the others for us. We don't have to, he says as another jeep pulls up behind us. It was Griffin. He'd come alone to find us. We know where they are, he informs us, but we need to hurry. Things are getting crazy out there between Austin and Kane. They're about to fight. We need to get there before someone kills the other. How do you know all this? I demand. We saw everything through one of the drones Arthur's family sold us. Luckily, I remembered we had one on the island with us. That's not the only problem, I warn. We just found this letter. He takes it from me, and he has the same reaction that we all did. This is messed up, Griffin says. Since Austin is too busy trying to kill Kane, I think it's safe to say that he isn't aware that his son is missing. We need to get this letter to him immediately. He was right. Austin must have found out that Kane was cheating on Maya with Autumn's friend, so he was trying to kill him for hurting his sister. Let's not waste any more time, I shout as we jump in our vehicles. Do you think we will make it in time? Clarissa asks. I'm terrified for the baby's safety. We all are. I knew one thing for sure, I wouldn't rest until we found him. Autumn. The cold ground beneath my body was the first thing I noticed. Why was I on the ground? I slowly opened my eyes, and to my surprise, I'm inside a bathroom. I winced as I tried to get up but fell straight on my ass. I squeezed my temples as I try to remember what happened last night for me to wake up on the cold, hard floor. The last thing I remembered was Scarlett and Clara offering me a drink. I remember asking for more than I should have taken. And that was it. Everything went blank after that. I try once more to get up from the ground, and this time I can. I stare at myself in the mirror. Why are my eyes so red and swollen? It looks like I've been crying the entire night. Where was everyone? It was tranquil, and this wasn't a room I was familiar with. I open the bathroom door, and the next thing I see are roses all over the floor. I follow the trail to the bed, where rose petals are almost everywhere. It doesn't look like anyone slept there. Was Atticus in here with me last night? I gasped as I remembered the spring. Did that even take place last night? The headache increased as I tried even harder to remember what I had done last night. I wince as my hand accidentally grazes my Nikki. Why did it feel so sensitive? They felt different. What exactly happened last night? An image of Atticus sucking on them flashes across my mind, and my body comes to an abrupt halt. That's impossible. Atticus wouldn't do something like that to me when he had no interest in me at all. It must have been a dream. But if it was, why did my body feel all tender and needy? Like it wanted something but didn't know how to get it. Autumn! I heard my sister shouting as she continued to knock on the door. I unlocked it, and she barged in. What are you doing locked up in your room when there is so much chaos going on outside? She demands from me. Chaos? I ask. What's happening? Austin and Lucy's baby has been kidnapped, she informs me. There are so many other things that took place while you've been sleeping. It turns out Maya was a fake. The real Maya was the one that went missing with Kane. They found them. What? My head was spinning with all of this new information. Where is Atticus now? I demand. I have to see him. They're organizing a helicopter to help find the baby before it's too late, she explains. Did this mean he was planning on leaving without me? Before my sister could stop me, I was already running down the stairs. I had to get to them before they left. I wanted to help. A baby was involved. A baby. How could Atticus plan to leave the island without telling me anything? Has anything changed at all since we got married? Or did he just see me as a burden to him and his family? I was still trying to figure out what had happened last night, but my stupid mind was still blank. I don't think I should ever drink like that again. I can only hope I didn't make a fool of myself again like I did the last time I had gotten so drunk. Where can I find the helicopter? I ask Clarissa when I spot her. Autumn? She questions as she studies my face. Have you been crying? I heard that Atticus was leaving. He didn't tell me anything, I informed her. She nods. He said you had a long night, and he wanted to make sure that you stayed here and got your rest. He asked me to take care of you before he left. A long night? I couldn't remember anything about last night, and it was beginning to frustrate me. I can't remember anything from last night, I confess. I think I had too much to drink. She giggles. I'm guessing you don't remember walking up to Atticus and kissing him in front of us? She asks. Anya was pissed, and I enjoyed every second of seeing her like that. It would be best if you did that more often. I think even Atticus enjoyed it. We kissed? What on earth was she talking about? I would never do something like that. Not in front of so many people. I've never been that bold, but I was different the first time I'd gotten drunk, and this time I'd had more to drink. You really don't remember anything, Clarissa notes as she notices my tense posture. I don't have time to think about last night, I tell her. I want to find Atticus. She takes me to Damon's Jeep, and just as she promised, she gets me to the helicopter just in time. Everyone is now getting on board. Luckily for me, Atticus was still outside, waiting for the others to get in. Good luck, Clarissa shouts as she waves goodbye to me. I thanked her and ran towards Atticus. His gaze falls on me, and he looks surprised I'd come. The moment I reached him and felt his closeness, something strange happened. I got another memory. We were kissing in this memory at the front of the yacht, and it wasn't just a peck on the lips. It turns out Clarissa was telling the truth. I did kiss him in front of everyone. What are you doing here? He asks. He has to shout above the loud noises the helicopter makes as its blades spin. I'm coming with you, I tell him. It was hard to concentrate on his words when the memory of our kiss was still fresh in my head. Why did he kiss me back in front of Anya? And it wasn't just any kiss. It was the most passionate kiss I've ever had in my entire life. And why did I have to be drunk when it happened? I felt giddy inside from just the memory. I can't imagine how good it must have felt last night. Autumn, he says, this is about to turn into a massive battle. I didn't tell you for your good. I need you to stay back here. It's where you will be safe. I frown as another memory crashes into me. I could hear Anya shouting that she loved him. I covered my mouth with my hand as everything returned to me all at once. Our hot session in the spring, begging him to touch me. My friend going missing. And then finally, Atticus promising that he wasn't going to see Anya, but doing the exact opposite. The pain from last night crushes my heart. It explains why I woke up on the bathroom floor with puffy eyes. After everything that happened between us last night, how could he do that to me in the end? How, out of everything, I hated when someone lied to me. And Atticus was someone I trusted. I always thought that he wasn't someone that would lie. He promised not to see Anya, but he went and saw her right in front of our room where he knew I would be able to hear them both. Did he purposefully try to hurt me last night? Why else would he have an entire conversation in front of our room? And it wasn't just a conversation, they were hugging as well. I take a step back from him, and the look on his face tells me that he knows I remember everything that happened. Autumn, I'm going, Atticus. Nothing you say or do can stop me. I could barely face him anymore. He's not the man I fell in love with. The Atticus I loved would never betray me like this. He would never intentionally find ways to hurt me. Autumn. Atticus didn't try to stop me again. I think my anger was clearly showing, and he understood not to refuse me. I didn't try to hide it from him. He knows what he did last night. He knows why I do not want to speak to him. He knows that I saw him with Anya, and he knows what it did to me. If Clarissa could realize that I cried last night, he must see it also. Did he feel guilty at all? I walked past him and straight into the waiting helicopter. They didn't have time to waste. I hugged Maya as soon as I got onto it. That had been her name all along, Maya. And it turns out Kane was her mate. After speaking to her and ensuring she was okay, I'd left her to be with her mate. I could see how much they loved each other. He definitely loved her a lot. I could see it in his eyes whenever he looked at her, and I think she also felt his love. She knew he loved her plenty. Why couldn't I have the same thing with Atticus? Why did he have to love someone else? And why couldn't Anya leave us alone? The answer was simple. Atticus was the reason she wasn't letting go. He kept giving her reasons for her to fight for them. He kept running to her and protecting her, even though he knew his brothers could do an excellent job at that. He knew she didn't need him. She never needed him, even from the start. The more I thought about it, the more I got angry. I've loved Atticus for so many years. All I've wanted was for him to feel the same way about me. Yesterday, things happened between us that gave me hope that maybe, just maybe, there's a chance for us, a chance for him to feel what I felt for him. But him hugging Anya right after we came from the spring has dulled my hope. How could he be so intimate with me and hug her right after? It made me feel sick to my stomach just thinking about it. Autumn, he says as he joins my side, as if reading my mind. I think we need to talk. About everything. Does this look like the right time to have this discussion, Atticus? I snap as the helicopter lands. He seems taken aback by my tone. I've never been this harsh with him and hate being that way, but I can't seem to get rid of the anger. After all of this, I want to explain what happened. He tries once more. I didn't think there was anything that he could say to make this better. He helped me out of the helicopter even though I didn't want his help. Multiple vehicles are waiting for us, prepared to take us to our destination. The witch who'd taken baby Roman had made it clear who she wanted hostage. The women were preparing to save him. They were risking their lives to bring him back, even though some of them were pregnant. I admired their strength and courage. A reunion follows right after. Lucy's brothers joined us, and there were a few of them. I watch as they all hug and try to comfort her. I wish I could do something, anything, to make her feel better. I can't imagine losing my baby and wondering if I'll ever see him again. It's something no mother ever wants to experience. A notification on my phone catches my attention. I unlock it and stare at the message. I took a deep breath as I saw the name. It's from Anya. I don't want to look at it, but I can't resist. I want to know what she has to say to me. Part of me already knows it's about Atticus. Would she explain more about what happened between them last night after he dropped me in the room? Did he leave with her? I don't know what happened after I shut the door, and I was scared to find out. I didn't want to hurt my heart more than it had already been broken. Listen to the recording. You might hear something important. That was all she'd said. A recording? Was it from yesterday? I didn't have my headphones with me, so instead, I slowed the volume down and held the phone close to my ear as I listened. You will always come first, and you know that. I'm not sure what will happen after today, but I promise I will never look at her the way I look at you. We are mates. I can't look at another woman like I do you. But right now, sweetheart, I can't tell you I won't care for her. After today, I have responsibilities toward her, and I won't be able to ignore all of them. If you want me not to touch her, you know that certain traditions will require me to touch her. I can promise not to take her to bed, to not sleep with her. That's the most I can do for you, my mate. I'm sorry for failing you like this. I'm so sorry. The phone drops from my hand. That was Atticus, and I would know his voice anywhere. How could he make those promises to her? How could he promise never to take me to bed when we were husband and wife? He made these promises to her. She didn't force him to do it. He willingly said those things to her. The only reason why he's ever cared for me is because of his duty, because he's forced to do it. He's never really cared for me from his own free will. I'm reminded once more that Anya was his true love, not me, never me. It's always been her no matter how much it hurts me to admit it. I was stupid for thinking there was ever a chance for Atticus to love me. He's made it clear since the beginning how much Anya means to him. But hearing the way he spoke to her only made the pain harder. Another thought crashes into my mind and I clutch my chest. It couldn't be. He wouldn't do that to me. But the evidence was here. I couldn't deny it. Was his promise to her the real reason he didn't want to touch me yesterday? He claimed he didn't want to do it because I was drunk. But I didn't think that was his real reason anymore. He stopped anything from happening because of his promise to her. To never take me to bed. I couldn't believe this. I felt sick to my stomach. How could he do this to me? I will never look at her the way I look at you. I knew that. I've seen it happen 100 times before, but to hear him say those words to her, it was heart-wrenching. I could barely breathe. This wasn't happening. It was destroying everything, all the hopes I had for our future. It was destroying it all before it even had a chance of beginning. Autumn! Atticus turns to me at the sound of the phone hitting the ground. He kneels to pick it up. I'm trying to keep my emotions hidden from him under the circumstances we are currently facing. You dropped this. he says as he hands it to me. I take the phone from his hand, but I refuse to look him in the face. He's not the man I thought he was. He was a completely different person. I want to play the recording for him. I want him to know that I've heard everything he said to Anya. I want him to realize that he can stop pretending to be nice to me now. I know he doesn't care, but I know I can't let my pain get in the way of finding Roman. A baby would always be more important. No matter how hard it was, I had to ignore my feelings this one time. I would have plenty of time after to confront Atticus about everything that was said in this recording. I didn't think there was a single excuse he could use to justify what he said. These weren't harmless words. They were words meant to destroy our marriage. Promises that he made to Anya without once thinking about me and how I would feel if I ever found out, which I did. And out of everyone, Anya was the one that sent it to me. She was the one to throw it all in my face to remind me of who Atticus has always loved since the beginning. Atticus gets distracted by something Arthur said to him, and I use that opportunity to breathe again. I don't know if I should laugh or cry. All I've ever done was wish the best for both of them. Now it felt like they both wanted to hurt me. My hand tightened around the phone. I wanted him to feel the same pain that I was feeling. I wanted him to hurt the same way I did after listening to this recording. It's the first time I've ever wished for something this awful, but I'm angry, so angry with what he'd done. Atticus didn't try to talk to me again as we entered one of the vehicles waiting for us. It's possible he is also putting his feelings aside for the mission. We both understand that this is bigger than any of the problems in our marriage. Lucy and Austin were in a mess, their baby was in danger, and no one knew whether he was still alive or not. I'd never seen a child as loved as him. Many of the most powerful of our kind were present, ready to bring him safely home. No one cared about their well-being. He was all they cared about. When the vehicles stop, the women that Morgan, the witch, asked for in exchange for Roman, all separate from the rest of us. The men were in emotional distress after their mates left. They were trying to comfort each other, but it was a depressing sight to see. Everyone here loved their mates. They couldn't hide it, and they weren't trying to. I can't believe we have no choice but to wait here while our mates are locked in an abandoned castle with witches, Hunter growls. I've never felt this useless in my entire life. They can handle themselves, Lucas says with a fierceness in his eyes. They're strong. I believe that they can do this. I know they can. Paige Snow, another witch they'd invited to help, approached me. I was surprised that she had even noticed me under the circumstances. I didn't think anyone was paying attention to me. "What is your name?" she asks. "Autumn," I answer her. Her eyes are almost white as she scans my face. What was she looking for? "You seem familiar," she said as she held my chin and turned my face slightly to the left as if to get a better look at me. Fascinating. Very fascinating. Her words didn't make any sense to me. What was so fascinating about me? It seemed like she knew something that I didn't. "Do you like water, dear?" she asks in a strange tone. It was a weird conversation to ask someone if they liked water. But for me, it was even stranger that she'd ask that when I have always been terrified of water. "I'm terrified of it," I confess. She nodded as if she'd already known my response before I said anything. She was a powerful witch, according to everything I'd heard about her. Maybe she was able to look into my past or my future and saw something there that caught her by surprise. I knew that she was able to receive visions. Was that why her eyes had turned white when looking at me? Everyone I knew was always terrified of witches or at least disgusted by them. In our academy, it was no different. The witches in our school were often mistreated. No one trusted them. I've never felt uncomfortable around them, however. Instead, I've always felt sorry for how they were sometimes treated. Some of them didn't deserve it, while others did. A howl rocks the woods, and it distracts Paige from asking me more questions. The tension has just doubled. "They're in trouble," Hunter roars. I can feel Isabella's pain. We all held our breaths when we saw Gabriella racing toward us with Roman in her hands. There is a remarkable silence as we watch her move with incredible speed. Austin took him from her and kissed his forehead before reluctantly giving him back to her. Sadly, their reunion couldn't last long. He was worried about Lucy and the others. I barely knew those women, but something about them had drawn me closer to each of them, and I wanted to keep them safe. I wanted to protect them, even though fighting was never something I'd been good at. Multiple howls follow, different from the last. These are no doubt cries for help. I winced, feeling their pain from the sound of their cry alone. "Let's get moving," Austin shouts. "Paige, our wives need you. We need to get you to them, and we need to do it now. That's the most important task at this point." "It isn't going to be that easy," Paige says. "They're coming." Her eyes are white once more, and it's a little scary to look directly into them. Who was coming? We didn't know who she was speaking about, but the concern on her face told us all we needed to know. Within seconds, we're surrounded by vampires and werewolves, hungry for every single one of us. Everyone takes their position as they attack one, sometimes three of the enemies simultaneously. I'm amazed by the way they fought. It's my first time seeing a battle as big as this one up close. I was usually protected by my parents and had never had to experience anything like this until now. Atticus has more experience than I expected. His attacks are smooth and controlled as he brings his opponent to the ground. He grabs my hand as more approach and pulls me closer to Gabriella, who's still holding Roman in her arms. I'm surprised he's concerned about my safety, but I'm reminded that he's only doing this because of his duty as a husband. He isn't doing it because he wants to keep me out of danger. "This is worse than I expected it to be," he says. "Always expect the worst around us," Gabriella responds. Arthur chuckles despite the gravity of the situation. I'll believe her when she says that. It's nothing but the truth. "I'm so happy that you got Roman out of there safely," I tell Gabriella, "and I'm happy that he's safe." Despite the fear I felt for the other women, I knew we would all make it out alive. The men on our side were powerful and knew what they were doing. Hunter roars in frustration as he tries to kill as many as possible to get back to Isabella in time to save her. I've never seen men as in love as these groups of men in front of me. They were terrified of losing their mates. My eyes widen when I spot a vampire advancing on me. I don't know what happens next, but he somehow slows down just as he nears me. He's slow enough for me to stab him with the stake in my hands. He drops to the ground before me, but something else catches my attention. I can hardly breathe as I stare at the water droplets frozen in the sky. It feels like they're almost speaking to me, like they are alive and waiting for my command. Atticus looks back at me in shock, but he doesn't have an opportunity to ask me if I am okay as another vampire tries to tackle him. "I didn't know you could fight," Gabriella says in a surprised whisper. I'm impressed. Even I didn't know that I knew how to fight. When Atticus had given me the stake earlier, I didn't think I'd know how to use it, but I was full of surprises today. I look at the sky again, but the water droplets have disappeared. What was that? I still wasn't sure what had forced the vampire to slow down, but I was happy that I was able to protect myself. Kane is shouting and panicking as he realizes that we wouldn't be able to get Paige back to the other women in time. They were on their own. Their lives now depended on their own strength. There are many witches inside the castle, Gabriella informs us. There is no telling what kind of spells they're using against them. We have to find a way to get back there. If I didn't have to protect Roman, I would be rushing to get back to them. The tension kept rising as everyone realized how much more dangerous this entire mission had turned into. Atticus glances at me, and I'm not sure if I saw correctly, but he looks relieved to know that I am here with him and not in as much danger as the other women were in. No, Autumn. He doesn't care for you. That voice note was the proof you needed. Don't get fooled. Don't let your heart bleed anymore because of him. You've let yourself hurt too much over him. It was time that you started to care for yourself and protect your heart at all costs. Lucy, Austin shouts suddenly. There's no hiding the joy on his face. I followed his gaze, and it was indeed her. He kills at an incredible rate to get to her. When he finally does, he pulls her into his arms and kisses her for as long as the enemies would let him. She runs to Roman next and takes him from Gabriella. She showers him with kisses, and I've never seen a baby this happy before. He's ecstatic to be in his mother's arms again. How is Maya? Kane demands. Is she okay? He can't hide the desperation in his voice as he waits for confirmation from Lucy. I think we all held out breaths as we waited for her to answer. It doesn't look good that she was the only one to return. Her body was covered in bruises and blood. "She is," Lucy assured him. "And Isabella?" Hunter shouts as he knocks a werewolf to the ground. "Where the fuck is she?" "They're all safe," she assures everyone as they all begin asking for their mates. "They will be here soon. They're just finishing up with the other witches. The danger is over on that end. Now it's time to finish here and get my baby home and away from danger." Not long after she said that, the other women show up. I'm happy to see everyone reunite with their loved ones. I think everyone breathes a sigh of relief. Everything would be okay now. Roman was safe, and the women were back safe and sound. A piercing scream rocks the forest. I freeze. I think we all do. Did I speak too soon? It was Maya. She was the one to scream. We all look up and are shocked to see Cain falling to the ground with blood pouring out his chest and mouth. My heart sank at the heartbreaking sight in front of me. This wasn't happening. She couldn't lose him. They were too much in love, and she was pregnant with his babies. They couldn't separate from each other. It was unfair. Gabriella screams when she sees him on the ground. He's her brother, and she's also hurt to see him losing his life in front of her. She kills the vampire responsible for stabbing him and returns to Maya's side as quickly as she can. It's hard to hold back the tears. I barely knew them, but I could feel their pain. They were good people. They didn't deserve this. Despite my anger with Atticus, I still reach for his hand. He tightens his hold on it as we watch with tear-filled eyes. Lucy rushes to their side, and something unusual happens next. Roman begins to fuss in his mother's arms, and it looks like he understands exactly what is happening around him. He reaches forward and touches the wound on his chest after Lucy gives him to Maya. I gasp when he begins to glow in a dazzling light. I can't see anything. I don't think we can. But something is definitely going on. When the glow dies down, it's shocking to see Cain's wound healed, almost like it wasn't there to begin with. How on earth was that even possible? What's even more impressive is Cain waking up right after like nothing had happened. How was he alive? I've never seen anything this amazing in my entire life. Everyone surrounds them, amazed by what Roman just did. The enemies were either all dead or seriously injured. It was safe, at least for now. I had to hope that there were no more surprises. I don't think we were up for any more surprises after what happened today. This was enough. News will spread like wildfire, Atticus notes as he looks around us. Your family lives up to their name. We all knew how powerful Austin's pack was. It was feared throughout the supernatural world, and his achievements have even been discussed at the academy. Now that his family kept growing, his power was only intensifying. It also meant that his enemies were also increasing in numbers. Austin shakes his hand. We are thankful for your help today. You and your wife have shown your loyalty. If you need us for anything, I promise we will be there. I watched as they hugged and told each other how grateful they were to have them in their lives. It was so good to see. Roman was showered with kisses from everyone present. He was being passed around and given a few seconds with each couple. They expressed their joy at having him back safely. We're hosting a party tonight in honor of having both Maya and Roman back in our lives. You are invited, of course. We will be happy if you can attend. Austin informs us. Atticus agreed and shook his hand once more. We have some time, he answers him. I can see that he still wants to speak to me, but I've been avoiding him. I wasn't ready to have a good conversation with him. We were still around others, and after everything they'd just been through, I didn't want to cause any more problems for this family. When we arrived at the palace, owned by Austin's parents, and Maya had reunited with her parents, the women separated from the men to get dressed for the party, pulling me along with them. How are things with Atticus? Maya asks me. I saw when Anya fainted for the wedding. Then she was all over him in the yacht. Gabriella points out. Many of us noticed it, and were angry that they would act that way in front of you. Everyone noticed how close they were that night. At least I knew I wasn't being unreasonable. Things were improving a little, I confess. But that happiness didn't last long. Things are worse now than they were in the beginning. Worse Maya asks in surprise. I was hoping it would be better now that you're away from Anya. Maybe we can get the both of you to spend more time with us. That way, you don't have to worry about her getting between your relationship with your husband. Even when Anya wasn't around, she was still causing problems. She didn't have to be here to drift Atticus and me apart. The voice note was enough proof of that. It's too late for that, I whisper. They looked at each other, and I needed to explain myself adequately. They needed to hear for themselves what I'd heard. I take my phone out and play the recording for them to understand what I meant. They both gave each other a knowing look, and neither was surprised. How could that be? Why weren't they as surprised as me when I'd first heard it? It's almost like they already knew what he'd said to her. We were in the spa room when this conversation took place, Gabriella confessed. We heard the entire thing. So this is when the recording was taken. On my wedding day, while they were in the spa room together. If Anya has had the recording since then, why did she choose today to send it to me? It's almost like she was waiting for the perfect opportunity to use it on me. My heart hurts to know that I never knew Anya, even after all the time we've spent together. I thought she was my friend, but my mother seemed right about her this entire time. Anya sent this to you? Maya asks to confirm. I nod. Gabriella rolls her eyes. I can't believe she recorded him. I'm sure he doesn't even know she did that. I thought she was a nice person and just hurting because her mate was marrying you. But something tells me that there's more to her. She's a sneaky little bitch. You're right, Maya agrees. She does seem sneaky. And she's out to break the two of you up. Did anything other than this recording happen while you were in the room with them? I ask. It always bothered me. Did they do anything else but speak to each other? The video I saw of them on my engagement night still haunted me. Gabriella sighs. Anya kept begging him to stop the wedding. She told him how much she loved him, and that she didn't want him touching you or looking at you the way he looked at her. I think that's when the recording started, him responding to her. Other than that, nothing else happened. It didn't make me feel any better. I was hoping that Atticus was forced to say those things to her, that he didn't mean it. But I knew I was hoping for the impossible. Every minute since we got married has been a roller coaster ride for me, and it doesn't seem like it is about to ease up anytime soon. Don't let her win, Maya tells me. He's your husband. He married you. It may not look like it now, but he chose you, even if he doesn't realize it yet. I wanted to believe Maya, but I knew she was only trying to comfort me. She would say anything as long as she thought it would make me feel better about the situation. I know they can see how much this is affecting me. It was always hard to hide my feelings whenever Atticus was involved. I didn't want to fight for Atticus if he wasn't fighting for me. What was the point of fighting for him when he made it clear that he would never look at me the way he looks at her? I could read between the lines. He could never love me, not when his heart already belonged to her. Let's get you dressed up, Gabriella says as she pulls me into Maya's room. I have plenty of options for you, Maya tells me. Since you aren't pregnant, we're pulling out the sexiest dresses I own. She hands me a selection of her dresses, and Gabriella and I leave the room so that she can have her spicy time with Kane. We knew they wanted some time alone after everything they'd been through. It showed in her eyes how much she wanted to be near him. I think you should wear this white dress, Gabriella says as we enter the guest room. You'll take his breath away when he sees you in this, I'm sure of it. It's very short and revealing, but it's beautiful. I wasn't sure if it would make any sense to do this anymore, however. Anya is the woman he wants and can't take his eyes off. If I went through all this trouble and he didn't bother even looking my way, I didn't want to do that to myself anymore. I know things may seem hard now, Autumn, but I promise you that life improves, she says. One day you'll look back and be happy that you never gave up. Thank you, Gabriella. She didn't have to be this nice to me. They just had their problems, yet she was trying to comfort me. It's crazy that women like this existed all this time, yet I chose Anya as my best friend. If I'd known that this was what true friends were like, I would have known that Anya was a fake from the start. Gabriella nods, and after we both take a long shower, She pulls me toward the mirror to add some makeup to my face. After getting dressed, we both step into the ballroom, which is packed with hundreds of people. Half of them I'd never even met before. The invitations were only sent out today. It's crazy how quickly the guests arrived. It's easy to spot Atticus. He's speaking with Arthur, and they seem to be getting along very well. Look at our men. It's good that they're bonding since we're going to be great friends, and they need to get used to being around each other, Gabriella teased. I laugh. You're right. It's good that they learn to get along to prepare for the future. However, I think they've been friends even before we entered the picture. She laughs. I think you're right. Atticus turns and sees me. He turns back to Arthur without acknowledging my presence. But then he slowly glances back at me, almost as though he didn't recognize me the first time. His eyes travel up my legs, and I can see the flicker of emotions in his gaze. Did he like the dress, or did he hate it? Arthur hugs Gabriella as we join their sides. You look beautiful. He compliments her. It's a bit awkward for Atticus and me as they shower each other with kisses. Not that it wasn't beautiful how much they loved each other. It's just that I know it's different between us. We don't have the kind of relationship that Arthur and Gabriella has. Ours is messed up, and my husband is in love with my best friend. Atticus swallows as he glances at me. Do you think now is a good time for us to talk? I looked up at him, unsure if I wanted to hear what he had to say. The wounds were still fresh from listening to the voice note. What do you want to talk about? I ask. Someone bounces into me and pushes me straight against him. He grabs me by my waist and glares at the man. I close my eyes as his hands on my body remind me of our time last night together. It was magical, something out of this world. I wish it could always be like that between us, but I know it's just not possible as long as Anya is between us, keeping us apart. He gently moves my hair out of my face and tucks it behind my ear. My lips part, and I hate how much my heartbeat speeds up because of his small gesture. Why does every single thing that he does affect me this much? Why can't I be stronger than this and forget this spark I felt whenever he touched me? The kiss, he says, and my face turns red at those two words. Do you remember the kiss? He elaborates as he searches my eyes. I pretended not to remember the last time I got drunk. I didn't want to do the same thing this time. I do, I confess. I remember everything about the kiss. His eyes flash with some unknown emotion as he nods. He hasn't let go of me yet. His hands are still on my waist, holding me against his warm body. I do too. I remember every second of that kiss, he says, and I remember what you said to me right before you kissed me. What was the meaning behind that confession? What was he getting at? What are you trying to tell me, Atticus? I question. What is the point of bringing it up now? His hands tighten on my waist. Do you remember what happened after? He asks. Why was he avoiding my question? What? I ask, pretending not to know. He leans into me so that his lips are right above my ear. The spring. Just those two words, and my blood is already racing in my veins. Why was he bringing this up to me now? I could barely keep a straight face with the reminder of everything that had occurred between us in the spring. My body was still tingling from his touch, and the way he stared at me like I was his most precious treasure. Our time in the spring was what had fooled me into thinking that there was a chance for our marriage to work. The heat, the need, the spark. It was all there, but apparently that wasn't enough for Atticus. He needed something more that I couldn't give him, and that was his mate. I'd come between the two of them, and I was still paying the price for it. Anya warned me before. She knew this would happen from the beginning. It turns out she understood him better than I did. I thought I knew almost everything about him, but I hate how wrong I've been all this time. I'm not sure what you're speaking about. I lie. He pulls away to stare into my eyes. You don't remember what you asked me while we were in the water? I was drunk, I remind him. I know there is plenty that I did and didn't say. What is your point? I was trying to fight the strong desire to kiss him again, but I was losing the battle and fast. It was hard to resist when he kept reminding me of our time together. It brought all of the feelings rushing back into my body. I want to know that I made the right decision last night, Autumn, he says, making me even more confused. But your reaction to me today makes me feel like I made a huge mistake. He did make a mistake. His mistake was every promise he made to Anya before marrying me. He shouldn't have done that, and especially not on our wedding day. I don't know what you're referring to, I say once more, making it harder for him to explain. He breathes roughly. Let's talk about what you saw when you opened your door and saw Anya with me. He says, ignoring what I just said. It wasn't the way it looked to you. Those words angered me because I knew exactly what I saw last night. My eyes did not deceive me. It didn't matter if I was intoxicated or not. I knew what I saw. Then tell me, Atticus. Explain to me what happened, I whisper. Tell me why I should ever trust you again after what I saw with my own eyes last night. I wasn't aware that Anya was waiting outside for me after I left the room. He explains as one of his hands slides to my lower back. I did not ask her to meet me there. I was telling the truth when I told you I was going to help search for Maya. I did not lie to you. If that's true, why was she hugging you and screaming that she loved you? I demand. I may be kind, and I may let others walk all over me because I care for them, but I'm not stupid, Atticus. I know what I saw between the two of you, and it's not the first time I've seen it happen. It happened on my engagement day, my wedding, and the same night that was supposed to be special for us. I refuse to believe you weren't at fault in any of these situations. I know what I saw. He can't convince me that something else happened. He needed to explain himself better than this, and maybe then I would consider what he had to say. Atticus takes a deep breath, and I can tell that my words have broken his composure. He drops his gaze lower so that his eyes are glued to mine. I know it doesn't look good, Autumn, but I swear my intention was never to hurt you any of those times. And I'm telling the truth. I didn't know Anya was going to be there. She's having difficulty coming to terms with this marriage. She's been acting out because of it. I'm only trying to help her. He tries to reason with me. I'm not saying that I'm innocent in any of this. I'm just trying to prove to you that I'm not as bad as you think I am. Ask anyone here. I was helping to look for Maya last night. Ask Clarissa if you want to. She won't lie to you. She likes you. She will tell you the truth. I was with my siblings the entire night, and Anya was nowhere near any of us. I'm not even sure what she did after we left the house. What you saw in front of you last night was the most that happened between us. I left her there. I didn't speak to her again since then. And that's the truth. I know you have no reason to trust me after everything that's happened since this wedding was announced, but I'm asking that you please trust me this once. While his words did make me feel a little better, they didn't dull the pain completely. This explanation still didn't cover the voice note, and I knew that he actually said those things. Gabrielle and Maya confirmed it for me. They were there. They heard everything. What made this harder to accept was the day he chose to make those promises to her. The same day we repeated our vows, his promises to her were more meaningful than the ones made to me. I've listened to your explanations, but there is still something that I'm not okay with, I confess. Something I don't think I'll ever be okay with. I don't think there is anything you can say to make up for it, but I still want to give you a chance to explain yourself. His body stills. What is it? Tell me so that I can at least try and fix it. I don't want things to be bad between us, Autumn. I want to make this work. I can see the curiosity and worry on his face as he waited for me to give a proper explanation. I take a deep breath as built up the courage to confront him about the one thing that broke all of the trust I had in him and our marriage. The voice note. I snap. My voice is sharper than it's ever been in my entire life. I want you to explain the voice note to me. I want you to explain everything that you said in that recording. He looks surprised by my words. Voice note? I don't know of any recording. Are you sure it was me? I took my phone out and sent it to him. I could have played it for him from my phone, but I wanted him to always have it with him so he could replay it and remember how much he'd hurt me. I wanted these words to haunt him just like I knew they would haunt me for the rest of my life. I just sent it to your phone, I inform him. You can listen to it and tell me your thoughts on it. I want your opinion on what I should do after you listen to the recording. I want to know what you would have done if you were in my position and someone sent something like that to you. He's about to open our chat when Damon's caller ID shows up. I frown. Why was he calling now? He ends the call in front of me, showing me that I was more important to him now. However, Damon calls again in a split second. It has to be serious. Dante messages at the same time and insists that he picks up his phone. Give me 1 second, he whispers before walking away to answer his brother's call. Atticus. I wanted to hear what else Autumn had to say to me, but I knew my brothers wouldn't be this impatient for any trivial matter. What's going on? I ask as I answer Damon's third call. Come home now, he shouts from the other end. I stopped walking. I could hear the panic and fear in his voice. I'm now frozen on the spot. What could have happened while I was gone? What's wrong? I demand. I held my breath as I waited for an explanation. Anya tried to harm herself. She threw herself out of the yacht, he explains. She almost drowned. She's in the hospital. She's in critical condition. We need you here with us. She needs you. I can't move. His words have left me dumbfounded. I knew Anya was taking everything hard, but never once did I think she was capable of trying to hurt herself over this. I'll tell Autumn, and we will both return home as quickly as we can, I promise him. And Atticus, he adds, please don't say anything that could hurt her feelings when you return. It's hard to see her like this. I take a deep breath. I've been an ass to her this entire time. Never once did I think Damon would ever have to ask me to watch what I say in front of Anya. You don't have to worry about me. I'll be good. I promise him. I end the call and walk over to where Autumn stands, a little distance from me. She was still hostile toward me, but I didn't have time to fix it anymore. Anya needed both of us. My brothers needed me home as well. I never let them down, and I didn't plan to do it now. I can only hope that Autumn would understand my situation. As soon as this was over, we could continue this conversation. We need to get home now, I tell her. Something horrible just happened. Everyone needs us back home. Her entire demeanor changes. Home? But I'm enjoying the party. Why must we leave? What could be so bad that we must leave right away? Something happened with Anya. Her eyes immediately darken a shade at the mention of Anya. Are you being serious right now? She demands. Are you trying to ask your wife to leave this wonderful party so you could get home to your mate and ex-girlfriend? Do I look like a joke to you, Atticus? When she says it like that, it sounds worse than it was. I would never do this if it weren't this serious. But Autumn doesn't think that way, and it's understandable why she's reacting like this. I don't have time for this, however. We could talk about it in the vehicle. Autumn. I don't want to hear anything you have to say to me, Atticus. I'm not leaving this party. I don't care what you have to say. She snaps. I'm happy here. These are my friends, and unlike the person you want me to look after, they actually treat me well. I exhale loudly and run a hand through my hair. Autumn, she's in the hospital. She almost drowned. She tried to hurt herself. I know your friendship is strained, but she was your friend at one point. Don't you want to make sure that she's okay? She needs you right now. She needs both of us. My brothers need us. Can't you put your differences aside just this once? She looked surprised by what I said, and I saw the flicker of concern in her eyes. She still cared about Anya, even if she tried to deny it. Her gaze hardens suddenly, and she folds her arms stubbornly. What does that have to do with us, Atticus? She has your brothers to tend to her. They do a good job of protecting her. She doesn't need me. She wasn't listening to me. Anya needs me, Autumn, I growl. I'm leaving now, with or without you. I know my words have struck her, but I needed to get back home. I know I'll regret leaving her, but I'm not thinking right. Hearing that Anya was in the hospital sent me into a panic mood. Then go, she hissed. I'm staying here for the party. Since I'm not the one that you care about, I'll find my way back home on my own. Okay, I say. If that's what you want, so be it. I turn and walk away from her without saying anything else. I know I'll pay for this shortly. Leaving Autumn here is the worst thing I can do tonight. I felt my heart squeeze the further I went away from her. I hope she forgives me. Autumn. I couldn't believe Atticus had left me to go to Anya. I could never forgive him for this. He's just proven that everything he said in the voice note was genuine. She would always come first, and I hated that I had to live with this for the rest of my life. I already knew it was true, but to see him prove it on the same day I received the recording does not make any of this more manageable for me. Everything was changing for me in a split second. The image I had of Atticus in my head was slowly drifting away. Was the man of my dreams entirely made up? Was he indeed this horrible toward me? "Are you sure you're okay?" Gabriella asks me. "You can tell us if you need anything. We are here to help." "We are," Lucy assured me. "The girls caught us up with everything you're going through. We are here to help make it better. Anything you want, tell us." There was nothing they could do to help the pain that I felt in my heart to know that, yet again, Atticus had left me stranded to ensure that Anya was okay. Every second I'm reminded of the voice note Anya sent me and how true everything was. How could it not be true when it came from Atticus's mouth? He hadn't said those words to Anya to make her feel better about the marriage. He said it because it was the truth. After everything, I still hate how worried I am about Anya despite everything she's done to me recently. Part of me wanted to go with him and ensure she was okay. The other half that won reminded me that she hated me and was desperate to separate us from each other. To me, this was just another plan of hers to get Atticus to leave me and run to her. Why would she send me that voice note and then try to harm herself? It didn't make any sense. The only thing that made sense was the truth. She only did it all to separate the both of us. Why did I ever think that marrying Atticus would be a good idea? I wasn't thinking clearly. I thought that being near him would help make me happy. I thought that it would be like living a dream because I would constantly be around the man I was in love with. I realize now how wrong I'd been to think that way. For the rest of my life, I'll have to be reminded that Atticus loved Anya. Every day I would have to live with this truth, and it's something I can't put myself through. If Anya weren't around, things would have been so much easier for us, but she wasn't about to allow us to be happy. She will always be around because of Damon and Dante. What had I done? I'd ruined my whole life by agreeing to this marriage. I couldn't keep this up. I had to find a way to stop this, to stop myself from hurting. But I couldn't just ignore my feelings. I wish there were an off switch, one that I could use whenever I was around my husband. "You don't look too good," Maya says as she guides me to a chair. "Would you like some water to drink?" I shook my head. "I'm good, thank you." "I can't believe Atticus is such an ass," Gabriella hissed. "How could he leave you here for her? Sometimes men do the shittiest things, and I don't know how we ever forgive them because they don't deserve us." Wasn't that the truth? Men were always screwing us over and then expecting us to forgive them as if nothing happened. Did they not realize the pain they put us through? "Wow," Arthur says, pretending to be hurt by her words. "Remember, your anger is towards Atticus, not me. We're good. He's not. We are. I hope he doesn't make things rough for me tonight." Maya laughs. "I'm sure she knows that, Arthur. Do not worry so much. You're safe. We know where to direct our anger." "Of course, you can say that since you made up with Cain." Gabriella teases her. "Talking about Cain, the man hasn't been able to keep his eyes off you for the entire night. If you weren't already pregnant, you would have been again by the night's end." Maya blushes and hits her arm. Gabriella was only speaking the truth. Cain was mesmerized by Maya the entire night. The man was in love, insanely in love with his mate. "We're straying from the main point, and that's Autumn. Let's do something fun to cheer her up." "I don't think I'm up for anything," I confess. "I just want to get back home. Not to Atticus, but I need a place to rest and forget that today ever happened. Maybe I could return to my parents for a day. I would make up a lie and hopefully they wouldn't question why I wasn't with Atticus." "Please stay one night, and tomorrow I promise we will get you back home early," Gabriella begs. "We hate to see you like this. We at least want to make you smile once tonight. That's all we're asking for." I knew what I had to do. I kept making it easy for Atticus and pretending like whatever he did didn't affect me. All of that would change from today. "I just have one thing I want to do," I tell them. "Can you show me to the washroom?" After following their directions, I shut the door to the bathroom. I looked through my contacts on my phone and dialed the number when I found what I was looking for. "Mrs. Fawn." "You can still call me Rivera Peter," I tell him. He was our family's lawyer. but he has always been kind and loyal to me. I trusted him. It's the only reason why I called. Anyone else, I wouldn't trust them to keep this a secret. "What can I do for you?" he asks with a chuckle. "I want you to prepare divorce papers for me," I answer him. There is a pause on the line. "You just got married. Are you sure this is what you want to do? Do your parents know what you're up to?" I exhale loudly. "No, they do not know this, Peter. That's why I called you. You're the only one I trust with something like this. I want those divorce papers by tomorrow morning." "I don't understand. You know they can ruin my life if they find out I did this for you." He reminds me. I sigh. "I promise they won't find out. This is not going to be made public." I'm not even sure if I'm going to go through with this. I'm angry and not thinking logically. Maybe I'll change my mind by tomorrow, but for now I knew that I wanted those papers, and I planned on giving them to Atticus. I know it's the last thing he'll be expecting from me, and that's what I wanted, to shock him just like he did to me tonight. I want him to feel what it's like to feel betrayed by the person you married, to do things that your partner hated. I know this was a drastic decision, but I was ready to treat him the way he treated me. Instead of putting him first, I was putting myself first. Atticus. I rushed into the private hospital. This was where Damon and Dante had brought Anya to. It was the safest hospital of our kind. We knew the owners well, and they'd given her one of the best rooms available. I was happy that they did. I still cared for Anya, and she only harmed herself because of me. I felt guilty, like this was all my fault. I was too harsh on her. Since the beginning, I've been too hard on her. "Mr. Fawn," the receptionist greets me. "How can we help you today?" "I'm looking for Anya Edwina," I tell her. "What room number is she in?" "Number 10. She answered me. "It's to the end of the first floor. It's a big room. You can't miss it." I nodded and ran in the direction she pointed to me. My heart drops when I spot the room. I'm scared of what would be waiting for me behind that door. I push open the door and rush inside. I scan the room for her or my brothers. Damon is the first person that I see, and he's holding his head in frustration. He looks like he's just been through hell. When the door closes, he looks up. "You've made it," he says as he spots me. I squeeze his shoulder before moving toward the bed. Anya's eyes are closed, and multiple machines are hooked up to her. It's a terrifying sight to see. I never once thought that I would have to see her like this. We always kept her safe and away from all harm. It was difficult seeing her like this for the first time. I took a seat on the chair next to her. Dante was on the other side, and he looked pissed. Maybe he's angry with me. He knows I'm to blame for this. I try to speak to him, but he ignores me. I turn to Damon instead. At least he was the calmer one between the two of them. "How is she doing?" I ask Damon. "Not good." He sighs. "Not good at all. The doctors are trying their best. She was close to losing her life, Atticus. I felt everything flash before me in those few seconds. It all happened so fast. I had to move quickly to save her. I'm glad I got to her in time. This could have turned out differently for all of us. She might not have been here if I didn't see her when she fell out of the boat. I was lucky to have been there at the right time. I can't believe she did this without thinking about the rest of us, and what would have happened if we'd lost her." My brother looked traumatized, and I can't imagine how much harder it must have been for him to have witnessed everything right in front of him. Hearing this was not making this entire situation easy for me. It was making it a hell of a lot more difficult to handle my emotions. I kept remembering the way I treated her when she tried to hug me that night. I was so concerned about Autumn opening the door and seeing us that I didn't recognize Anya's cry for help. She needed me that night. I knew she was acting out, but I chose to push her away. I didn't know what the fuck to do anymore. It was wrong to keep running to her side, but how did I not show up when something like this happened? She nearly died. How could I ignore something like that? And it wasn't just her that I was there for. I was also trying to support my brothers during this difficult time. We always stuck together. "I think you should look at this." Damon says as he hands me a letter. "Anya had written this for you before she tried to take her life. She wanted you to have it." My hands closed over the flimsy piece of paper. I slowly opened it. I wasn't sure if this was something I wanted to read right now. The guilt was already eating me alive. I move away from him and lean against the wall. I want some privacy while reading it. Dear Atticus, I know that you'll be reading this after my passing. I know you may be wondering why I did what I did, but I'm doing this for both of us. I can't stand the thought of seeing you with another woman. It's even harder for me, knowing that it's Autumn. I've lost both my mate and my best friend at the same time. The pain is too much for me. I'm sorry for everyone that I know I'm going to hurt from my selfish actions tonight. I wanted you to know how much I love you. That's why I'm doing this. I keep coming between you and Autumn, and I don't want to do it anymore. It's not my intention to separate the both of you. I can't stop my actions sometimes, and it's only because it's hard for my body to accept you with her. I'm tired of trying to be strong for both of us. I realize that you're ready to move on from me. I realize that you don't love me anymore. I can feel you slowly drifting away from me, and I'd rather die than live to see the day when I'm no longer the number one woman in your life. I'm sorry for loving you this much and for being selfish when it comes to you. Goodbye, Atticus. I hope that one day you can forgive me. It should have never ended this way between us. Love, Anya. My hands were shaking as I leaned against the wall, staring at her pale, unconscious face. I can't stop the tear from flowing down my cheek. I didn't know that a letter could have such a strong effect on someone. I was fighting hard to hold everything together. I walk over to her motionless body and kneel on the ground beside her. I gently held her hand in mine. I'm so sorry, Anya. I'm so sorry for everything. I hope that you can forgive me. I never meant to hurt you. I never meant to make you cry or push you to hurt yourself. I'm sorry for all the promises I had to break. You deserve better. You always have. She does deserve better. Dante snaps. That's why Damon and I will be by her side every second of the day, making up for your betrayal. It hurt to hear my own brother say something like that to me. Hurting Anya meant that I was also hurting both of them. It's why he was so angry with me. Dante, I don't want to hear what you say, Atticus, he hissed. I can never forgive you for this. She told me all the things you said to her. You're the one that pushed her to do this to herself. You're the one that's been making this entire situation harder on her. His words didn't make me feel any less guilty than I already felt. I didn't know what the right thing to do anymore was. Trying to push Anya away so that I could make my marriage with Autumn work had pushed Anya to her breaking point. I was the reason she was in this hospital bed. How could trying to do the right thing turn into something so wrong? I was having a constant battle within myself. A part of me was crazy about protecting Autumn, and another made sure I ran to Anya's side. I was conflicted about my feelings. I didn't know how to explain or act on them. I'll have to fix my relationship with Dante after today. I've never seen him this angry with me. I didn't want today to cause a strain on our brotherhood. Where is Autumn? Damon asks me. Did you leave her home? I swallow. The reminder of where I left her didn't make me feel better. I had screwed up my life in all possible ways to do so in just one night. Everyone was hurting because of me. It seemed I was the problem. I caused trouble wherever I went. Anya was in here because of me, and Autumn was hurt because I kept putting Anya first. She stayed back with Austin's family. She's getting along well with the women there, making new friends. I explain. Autumn was good at making friends. People loved her quickly. Damon knows by my response that it isn't as simple as I'd made it seem. Anyone would realize that Autumn and I argued when I chose to come here tonight. You should get some sleep, I tell Damon. You also, Dante. I can keep an eye on her until she wakes up. It's the least I can do after everything I've put her through. We're not going anywhere, Damon tells me. I'm staying by her side. Dante says as well. I can't trust you to take good care of her anymore. I nodded. I understood that they weren't going anywhere until they knew she was safe from danger. I would have done the same thing as they were doing. It was the next day, and we were still waking for Anya to regain consciousness. It's been an entire night of torture for the three of us as we waited for updates on her. None of us had slept, and we weren't planning on getting any until she'd awakened. I called Arthur last night to give me an update on how Autumn was doing. He didn't get to say much before Gabriella grabbed the phone and ended the call. Apparently, they were also pissed at me. Now I was left wondering what she was doing and whether or not she was still pissed at me for leaving her yesterday. The more I thought about it, the more I got angry with myself for leaving her there. I should have insisted she'd come with me. I could have lifted her and taken her with me. Anything would have been better than leaving her and making her think the worst possible things about me. Anya, Dante gasps, and all three of us rush to the side of her. She blinks a couple of times before her eyes settle on the three of us before zeroing in on me. "I'm sorry," she cries. "I'm sorry for scaring all of you and thinking about only myself. Please forgive me. I was wrong. I'm so sorry." Her apology squeezed my heart, threatening it to explode. "Don't apologize. I'm the one that needs to apologize for everything, Anya. I'll be more careful now and choose words that don't hurt you. I promise to do better from now on." Dante hugs her, and Damon does as well. I excused myself, giving my brothers time alone with her. I knew she wanted me there, but I had plenty on my mind. Now that I knew she was out of danger, I couldn't get Autumn out of my head. The voice note was staring me in my face. I never got the chance to listen to it. I wasn't sure that it would change anything now. I'd ruined chances for Autumn and me to have a good relationship after running out on her last night. She stayed back with people she barely knew. I left her there on her own. The least I could have done was have a vehicle sent back for her. Anything would have been better than just walking out on her like she was just some average person in my life. I kept messing things up in every direction that I turned. Nothing was going well. My entire life was a mess, and I had no idea how to fix it. I pressed play. I had to at least listen to what had her upset with me to know how to fix it. I knew I had a lot of making up to do after yesterday. This was an excellent way to start. As the voice note begins to play, my blood runs cold. This couldn't be what I thought it was. The more it played, the more it was confirmed. This was everything I'd promised Anya on my wedding day, promises that I regretted making. How did she get this recording? There wasn't anyone else but Anya and me in the room at the recording time, and I was sure that I didn't record our conversation. That only left Anya. Would she stoop so low to push Autumn and me further apart? How could I question her when she was still recovering from almost drowning? I walk back into the room, and Anya sits on the bed, eating. It's just the two of us in here now. Damon and Dante left to get her some get-well presents. They were about to shower her with hundreds of gifts. She smiles brightly. It's an innocent smile. But there is only one thing on my mind after listening to that voice note, and that was finding out if she was the one that had sent this to Autumn. It would mean that she had evil intentions from the start. It can also prove that she was the one that posted that video of us from the engagement night. I don't want it to be true. I don't want to believe that Anya was this sneaky. I also don't want to start an argument after what happened just a day ago. I'm conflicted about what to do. "I'm so happy you came back to see me, Atticus," she whispers with a twinkle in her eyes. It's the happiest I've seen her since I'd gotten married. "I thought I had lost you for good, but this proves that you still care for me. You still have me in your heart. I'm still the most important woman in your life. I feel like the luckiest girl alive with you by my side. Thank you for coming for me." "You're that happy that I came back just to make sure you're okay?" I ask. She grins wider. "I am. So happy. Can't you see it, Atticus? Can't you see how happy you make me? No one else does this for me but you. If I made you that happy by coming here to see you, can you give me something in return?" I question her. She pauses, unsure of how to respond to that. I'm not one to ask her for favors. I knew this would have surprised her. "What is it that I can do for you?" she asks hesitantly. "I want you to answer me truthfully," I explain. "Answer you?" she asks, confused. "But you haven't asked me any questions." I unlocked my phone and found my chat with Autumn. Without a second thought, I pressed play on the voice note. I paid close attention to her expression as my voice filled the room. Her face goes a pale white, and she can barely look me in the eyes. "Did you or did you not send this voice note to Autumn?" I ask. She goes reticent, trying her best to avoid me. "I don't feel too well, Atticus," she says as she hides behind her blanket. "Anya," I say through gritted teeth, Did you record me when we were in the spa room? We were the only two people in there. I didn't record us. That leaves you. Did you record me and send that voice note to Autumn? I push the chair backward, and it flies into the wall. I can't believe this. I was trying my best to stay calm since we were still in the hospital, and she was still recovering, but it was damn hard. I came here. I left Autumn by herself so that I could come here and make sure that you were okay. I still consider you Anya. I still care for you, but do you care for me? Do you care for Autumn? I keep putting a strain on my relationship with Autumn because I want to protect you. But how can I protect you when you keep doing things like this? How can I trust you? How can I be your friend when you keep betraying me? Friend, she says the word like it's poison to her. Why do you think I want you to be my friend? I've had enough of this. Before she can say anything else, I'm out of the door. I had to get back to Autumn. I had to apologize for acting like a fool. I had to beg for her forgiveness. I was wrong about everything. I should have never come here. I thought I was doing the right thing, but it was a big mistake. I was such a fool. Damon spots me as I head to the Jeep. Where are you going? Back to Autumn, I shout. She's still with Austin and his family. Autumn's home. He shouts back. You don't have to go far to get to her. Was she home? What was she doing at home? I was sure that she would have found any opportunity to avoid me after what I'd done. And that's what I would have deserved to begin with. How do you know that? I ask. Mom called. Autumn looked visibly upset when she returned home this morning. She wanted to know if you had anything to do with it. He explained. Fuck. What about Anya? Where are you going? Before he can finish, I'm already driving out of the parking lot. I didn't want to hear about Anya. I was tired of letting her control me like this. My mind is racing for ways to get Autumn to forgive me. Would showering her with presents get her to forgive me? I dialed the flower shop and requested 2,000 roses delivered to our home. I stopped on the way and bought a giant teddy bear as well as a dress that I knew would look perfect on her. I knew none of these things would be enough, but I wanted to do as much as I could to get her to forgive me. I would leave everything in the car and surprise her later with it. I didn't think Autumn was anything like Anya. Gifts wouldn't be enough to make her happy. But I wanted to at least try. I didn't want to apologize to her with only words. I wanted to do something special, something that would make it hard for her to not forgive me for how stupid I'd been all along. I pulled up to the house and practically jumped out of the Jeep as I raced into the house. Atticus! My mother shouts as she tries to stop me. Where is Autumn? I demand from her. I need to see her. We need to talk. I need to see her first, please. We can talk after. I assure her. She sighs. She's in your room. I nod. Thanks, Mom. I ran up the stairs and straight into my room. The door flies open, and I find her sitting on the bed with a paper in her hands. She looks up at me. She doesn't even look surprised to see me. The usual sparks in her eyes are not there, and it bothers me to the point that I want to tell her about it. She doesn't look happy to see me. What else should I expect after what I'd done to her? I checked the time on my watch, wondering how long it would be before the roses arrived. We need to talk, I tell her as I shut the door. There is plenty that I have to say to you. I listen to the voice note, and I want a divorce. I pause, dumbstruck. I refuse to believe that I've heard her correctly. She couldn't have possibly just asked me for a divorce. I step toward her, and she puts her hands out to stop me. I need you to keep your distance from me, Atticus. I want to keep a clear mind when I'm giving these papers to you. I need you to sign them today. Autumn, I growl. We just got married. I can't divorce you. If you can leave me stranded so that you could go running to be there for your ex-girlfriend, you can also take the time to sign a paper, Atticus. It's not that hard. I just need your signature. She snaps. We're not getting a divorce. We got into this because our parents forced us. Do you think you can just say no to them now? Do you think they'll allow their names to go down in the gutter because you suddenly decided that you don't want to stay married to me? I demand. Our parents don't have to know about it, she says. That's the whole point of it. We can stay in the same house and act like we're married, but they don't have to know anything. That way, you can keep seeing Anya whenever you like. It wouldn't be like betraying me when you leave me to run to her side anymore. It would be completely normal and the least of my worries. That way, I can also meet new people, ones who want to spend time with me, and that won't leave me to go to their ex. What the fuck? New people? Atticus. Autumn. Do you hear yourself? I was fuming both on the inside and the out. I hated the idea of Autumn getting to know any other man but me. Why would she even propose such an idea to me? Why did she think I would ever agree to something like this? Our lives are already tied together. Marriage is not a joke. Every second we spent in that spring was meaningful. It was a ritual meant to tie us together for life. I growl. Why are you talking about divorce like it's nothing? Did all of that mean nothing to her? It was a joke to you, Atticus. The spring was a joke to you. Marriage is a joke to you, or you wouldn't treat me as you did since I said I do. I'm not the one that disrespected you every step of the way. That was all you. You're the one that lets everyone say the worst things about our relationship. Have you seen the articles? The most recent one has a lot to say about you rushing to the hospital without me after Anya almost drowned. You should take some time to read it. That's not the only one. There are hundreds of them that speak the truth about your relationship with me and your relationship with her. I might as well hand over the recording to them. I'm sure they will have a wonderful time playing it for the whole world to hear. Maybe Anya has already done that, and they're just waiting for the right opportunity to post it for everyone to listen to it. You bring embarrassment to our marriage. Why should I want to stay married to you? Her words cut through me like a knife. Since when has Autumn ever been this brutal? I know I messed up. I knew when I found out that Anya had sent her that recording. I didn't realize that she could stoop that low. If I'd listened to that recording before Damon had called me with the news, I would have never left Autumn there. I would have known better. I understood now why Autumn didn't want to come with me to visit Anya. Anya had already done something this horrible to hurt her. Autumn had every reason not to want to see her. Did this mean that Anya had lied about the incident where she'd slapped Autumn? Was I foolish for believing her then as well? I'm not doing these things to hurt you, Autumn. I swear I'm only doing it because I feel guilty for hurting Anya. She'd been through a lot since we agreed to marry each other, and I felt sorry for her. I'm sorry I keep doing things that lead to articles like those, but I promise I'm not trying to hurt you. I thought you wouldn't be this affected by it. I've known all along that you don't have feelings for me, and that's why I didn't think it would be this bad if I chose to protect Anya. I didn't think being there for Anya would affect you this badly since I knew you also cared about her, but now I realize how wrong I've been. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Autumn, for everything. If I had known from the beginning this would not have happened, I would not have been so stupid. You don't mean it. She snaps. Your apology lacks any sincerity, Atticus. I thought I knew you. You were someone I could trust blindly. Now I know that as long as Anya is in our lives, I can never trust you. I had this perfect picture of you in my head. Now I realize how wrong I've been all this time. I didn't know the real you. Anya knows the real you, and maybe that's why she knows what to do to get you running to her. I can't keep living like this. I want a divorce. I want my freedom away from the both of you, and I want you to give that to me. A perfect picture of me in her head? I never even knew that Autumn paid that much attention to me to begin with. To hear that I'd damaged the image of myself in her mind makes this so much more painful for me. Her words are fueling something dark inside of me. It's eating my control away, grasping onto my sanity. No one has ever been able to make me feel like this. No one has made me lose my control by just talking. Autumn was teaching me every single day about my own body. I hated that I had disappointed her. What had I done? She trusted me. She thought I was better than this, and I'd proven her wrong time and time again. She was gentle and patient with me, and instead of protecting her, I did the exact opposite. I hurt her without even realizing it. How did I make this better? How did I prevent her from trying to get a divorce? I didn't want one. I was sure of it. Please take a second to think about what you're asking from me, Autumn. At least wait a day before you decide what you truly want. I beg. I couldn't believe that I'd reached the point of begging her to stop this. I was still fighting the darkness inside of me that threatened to break free at the thought of losing her because of my stupidity. I knew that leaving her yesterday was the wrong move from the moment I saw the look of betrayal in her eyes. I knew that I would have to pay for that one mistake, and yet I still took the risk. This was my fault. I was paying for my stupid decisions. What hurts more is knowing that I'd done this for Anya only to discover that she'd secretly recorded us. She narrows her eyes. I miss her kindness. I miss the way she always stared at me with passion in her eyes. Now all I could see was hurt and disappointment. I know what I want, Atticus, she snaps. I've already signed the paper. All I need is your signature for it to be official. Had she already signed it? That easily? Without a second thought? You already signed it? I ask in a dangerously low tone. Yes, she hissed. I grabbed the paper from her hand and ripped it into a few pieces, ensuring there was no way to piece it back together. What the hell are you doing? She demands as she steps toward me, staring at the pieces of paper on the floor. I grab her waist and push her onto the bed with me. Atticus, she gasps. What are you doing? I don't know what's happening. I have no control over my body. I've never felt this possessive over another woman in my life. I wanted to keep her. She was mine. Mine. I didn't want anyone ever to have her. I grabbed her hands and held them high above her head as I hovered over her. Our gazes lock, and we're both breathing hard. How is she this beautiful? I've never seen a woman that could take my breath away as she can. Her beauty is out of this damn world, and I meant that. Even now, when she's pissed at me, she's still the prettiest woman I've ever seen. Let go of me, she shouts. I hate those words. Letting go of her was not a part of my plan. Never, I growl. Before we can figure out my next move, my mouth is on her neck. She gasps, and I love the sound she makes when I touch her. She tasted so good, and it wasn't enough as I began to suck on her skin. I wanted more, so much more of her. Atticus, she gasps. I love the way my name chimes from her mouth. It makes me want to do things to her irresistible body just so that I could hear her say it some more. Autumn. Atticus had just marked me. How was that even possible when we weren't even mates? How was he able to mark me, and why does it feel this way? Why does it feel like we are mates when it simply wasn't possible? I would have recognized him as my mate a long time ago if that was true, but all I've ever known was that I loved him, nothing else. The feelings inside of me have only intensified now that we are bonded. I wanted him more than ever. How could he do this when I was finally trying to move on, or at least pretending that I was ready to move on? He lifts his body completely off mine so that he can now look me straight in the eyes. Now everyone will know that you're mine. Nothing will ever change that. He repeats. I gape at him as he storms out of the room. It took my body a while to get used to the bond. I was still in shock by his actions. What made Atticus mark me? He wasn't making any sense. One minute he was running to be by Anya's side, and the next he was calling me his. Why was he this conflicted over what he wanted? Still, I can't deny the joy I felt knowing he refused to divorce me. It's all I wanted, a sign that showed that I should still fight for him. This was the sign I needed. If he wasn't willing to let me go, it meant that there was something between us. I hadn't imagined it. He felt it too. I've been trying to be nice to Anya because of our past, but I was done now. The voice note was the last straw. It was clear to me now than ever how badly she wanted to end my marriage. I was not about to let that happen. I would have been in that hospital with Atticus if I thought she was indeed injured. I didn't believe it one bit. I knew it was just another excuse to get Atticus closer to her. It did work, but it also gave me the courage to start fighting for my happiness. I was always so concerned about others and what made them happy. I kept doing things with consideration for everyone's feelings but mine. I wasn't going to do it anymore. I never truly wanted to divorce Atticus. I was just angry. But now I was glad I'd done that. It made me see that he didn't want to divorce me, and it also got him to mark me, something that I didn't even think was possible until now. This wasn't something that I would be able to hide. Anyone would be able to smell him on me after today. They would know I belonged to him, just like women would realize he belongs to me. What possessed him to do this after always running to Anya's side? Why did he choose today of all days when I asked him for a divorce? Was that the way to get him to be ultimately mine? To act like I didn't want him to begin with? The academy was resuming classes tomorrow. This meant that things were about to get twice as tricky. Everyone at school would be keeping a close eye on us. They would be watching every little move, waiting for one of us to slip up so that they could leak the information to any popular magazine. It's not like they needed the money. Only scholarship students would benefit from making money from leaking a story. The others were doing it for fun. I forced myself out of bed to look at the fresh mark on my neck. I still couldn't believe he'd done this to me. Atticus Fawn had just marked me. This was the last thing I would ever expect from him. I knew we were forced into this marriage by our families, but no one forced him to join us in this way. Atticus chose to do this out of his own free will. I slowly touch it and gasp at the rush of emotions that swarmed into my body from that little contact. Touching it made me want him even more. Was that how it felt for all who were marked? I couldn't let him know how much this affected me. I realize now that everyone was right from the start. I was too nice. It's why I kept getting hurt. No matter how hard it was, I had to start fighting back for what I wanted. Anya started this war, and I was going to end it. She knew what she was doing. It was no longer just because she wanted Atticus. She was purposefully trying to hurt me. I wasn't having any of it anymore. They would both see a side of me they'd never seen before. My eyes flashed to a bright purple, and I gasp. I cover my mouth with my hand. How did my eyes change color? I blink, and it returns to normal. Had I just mistaken that? The anger I felt inside was unlike anything I'd felt in the past. I was almost scared of myself or the person I'd just seen in the mirror. She looked like someone that could quickly go out of control. I shook that thought out of my head. I was reading too much into it. I didn't plan on leaving this room for a long while. I needed time to think about things and how I would deal with Anya and Atticus in my way. It was the first day back at the academy as a married woman. I was now officially part of the Fawn family. We'd connected our families and, in turn, made us more powerful than we already were. Atticus didn't return to our room yesterday. Part of me was disappointed, but the other half was relieved that I had gotten some time to come to terms with everything that had happened between us. No one had mentioned anything about him marking me, and it feels weird to me that they refused to acknowledge it. The stares that went my way as I stepped through the door to the academy proved my earlier thoughts. Atticus is by my side, and I know I'll have to get used to all the extra attention now that he's by my side. It's not just him. Clarissa, Damon, and Dante are behind us. Anya was still in the hospital, but I knew she was most likely faking it, hoping that Atticus would worry about her and rush to see her again. I was pleased he hadn't done it, but I didn't want to jinx it. I kept trying to act like I still enjoyed the idea of divorce, but I didn't want to push him over the edge either. Damon separated from us to walk Clarissa to her class. She was in a lower level than the rest of us. The stares don't stop even when we step into the classroom. "The Fawns are late," Mr. Samuel announced. "Let's give them a round of applause for keeping that tradition alive." My cheeks are red. I was never late to class in the past, but I'm a Fawn now as well, aren't I? Things were different now. It felt that way. Different. I hadn't gotten used to it yet. Our topic today is witches. Witches. Again? And a few important spells, some that can cause more harm than good. He says, pointing at the slides on the board. First, the infamous love spell. More like a dangerous love spell. I've heard of many stories where witches made men think they were in love with them, breaking up families and couples everywhere. There were some selfish witches, and then the good ones stopped them. The world was a constant battle between good and evil. I hope none of the witches in this classroom are planning on memorizing this spell to use on their crushes. He warned. I'm only making you aware. Let me clarify that no one is to practice any of these spells. They are very dangerous and can cause plenty of damage to those around you, including yourself. He goes through each of the slides, and the last spell for the day happens to be the seduction spell. To seduce a man or woman? Why would anyone need to know a spell like this? I didn't like the idea of forcing someone to want you without them even knowing it. To activate the spell, a witch must repeat the words 3 times with a deep desire for it to work. He explained as he zoomed in on the spell so that we could all get a better look at it. With this fire, give me what my heart desires. With this name, ignite our flame. It's the beginning of the spell. A candle has to be near for it to activate. Then you must repeat the person's full name 3 times. The class barely pays attention. They're too busy making fun of the spell, laughing at the witches. I wouldn't make the mistake of doing something like that. They had the power to mess with our minds and hearts. That's not something I would ever want. I look at the spell again. Atticus is next to me, and I suddenly have this weird urge to use it on him. My hand tightens on the edge of the desk. Why was I thinking like this? It was scaring me. Thankfully, the bell rings, signaling the end of class. I didn't want to hear more of these spells. I'd had enough for today. Let's get to Clarissa's classroom, Damon says as we walk into the corridor. I'm leaving the academy now, Dante informs Damon. Someone has to check on Anya. Damon nods. Call me if anything serious happens. I glance at Atticus, waiting for him to also ask for an update on Anya. But to my surprise, he doesn't say anything. He's silent as Dante walks away. He looks down at me, and I think he knows exactly what I'm thinking. Our gazes lock, and I try not to be affected by his beautiful eyes. With this fire, give me what my heart desires. My cheek turned red as I realized what I was doing. Why was I repeating a spell in my mind? What on earth was happening to me? I quickly look away from his intense stare. I couldn't look at Atticus without thinking of the spell. It's not like I'm a witch, and the spell would work on him, but it was still weird to me. There wasn't even a lit candle around us. There was nothing for the spell to work, so why was I so flustered by repeating a few words in my head? Damon was already ahead of us, and I walked faster to catch up with him. Maybe Clarissa can help break this tension between us. I needed a distraction from Atticus, anything that prevented me from wanting to seduce the man. Clarissa is already waiting outside her classroom when she spots us. It's almost like she was expecting Damon to come for her. Was this something he often did? It does seem like it wasn't unusual. He truly was very protective when it came to her. He scans the classroom for something, and I'm not sure what he's looking for. He seems satisfied with whatever he sees as he smiles at her. How was class today? She beams up at him. It was wonderful. I'm just glad you're here now. Atticus quirks a brow at her and then gives Damon a weird look. So I'm not the only one noticing their reaction to each other? Clarissa barely hid her emotions around Damon. He, on the other hand, was harder to read than she was. I look up at Atticus once more, and he catches me looking at him. We haven't spoken much to each other since he marked me. I know that there is plenty for the both of us to say to each other, but for some reason, there never seems to be the right opportunity. Clarissa clears her throat. Should we give the two of you some privacy? We break eye contact, but before we can say anything, players run our way, chanting the fearsome, catching our attention. Atticus grabs my waist and pushes me backward before I can get trampled by them. They were members of the Fearsome Beasts, our academy's football team. Every one of those players was popular. They made our school proud. They were better than good at what they did. Everyone was skilled. I gasped from having his hands on my body. Now that we were bonded, the feelings have intensified to the point that I felt like I needed him every second of the day. The look on his face makes him seem like he's in pain. Was he struggling just as much as I was? The fact that we were bonded meant that I wasn't the only one feeling this way. He would also feel the connection as strong as I did. "Easy, fellas," Griffin shouts. "You almost knocked down my sister-in-law." He stops in front of us, and Atticus slowly lets go of my waist. "Sorry about that," he apologizes. "You're spending plenty of time with the fearsome recently. Are you planning on rejoining the team?" Damon inquires. Griffin shrugs his shoulders. "I'm still thinking about it." "There's something I wanted to talk to you about," Damon says suddenly to Atticus. They both excuse themselves and leave the three of us behind. "They're waiting for me," Griffin says as he looks over at Carter, the star player of the fearsome and also the man that broke Clara's heart. I didn't like him after knowing what he did to her. Cheating was never okay. "I'll see you girls later." It looks like it's just the two of us now, Clarissa says as she looks around us. I heard what happened. Atticus should have never left you behind after he heard what happened to Anya. I know she faked everything. It must have been her plan all along. The moment she learned that you and Atticus had left alone to help Austin and his family, she'd grown hysterical. I know she devised that plan last minute to get Atticus back. She was terrified of you two being alone with no one to separate you. She had nothing to be terrified over. Nothing special happened on that trip between us. If anything, it separated us more after she sent that voice note. I always saw Anya as my closest friend, I confess. I realize now how stupid I've been trusting her all these years. All the signs have always been there, I just chose to ignore them. I wanted to save our friendship, but I realize now that there was nothing to save to begin with. How can I save something that was never there? She's shown her true colors to me. I'm not going to sit back and let her hurt me anymore. Clarissa smiles. I can't tell you how happy I feel to hear you say this. I've always felt like it was just me against Anya all these years. The guys have always been so blind around her. She would do awful things, and they would forgive her in the blink of an eye. It's good to know someone else can see straight through her lies. Well, look at these two gorgeous women in front of me. Tyler, one of the players from the Fearsome, says. He was sweaty and smelled awful. Clarissa and I gave each other the same look. We didn't like him speaking to us one bit. Who will I be lucky to take home tonight after we win the game? He asks. I don't know, Tyler, Clarissa says in a flirting manner. I give her a confused look. She nods her chin to the right, and it's only then that I see Atticus looking our way. He wasn't the only one. Damon was as well. Maybe we will decide after you win the game. I smile flirtatiously. Clarissa's right. Maybe you can take the both of us out to dinner if you win. It felt wrong to flirt with another guy when I was married to Atticus, but I was only doing it to get him mad. I wanted him to feel what I felt every time he ran to Anya when he should have stayed with me. There were too many times to count. Every time I allowed myself to fall more for him, he did things that pushed us further apart. It was my turn now, and it was up to him to fight for me, for this marriage. Tyler holds my hand, and I hate the way his touch feels. It's nothing like the touch Atticus gives to me. I pull back, but try to play it off with a smile. We will be at the game tonight. I hope you don't disappoint us. I warn. He grins and winks at me. I'll see you girls tonight after we're holding the trophy. Don't be shy and come looking for me. If you don't, I'll find you. Clarissa sighs when he leaves. I can tell you hated that just as much as I did. Was I that easy to read? I ask her. If she could figure it out, then Atticus would be able to as well, wouldn't he? Atticus? My blood was boiling at the sight of another man near my wife. Who the did he think he was? Everyone in this school knew she was mine. Marking her should have kept him away from her. Then why was he still around my woman? And why was she entertaining him? First, she asked me for a divorce, and now she was flirting with a man that wasn't me. Autumn was pushing my limit now. I can't remember the last time I've ever felt this angry over something like this. I would be paying Tyler a visit later. I would make sure it's the last time he ever steps near my woman. He wouldn't even look at her after today. Hopefully it would be a lesson to any other man that tried to get near her. You marked Autumn, Damon says, forcing my gaze away from Autumn and Tyler. I knew that everyone noticed already. It wasn't hard to notice her scent on me or mine on hers, but Damon was the first to mention it to me. I knew it was only a matter of time before someone did. I did, I confess. I didn't even think it would be possible for us since we aren't mates, but I don't know. I feel so confused. She felt like my mate right before I marked her, more than Anya ever did. But something still pulls me towards Anya even though I marked Autumn. I can't explain either of these feelings. They're both different but strong in their ways. I'm puzzled. It doesn't matter what I feel for Anya. However, Autumn is my wife. I'm done hurting her because of Anya. I know where my priorities are now. I shouldn't have left her at Austin's like that. I was wrong. I'm trying to fix it, but I'm unsure if she will let me. I feel like I've already let her slip away, even though I never had her to begin with. I'm confused by my own emotions and thoughts. Why did it take me so long to feel a strong connection with Autumn? Why did I mark her when she asked for a divorce? And why was it even possible when Anya was my mate? Many unanswered questions were in my head, and I was dying to find the answers. Maybe it's for the best, he says. I've noticed that I've been making things harder for you since you married Autumn. I should have realized that she's your priority now. I guess I've just been so upset with being unable to make my mate happy that I was blaming you to make myself feel better. I'm sorry, Atticus. I should have done better as your brother. I'm not going to insist that you look after Anya now. I understand it's not your place anymore. Autumn should come first. It's the right thing to do anyway. I'm glad that you're choosing to do the right thing. I wish I had your strength to begin with. I can't imagine ever leaving Anya to marry someone that our parents chose. It just isn't something I can ever do to her or myself. You're a lot stronger than I am. I'm proud of you, and I look up to you. Hearing Damon say that to me made me feel at peace inside. There was this wedge between us for the longest while, but with just those few words, I felt it breaking free. I grin. Where did all of that come from? He chuckles. Don't look for more of it anytime soon. That's the first and the last time I'm saying those words to you. Thank you, Damon. I thank him in a more serious tone. I want him to know just how much those words have impacted me. That means more to me than you will ever understand. Something seems to be bothering you still, he notes. He could always read me well. He never paid much attention until now. Maybe that's why he's now noticing it. He was right. Something else was bothering me. It's been bothering me since yesterday. I haven't been able to wrap my finger around it, and maybe that's why I'm so miserable. When I marked Autumn, I could taste her blood, I explain. And, he asks, did it not taste as good as you'd think it would, he teases. No, it was amazing, but that wasn't what I was getting at. It was different. I try to explain. I know what a werewolf's blood tastes like. Her blood was a mixture of something else. Almost like a hybrid, but I know my head must be screwing with me because both of her parents are werewolves. She can't be different. Autumn has always looked different from her parents, Damon points out. It was true. She was a bit different from them, even from her siblings. But that still didn't make any sense. We would have known if they weren't her birth parents. That was something they would have mentioned to us before the wedding arrangements were made. My parents are the type of people that love doing background checks on anyone that came close to our family. They would have looked into something like that. I think my mind is playing tricks on me, I repeat. It's nothing. I'm reading too much into something that isn't even there. If Autumn was a hybrid, I think someone would have noticed by now. There isn't anything different about her than any other she-wolf. That was the truth. I had to put that theory to rest since it made no sense. My eyes return to Autumn and Tyler. I'm pissed when he holds her hand. Since when are they so close to Tyler? I ask Damon, though it comes out as an aggressive growl. He followed my gaze and immediately tensed. Why does he think it's okay for him to talk to Clarissa? He demands. I think I need to pay the fearsome another visit. I need to remind them she's completely off limits. I can never understand how you're so overprotective over her. She needs to live a little. I remind him. She's coming of age. She can date. Says, who? He growls. She's too young. She is not ready for dating. And when do you think is the right time for her to date? I ask him. I quirk a brow when he's unable to give me an answer. That's what I thought. I point out. Give her a chance to experience what you have with Anya. Anya and I are mates, he reminds me. Just like you and she are. Clarissa's mate is nowhere around. She doesn't need to waste any time looking for anyone that isn't her mate. That will only bring her pain. I sigh, distracted by Autumn once more. The anger intensifies by the way she smiles as Tyler walks away. What exactly did they talk about? I wouldn't rest until I found out the answer to that question. Go get your girl, Damon says suddenly. I can see you want to go to her. My girl? I love the sound of that. I stroll over to her, and she watches me all innocently like she hadn't just been flirting with Tyler a few minutes ago. Clarissa, I say, without breaking eye contact with Autumn. Damon will take you to your next class. Autumn and I have something important to discuss. Clarissa mumbles something under her breath, but she quickly obeys. I don't have anything to say to you. She snaps as soon as Clarissa is gone. I grab her waist and shove her into the storage room with me. What the hell are you doing? She demands as I lock it. Do you forget that you're married to me, Autumn? I demand. Why the f*** are you letting other men flirt with you? She laughs, actually laughs in my face. Do you think I can control who flirts with me, Atticus? I'm not running after other men like you are running after other women. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Tell me, I growl. What did the two of you talk about? What was Tyler so happy about when he walked off? How should I know why Tyler was so happy? She hissed. I can't read minds, Atticus. I want to know what the conversation was about, I repeat, my anger holding on to a thin thread. If you don't tell me in the next few seconds, I will find him and beat the answer out of him. Do you understand what I'm saying to you, Autumn? She gasps. You can't be serious. Oh, I whisper as I move in closer to her. But I'm very serious. He invited us to watch the game tonight. He wants to take Clarissa and me to dinner if they win the game. We promised to go with him as long as they won the game, she answers. Her words only pissed me off even more than before. Why the f*** were they promising him to go to dinner? Why did you agree to that? I demand. Your last name is now Fawn. You are my wife. It's disrespectful to accept dates from random men. And it wasn't disrespectful when you hugged Anya in front of me on our wedding night? She demands. I already explained to you what happened that night. I remind her. It was not intentional, and you misread the entire situation. When did you become this stubborn? She gapes at me. Stubborn. Yes, stubborn, I repeat for her benefit. I lean into her, my nose close to hers. She lifts her chin and my nose travels to her neck. I growl as I inhale my scent on her. It was sexy. I loved how her body was covered with my scent, and it wasn't enough. I wanted every inch of her to be covered in my scent. I wanted men like Tyler to back off the moment they got a whiff of her because they would know who she belonged to. I slowly pull back, refraining from taking things further. Her eyes glow a strange purple, something very unusual, and suddenly I want her. Like dying for air kind of want. It's never felt this strong before. I grab her waist and shove her hard against the wall behind us. She cries out and what the hell was going on? I barely have control over my body as I rip her blouse open. I don't know what I'm doing. My hands are on her bra, pulling it off her body. I'm seeing everything happen so fast in front of me, but there is no way for me to stop. I don't know what I'm doing. I manage to gasp out right before my mouth closes over her breast. I suck, and she moans, spreading her legs open for me to settle between her. Touch me, she whispers. Touch me, Atticus. Autumn. Atticus. 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 I'm doing it. I'm repeating the spell, and somehow it's working. Somehow Atticus wants me. I can tell by the way he moves that this isn't him. He isn't doing it out of his free will. And for some reason, I'm not stopping it. How did you even stop a spell that you weren't even sure how you started to begin with? Mr. Samuel never explained how to stop it. How could a teacher give a spell and not tell his students how to end it? The worst part was that I didn't want this to end. I wanted him to keep touching me. I gasped as I remembered why he was even doing this in the first place. No matter how good this felt, I couldn't allow him to continue with this. I will never forgive myself if I let this continue. I grab his face and push him backward. Stop, I shout. And just like that, I can see the spell leaving his body. Just like that, it was all over. Atticus stares at me with a look of confusion and horror. I don't know if he understands yet that I'm the reason he just lost control of his own body like that. But I know the truth, even if he didn't, and I'm now terrified of myself. I wasn't a witch. I shouldn't have been able to do something like this. So what the hell just happened? His eyes traveled down my body, focusing on my torn clothes he'd just ripped. He runs a hand through his hair and turns around, no longer looking my way. He mutters a string of curses. I think he's blaming himself. I also insisted that he stop while he was in the middle of touching me. He may feel that I didn't like it. It was quite the opposite of that. But I couldn't say anything, because that would mean that I had to explain why exactly I'd stopped it, and I wasn't ready to do that. I'll get some clothes for you to change into, he says suddenly. Don't go anywhere. I don't think it was possible to leave this room half naked. I wasn't going to try and escape if that's what he was worried about. I lean against the wall when he leaves. I have plenty on my mind. I still wasn't sure what exactly had just happened. It may be a good idea to mention this to someone that may be able to provide me with the answers I needed, but I was terrified that they would say that something was wrong with me. A werewolf that knew how to perform spells. I've never been able to do anything like that in the past, so what was happening to me? Was it just the spell of seduction, or could I also cast other spells? There were a few spells that were mentioned, but I've never paid plenty of attention to any of them. And I was too scared to try anything at this exact moment. I was still in shock at what I'd just done to Atticus. He only touched me like that because of a stupid spell. I never wanted him that way. I wanted him to desire me without needing magic for it to work. Atticus returns a few minutes later with a dress in his hand. "I'll wait for you outside," he says as he exits and shuts the door behind him. I remove what's left of my clothes and throw the dress on over my head. I'm nervous when I walk out the door. I'm not sure if anyone will notice the change of clothes. It would be easy for practically any person to realize that this wasn't the same thing I'd been wearing earlier today. That thought made my cheeks feel hot with embarrassment. What could I say if they asked what happened? An easy response would be that something spilled all over my clothes, and I had to change into this. I'm waiting for Atticus to ask me what happened in there or to explain, but he's reticent. I'm not sure what he's thinking. When we meet with Clarissa and Damon, things are still awkward between us, and I think they can see straight through us. "Did something happen to your clothes?" Clarissa asks. "I know this isn't what you were wearing earlier." I blushed, unable to stop. I spilled some juice all over it. I lie. She looks at Atticus, and he's as stiff as a board. I don't think we're doing an excellent job at selling this story. "Where did you get the dress?" she asks. "It's beautiful." Atticus looks nervous at her question, making me wonder where he truly got the dress from so quickly. It was my size and almost like it was made just for me. "Where did you get the dress?" I repeat her question. "I bought it for you," he finally answers. "I just never got the chance to give it to you." Did he really buy this dress for me? It was short, but not too short, and it wasn't fitted either. It was perfect for me. How did he know that I would like this? "Were you planning on giving it to her, along with the hundreds of roses we saw delivered to the house yesterday?" Clarissa asks. "Hundreds of roses? When were roses delivered to the house?" Atticus glares at his sister, and she covers her mouth after realizing I wasn't aware of what she was speaking of. My gaze shifts to Atticus as I wait for him to explain. "I never got any roses, but Atticus and I did have a fierce fight yesterday before he marked me and disappeared for the rest of the night. Was he planning on giving me roses to ask for forgiveness after leaving my side to look after Anya? Would that have changed anything? It made me feel a little better, but still not enough to stop the pain I felt every time I thought about him leaving me to go to her. It felt like he'd chosen her again, even though we were now married. I shook the thought out of my head. I promised myself to stop letting them hurt me. I promised myself to be stronger. I wouldn't let Atticus into my heart again until he proved that he wanted this marriage to work. It didn't matter that my heart would always only belong to him. I was done crying over him because of Anya. I wouldn't let her win. I wouldn't let her continue to bring me down. But that wasn't my only problem anymore. I had other things to sort out, and that was to figure out how on earth a werewolf has the power to cast spells. And who could I trust to tell this secret to? The truth was that this was the first time it's ever happened to me, and maybe it's possible that I was reading too much into nothing. The only way I can know for sure is if it happened again. I don't know about you, but I'm looking forward to that game tonight. Clarissa grins. I can see us having so much fun. Plus, I want to see if Tyler tries to win and take us to dinner. The truth was that it didn't matter if Tyler played well. All of the attention and hope would be placed on Carter. As long as he performed, the fearsome beasts would win the game. This would mean that Tyler would expect us to go to dinner with him tonight. While I would want Atticus to think that I was going to the dinner, I wouldn't actually do something like that. I don't believe Clarissa would either. This was all about teaching him a lesson, nothing else. I wasn't actually interested in Tyler, but he didn't have to know that. It was better for him to think he wasn't the only one with my full attention. I tried that before, and it didn't work in my favor. Now, I was doing the opposite. Why are you suddenly interested in these games? Damon demands from Clarissa. What's wrong if I want to see the game, Damon? She asks. I'm just going to have some fun with Autumn. We deserve a girls' night out. I could also have Scarlett and Clara join us. That would make it even better. I'll invite Scarlett and Clara. Atticus stiffens at the mention of them. Every time you hang out with those girls, everything goes wrong. That's not true. I deny. I think it's quite the opposite. Everything goes wrong whenever Anya is in the picture, not those nice girls. They're my friends. You will learn to like them because they're here to stay. He quirks a brow at me, but he doesn't seem annoyed or angry. Instead, he looks impressed. What was he so impressed about? I disagreed with him. Didn't he get that? You guys can attend the classes together without me, Damon says suddenly. Dante told me that Anya wants to see me. I'll be leaving now. Clarissa doesn't hide her disappointment at his words. Keep an eye on Clarissa. Make sure no one tries to bully her while I'm gone. He warns Atticus before leaving. At least his last words before walking away managed to brighten her mood a little. Now, we had to survive the rest of the classes together. Hopefully, it has nothing to do with spells or witches. It's time for the game. Luckily, Clarissa had enough clothes for the both of us in her locker. That meant that we didn't have to go home to change. We were able to change in the bathroom. I didn't want to remove the dress Atticus gave to me, but I didn't want him to think I was in love with it either. Do you have to follow us everywhere? I ask Atticus. He's walking behind us like our bodyguard, looking at everyone who came even a few feet too close. I think he was waiting for Tyler to show up. He doesn't answer me. He's too preoccupied with scanning the area. Do you spot Scarlett? Clarissa asks me. Before I could respond, a random woman approached us out of nowhere. She was dressed in a long white dress, and she didn't look like she had come to be a part of the game. I can see your future so clearly, she says to me before turning her attention to Atticus. You as well. I'm fine. I don't need you to tell me about my future. He cuts her off before she can say anything else. Was she another one of those older witches that loved to tell someone about their future in return for some money? What was she even doing here at a game like this? I couldn't understand how security would let her through the gates. You have 2 women in your life, she continues, making me uncomfortable. One of them you're in love with, and the other you're forced to have her in your life. Autumn and Anya. You know what order they go in. I freeze. She did not just say that. His jaw clenches. Is this some kind of joke? Anya joins us just then, with Damon and Dante on both sides of her. I try not to let her presence affect me, but I can't deny how unhappy it makes me now that she's here. I expected her to drag on the hospital trick for as long as she could. I didn't think she would be out of there so quickly. I think it's only because Atticus didn't go back to check on her. That's the only reason she's out of the hospital. They're both here, the woman notes, waving her hands. If you had a choice to save one of these women, who would it be? Is that a threat? Atticus growls as he steps towards her. Are they just letting anyone into these games now? Damon demands as he looks around for security. Though they didn't need it, they could quickly get her out of here if they wanted to. No, son, she says in an apologetic tone. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I think that this is a question that you need to answer if you want to be able to move forward with your life. I can tell it's holding you back. I fold my arms and look directly into his eyes. Who would it be? Atticus? It's a simple question. What's your answer? He's silent as he scans my face, trying to figure out if I truly wanted to know the answer to her question. I'm not sure what he saw, but he doesn't even blink as he says, you. It's one word, but it makes my heart skip a beat. Did he really just say that, in front of both Anya and me? Or was he only saying it because everyone was looking at us? Anya. Did you hear his response to my question at the game? My mother asks me as she throws a glass in the sink, almost breaking it. Yes, I say through clenched teeth. I heard his response to her question, and it still haunted me. It still hadn't sunk in that I'd completely lost Atticus. Part of him was still connected to me, but it was almost completely gone. He was too lost over Autumn to realize how much I missed having him around. I'd left the game when he said that one word to her. It wasn't very comfortable to stand there while he claimed that he would save Autumn over me. Damon and Dante tried to stop me, but I didn't listen to either. How could Atticus embarrass me like that in front of everyone? We weren't the only ones present. Many people were surrounding us, waiting for his response, and he chose her. I knew he was angry that I'd sent the recording to Autumn, but I don't think that's the only reason he'd said what he did. He was being honest. He would choose her if he had to pick between saving one of us. One job, Anya. You had one job to do, and you couldn't even do that. She snaps. Are you even my daughter? I cringe at her question. My mother never loses the opportunity to insult me. I was trying my best. Everything I'd ever done was to please her. I was stuck in this situation because of her. When I first saw Atticus, I wasn't very fond of him. I never wanted to date him, but my mother had other plans. She was obsessed with getting her revenge on the Fawns, and I was her ticket to making that possible. Doing things to please my mother has always made me feel like I'd accomplished something great, and I have enjoyed doing this for her until now. My mother was a full-blooded witch, and I was a hybrid. My father was a werewolf. He died when I was younger. I did all the hard work, she snaps. I helped you put those spells on all three of those Fawn brothers. All you had to do was keep Autumn away to prevent her from ever finding out that Atticus was her true mate. And you couldn't even do that much. I don't think Autumn knows he's her mate, I snap. I made sure that she wouldn't recognize him as her mate. However, even a spell can't completely wipe out her feelings for him. She loved him so much since the beginning that it was hard for the spell to even work on her. But still, she doesn't show any signs that she believes he's her mate. How did Atticus mark her if he didn't recognize her as his mate? She demands. Eventually, they're both going to realize something is going on. And if we don't work fast, all of my plans will be squashed in a split second. I've been working on this for years, building everything up to blow it up in their faces at the right time. But that damn Autumn girl is spoiling everything. I always knew I should have gotten rid of her a long time ago. I fidget with the bracelet in my hand, which Atticus had gifted me. He's always surprised me with presents, and they've somehow made me fall for him. Out of all three of them, Atticus was the only one that had clawed his way into my heart. I wasn't in love with him, but he was the only one I've always cared about. I didn't expect that losing him would have impacted me as much. While I was only doing what my mother wanted, it didn't take away from the fact that I was partly doing it because of my feelings for him. Keeping him away from Autumn these years had been so hard. If his parents hadn't planned this wedding, I would still have him wrapped around my finger. The wedding was what spoiled everything for me. I remember how shocked I'd been after seeing the articles and reading the many messages on my phone. I'm going to have to plan something to stop the two of them from getting closer. My mother breaks into my thoughts. I need to make sure that I separate them. If he keeps falling for her and you can no longer get to him, that would spoil everything for us. Autumn is dangerous. I can sense something in her, something that no normal werewolf possesses. Being near her tonight has only confirmed this for me. What was she talking about? I've always sensed something in Autumn, but I've never paid much attention to it. Now that my mother was mentioning it, I had to wonder if she knew more than I did. You promised me that no matter what your plans were, you wouldn't harm Atticus. I remind her, you know that he's the only one I care about. Do what you must with the others, but leave him alone. She laughs. Are you still not over your small crush on that boy? You can give up the little play now. He's married to Autumn, not you. He chose her. You may not see it that way, but it's clear who he chose to marry. Even the spell on him didn't stop that. Promise me. She rolls her eyes and returns to studying the spell book in front of her. Don't worry. I won't hurt your little crush. He will be fine. But I have to find something that would buy us some more time. Those two are falling for each other at an alarming rate. I can't waste more time, and neither can you. Please do whatever you must to keep separating them. Do not go easy on him. Make sure he feels guilty for marrying Autumn. You're not trying hard enough, and that's why he's slipping away from you. I can see that he still cares a little. You need to learn how to use that to your advantage without it backfiring on you." She was right. Everything I'd done so far had somehow found a way to backfire on me. I had to play the innocent victim. I had to pretend at least to be lovely to Autumn so that I could get closer to the both of them. The closer I was to Atticus, the stronger the spell would work on him. I couldn't let Autumn have him. This wasn't just about my mother anymore. I didn't care that he'd married her. She couldn't have him. I would make sure of it. "Atticus! Hey, Tyler!" I shout. Autumn may think I left her with Clarissa to run after Anya, but I had other matters to deal with. I didn't want her to know what I was up to. She may not be too happy about it, and I was already on her bad side. I didn't want to make it worse. I've done many things recently to make her unhappy with me, but this one had to be done. I had to teach Tyler a lesson. He had to know to stay away from Autumn. While I was just pissed that she'd flirted with another man, I was also concerned about her safety. Tyler was not to be trusted around any woman, and he definitely couldn't be trusted around my wife. He turns around, and his eyes widen the second he spots me. Oh shit. That is precisely what I was thinking. My stride is long and fast as I grab him by his t-shirt and shove him up against the wall. "What's this that I've heard about you wanting to take my wife to dinner tonight if you win the game?" He coughs and clears his throat as he looks around for help. I'm positive that he's looking for his teammates. They all stuck together, but I chose the perfect timing to catch him by himself. Not that I was scared of the fearsomes. It was just less messy this way, and I had to keep it that way to prevent Autumn from finding out. I didn't want her to get any angrier. Damon joins me. "Look at you starting the fun without me. What part of wait on me didn't you get?" "The part where you were taking too long," I inform him. The game was about to start, and I had to pay our little friend a visit before he went and tried to win the game without talking to us first. "I'm sorry, guys. I didn't know it would cause a problem." He apologizes. "I shouldn't have asked Autumn out, or even spoken to her. I understand my mistake now. It won't happen again." "You bet your ass it won't happen again. Why the would you think that it wouldn't have caused a problem?" I ask. Had he been away from his phone all of this time? Why would he think I would be okay with him flirting with my wife? News of Autumn and me had spread like wildfire. There is no way that he didn't know she was married to me. So what the hell could be his reasoning for his dumb statements? "Everyone knows that you still love Anya," he points out. I stiffen at the mention of Anya. Why was he bringing her up when the conversation was about Autumn? I didn't think you would be so concerned about who Autumn was seeing. If I had known, I would have kept my distance from her. I can see now that she means something to you. Of course, she meant something to me. She was mine. I press my elbow tighter against his throat. "Stay the away from Autumn. If you ever talk to her again, I'll ensure you can never play a game of football again. Do you understand me? You won't even be able to stand again after I'm done with you." He holds his hands up in the air. "You don't need to tell me twice. I misread the situation. I'll keep my distance from her." "While keeping your distance from Autumn, keep your distance from Clarissa as well." Damon adds. I knew he was waiting for his chance to inform him that Clarissa was also off limits. "Your sister?" he asks. "Why would I do that? It's not like you want her." It might have been a joke to Tyler, but we didn't take it lightly. I let go of him then because I know Damon is the one who'll want a piece of him now. Not that I didn't want to punch his face, but I knew that Damon wanted it more than me, and I'd already gotten my chance. I have the pleasure of watching Damon's fist connect with his jaw. There is plenty more where that came from if you even dare try anything stupid around her. I'll come and find you if I hear anything, even if it's a lie, so make sure there aren't even any rumors about you next to her. Tyler spat out the blood from his mouth and rubbed his jaw. I understand. Now can I go play my game? They're all waiting for me. Let's go, Damon, I tell him. Good luck in the game tonight, I add as we finally allow him to leave. Tyler glares after us, but he doesn't try to do anything stupid. He knows he's no match for us. I think we should have done more than that, Damon says as we walk away. Guys like Tyler don't learn so easily. You need to make an example out of him to keep him and others away from Autumn. Are we only speaking about Autumn or Clarissa as well? I ask. I've been noticing his strange behavior around her recently, and I wasn't sure what to think of it. Autumn, Clarissa, Anya, we must protect the women in our lives from men like him. He answers. Anya, I was still pissed at her and what she'd done, but I also felt terrible after telling Autumn that I would protect her if I had to choose between saving her and Anya. I saw the hurt on her face, and there was nothing I could do about it. But I hadn't lied. If I had to choose, it would be Autumn. I don't know when my feelings changed or how long I'd felt this way, but the moment that she asked me the question, I knew the answer right away. It shocked me, but I didn't have to hesitate. I would save her in the blink of an eye. Without a second thought, she would be the one I would run to. If there were a room full of people that needed saving, it would always be Autumn. She would always be the first one I would fight my own life to save. I had to prove to her that I was telling the truth. I'd hurt Autumn to the point that she didn't believe a word I was saying to her. It still bothers me every time I think about it. She deserved better. She still does. And I was gonna be better from now on. I didn't care that she didn't believe me. I would prove to her that I had changed for the better. This is who I should have been to her from the beginning. I was too caught up with Anya to realize the shit I'd been doing all along. I was finally opening my eyes, but I could only hope that I was not too late. Autumn. Watching Anya leave the game because Atticus told me he would save me over her if it ever came to that was the highlight of my night. I wanted to believe that he meant those words, but I didn't want to get my hopes up yet again to have him disappoint me in the end. The witch who had asked the question disappeared simultaneously with Anya. There was something weird about their interaction. They seemed very familiar and like they knew each other well. I think I'm the only one who noticed it, but I could be wrong about the entire thing. After all, they hadn't spoken to each other even once. Something told me that she only approached us to ask that specific question, almost like the answer to that question mattered to her. Was she possibly hired by one of those magazines to get more information on us? Honestly, I have never been happier in my life, Clarissa claims as she practically beams next to me. The way Anya walked out of here in embarrassment and anger, I wish I had recorded that exact moment. It was priceless. I would pay money to see it again. It was true. I would also pay money to see the expression on her face again. It was priceless, just the way Clarissa had described it. Anya had finally gotten a taste of her own medicine, and I can safely say that she didn't like it one bit. It was epic, wasn't it? I ask with a grin. She laughs and puts a finger over her mouth to quiet me down as Atticus and Damon return to sit next to us. I don't think Damon would be happy to hear us laughing at his girlfriend, even though she deserved it. Where did you two run off to? Clarissa asks. They both look uneasy at her question, but there is also this strange look of satisfaction on their faces. It makes me a bit suspicious. I noticed Tyler going onto the field last. We're close enough to the area for me to see the bruise near his mouth. What exactly happened to him? We just had to visit an old friend, Damon answers her. Nothing for you to worry about. His words prompt me to look at Atticus. Why does he look so guilty? I look back to the field at Tyler and then back at him. He wouldn't, right? There is no way that they were both responsible for the bruise on his face. But the more I saw the smirks on both of their faces, the more I was convinced that they had a significant part to play in it. The nasty glare Tyler shoots them confirms my earlier suspicion. I don't believe this. I'll have to confront Atticus about this the moment that we are left alone. The game is about to start. Clarissa cheers as the two teams begin to face off each other. Where are Scarlett and Clara? I ask as I look around for them. They were supposed to be here with us by now. It looks like Scarlett is in the field, Clarissa says as she tries to get a closer look. She's right. That was Scarlett running onto the field where Carter was. He doesn't notice her at first, but as soon as he does, he pushes away from the rest of his teammates as soon as he spots her. I'm unsure what she's telling him, but he looks uneasy. There is something strange happening between them, and it makes me begin to worry. Was Scarlett okay? For her to confront him like that in front of the entire crowd meant that it had to be urgent. What's going on between them? Clarissa asks. I'm not sure, I tell her. Clara did say that she asked Scarlett to pretend to be in love with Carter so that she could break his heart just like he'd broken hers. I'm not sure if this is a part of that. Oh, right, Clarissa says. That makes so much sense. I always wondered why Scarlett would be so close to Carter when he'd cheated on her sister. She's good at acting like she's in love with him. Even now, she can have almost anyone fooled. While I believed Scarlett could be a great actor, I didn't think that was the case here. I'm not so sure this was acting by the looks of it. There seems to be something authentic going on between them. She storms out of the field, and instead of starting the game, he runs after her. What the hell is he doing? Damon asks. He's the star player of the game. That's a good thing that he's leaving. Tyler will lose. Atticus says with a smile. Why are you complaining, Damon? This is what we want. I gape at him, surprised that he would say something like that. I've never seen him this happy. It's like he'd accomplished something big. And to him, maybe he just did. From the looks of it, Atticus was not very fond of Tyler. Was that all because of me? Damon agrees and sits back down with a grin on his face. I couldn't believe those two. You could quickly tell they were brothers by their similarities. There is chaos on the field as Carter doesn't even bother saying anything to the coach or his teammates. I don't want to be him when everyone blames him if we lose this game. Despite him being gone, the game begins, and everyone forgets about him, at least for now. Should we go and check on Scarlett? I asked Clarissa. We could, but we have no idea where they both went. But where is Clara? That was a good question. Clara was also supposed to meet us here tonight. There was definitely trouble. I thought you both were interested in the game? Atticus asks. Neither of you is paying attention to what's happening on the field. Oh, so you want us to pay attention? I ask him. Okay, Clarissa, don't you find Tyler looks amazing on the field? He's surprisingly good. You're right. She says as she pretends to be interested in him, she is playing along so well. Look at him go, such a good player. Are you seeing the way he flexes those muscles? I almost choke at her words. That's it, Atticus says as he gets up. It's time for us to go home. I turn to him in shock. The game just started. Why are we leaving? Our parents called and said we have a family dinner to attend. Damon answers for him. Everyone must be present, and we have an hour to get dressed and meet them at the Lorio's restaurant. Damon also looks completely fed up. He has agreed with Atticus since the beginning. It was Clarissa and me against Damon and him. How is it that I didn't hear anything from them? Clarissa asks suspiciously. They would have told me if there was a dinner that we had to attend. I think you're both just making up things for us to leave the game, and then you're going to say something stupid like they canceled the dinner last minute. She had a good point. I also believed that this was their devious plan. We only just received the message on our phone, Atticus answers her. You know how they get when we don't arrive on time for their plans, so we have to leave promptly. I couldn't tell if they'd just made up the entire thing, but I guess we were about to find out. Atticus drove the fastest I've ever seen him towards the house. When we got home, we all dressed as quickly as we could and met in front of the house where a car was waiting for us. This time, there was a driver. Neither Damon nor Atticus was driving. They joined us in the back seat. Please tell me Anya is not going to be there. Clarissa groans. Damon quirks a brow. I guess I won't tell you then. She rocked back against her seat and squeezed her temple. Just when I didn't think this night could get any worse. Was Anya truly going to be there? As long as Atticus didn't do anything stupid that could jeopardize our relationship, there shouldn't be anything to worry about. When we arrived, Atticus opened the door for me and helped me get out of the vehicle. There were so many things he never did in the past that he was doing now, and it did catch me off guard. I'm nervous as we walk into the restaurant. The stares never stop when you're a part of the Fawns and their family. I was still getting used to all the attention, and it hadn't been the easiest thing. My parents were also famous and had their pictures taken almost everywhere that they went, but it was still different with Atticus and his family. I take a deep breath when his family waves over to us, so they had been telling the truth all along. I spot Anya next to Damon, and it angers me. She is dressed in an almost see-through white dress. Did she think that was appropriate for dinner with his family? Did she not get the dress code? Clarissa whispers to me as we take our seats. I try not to get bothered when she tries to sit right next to Atticus. I'm on his right side, and she's on the left. I'm not sure if he noticed it, but he does look my way, looking for a reaction from me. I'm glad you could make it in time. His mother praises us with a warm smile. Let's order whatever you all like on the menu. A photographer snaps our photo and Clarissa groans next to me. They've already started. What are they doing in here? I ask her. My parents always allow a photographer to take at least one photo of us whenever we have an event like this. They have a deal that makes both sides a good amount of cash. Oh, I should have known. My family wasn't any different. They didn't become billionaires without working hard for it. They were always thinking of ways for more fame and money. How are you feeling now, Anya? Mr. Fawn asks her. It's the first time I've seen his parents concerned about her. I knew that they didn't like her, but they must have been worried after she almost drowned after jumping off their yacht. It must have looked bad in the articles, and now they're forced to show affection toward her, especially for the camera. She smiles. Thank you for asking. I'm doing better. It's still a bit hard to breathe at times. I keep remembering how fast my life flashed before my eyes. I'm so sorry for making everything so chaotic for you when it was supposed to be a happy occasion. I promise never to do something like that again. That's good. My sons were pretty shaken up from seeing you that way. You must take better care of yourself, especially with this family. He tells her. It was a warning, but he'd put it in the most kindest way possible. Anya just looked happy that they were paying her attention. And Autumn, we're looking forward to a grandchild soon, he says as he tilts his drink in my direction. I blush. Atticus and I hadn't even slept together for that to be possible. I notice the way Anya narrows her eyes the moment he mentions my name. Good. She needs to be constantly reminded that Atticus is married to me and not her. I hope you're doing your duty as a man, son, he says to Atticus, who in turn almost chokes on the drink still in his hand. Atticus coughs, and Anya leans forward to slide her hand up and down his back. Are you okay? Do you need something? I clenched my jaw. She'd already started to get on my nerves. He pulls away from her slightly and leans more into me. It's okay, Anya. I'm good. I was just caught by surprise, that's all. I'm sure Atticus is doing a good job, Griffin says. His scent is all over Autumn. I could smell it from over here. Now it was my turn to choke on absolutely nothing. Griffin, Atticus growls. What? He asks innocently. Why do you always get offended by whatever I say? I'm defending your honor. You should be thanking me. Clarissa sighed. And what about you, Griffin? Are you doing your job as a man? He chuckles. Do you have to ask that question? It's me. I'm doing more than my job requires of me. Rest assured. Clarissa pretends to gag at his response, and she also looks like she regrets asking him in the first place. I'm going to use the washroom. I excuse myself. I was partly trying to escape from the conversation, but also needed to use it. It was a good excuse, and the only one I have now. I rushed out of there as quickly as I could. I was scared that they would somehow know that Atticus and I hadn't consummated our marriage yet, and I wasn't sure if that would ever happen anymore. There were times when we got carried away, but something always came in between. I stopped it once, because I felt like the spell was the only reason he was touching me, and he was the one who had prevented it from going any further the last time. After using the washroom, I was surprised to see Anya washing her hands by the sink. Did no one find it weird that she came to use it at the same time that I did? I don't say a word to her as I approach the sink right next to it. I didn't want to entertain her anymore. She wasn't necessary, at least not after everything she's done to me. You think you've won just because Atticus said one thing in your favor, don't you? She asks me. No, I tell her the truth. But it was nice to hear, and it's only the first. He will take my side from now on. Just wait and see. I wasn't fighting back before, but I am now. If I were you, I'd be scared. She laughs. Scared? She asks. Oh, darling, you have no idea what fear is yet, do you? You're going to eat those words eventually. You wait and see, and then I'll be the one laughing. What did she mean by that? It sounded like it was a threat. What else was Anya planning on doing? Know that I'm not going to sit back and watch you try and destroy my life anymore. I'm on to you, and this time I'm not going to let you hurt me. I don't wait for her to say anything else as I storm out of the bathroom. I couldn't believe the nerve of this woman. She tried to act like a saint in front of everyone else, but behind closed doors, she was a different person. If I were her, I would be embarrassed. She was a complete fake, and there were only a few people around me that knew that about her. Her lies completely fooled the others. I couldn't blame them. I was stupid enough at one point to fall for it as well. Now I knew how foolish I'd been since the beginning ever to become friends with someone like her. I finally had good friends and knew what it felt like. She was nothing like my friends, and I was thankful for that. She made me realize how much of a gem they were, and I could appreciate their kindness and generosity more now that I knew the kind of person that she was. Autumn and I just had a heart-to-heart conversation in the bathroom. She informs Atticus, who looks over at me before returning his attention to her. Things are going to be okay for us now. You don't need to worry about my friendship with her anymore. Atticus, I'm going to take good care of her. I watched as she rubbed his arm gently. How did she have no shame? What was her problem? Didn't she know by now that Atticus was off limits? Him telling her that he would save me over her was not enough to get this girl from stopping trying to ruin my marriage. My hand tightens around the fork as I felt something growing strong and fast inside of me. It's powerful and uncontrollable. It's hard to explain, and I'm slightly frightened by it. It's taking control of my body and fighting to get free. I gasped when the soup in front of her splashed all over her body. Multiple gasps follow right after. Everyone is shocked to see what just took place in front of us. How the hell did that happen? It was not the only thing. The water from the glass had been emptied on top of her. I cover my mouth with my hand. It's not possible that I was responsible for that. But I couldn't deny that it only happened after I was pissed off with her. And why did it only fall on her? Ew! Anya screeches as she watches her dress. This dress is brand new, and it's designer. Clarissa stifles a burst of laughter next to me. If you ask me, it looks a lot better now. Atticus doesn't try to help her, and I'm pleased by his behavior. Dante and Damon, on the other hand, are already trying to clean her up. How did that even happen? Atticus's mother asks. That was the question that was on everyone's mind. How did it happen? Was I really responsible for that? And if I was, who exactly was I? Autumn. Anya looks directly at me, and it almost seems like she knows I'm responsible for it. Who else at this table could have done it? There weren't supposed to be any witches amongst us. Is that a death glare she's giving to you? Clarissa asks in disbelief. She attempted to confront her, but I held her hand to prevent her from making a scene. Clarissa was not afraid to stand up for herself or those close to her. I was happy to know she was this fond of me. We were supposed to be having a peaceful dinner with the family. I didn't want to cause an uproar for everyone present, especially not in front of their parents. I'll take you home, Dante tells her as he puts his arms around her. I don't know what she's so upset about. She isn't the one that bought that dress, Clarissa says dryly. It was Damon who'd gotten it for her, and I'm sure he will get another one now that this one got ruined. I can tell that she's upset that Damon was the one who'd bought it for her. I knew the bracelet in her hand was gifted to her by Atticus, and it bothered me every time I had to see it on her. At least I was the one wearing the ring. How can someone like her be blessed with 3 mates all at once? I ask. It just doesn't seem right to me. She doesn't even appreciate them. Clarissa nods. She was the same way with Atticus until he married you. Now, suddenly she can't live without him. I call bullshit. She's only trying to mess with you. She was never this crazy over Atticus until he was off limits. If you ask me, Anya only wants what she can't have. It was true. Everything she just said was absolutely true. I've been friends with Anya long enough to confirm it. Something about Anya felt off to me. I wasn't able to spot it before, but there was something that stood out, and I just couldn't put my finger on it. What was she hiding from the rest of us? We watch as she walks away, clutching her dress. Look at how she pushes Dante away when he's just trying to help. Clarissa points out, how can he love someone like that? They all deserve better. I'm happy that at least Atticus could break free from her terrible hold on him, and we all have you to thank for that, Autumn. I smile, happy that at least Clarissa was grateful I had entered Atticus's life. What are you girls whispering about? Griffin asks. Share it with the rest of us. I'm looking forward to a good story. Clarissa shows him the finger, and their mother tells them to act mature at the table. I'm sure she was concerned if anyone would record their behavior and have it posted. Can someone explain to me what exactly happened here? Their father asks. A bowl of soup doesn't just magically lift into the air and splash onto a person. That's the work of a witch. Someone must have been prying on us, Griffin suggests. We're not alone in the restaurant. Maybe someone here doesn't like us or doesn't like Anya, which is understandable, but that's the only explanation I can think of. Everyone seemed to accept his explanation for what had happened, but I hadn't. Anyone would think I was crazy for believing I was responsible for everything without any proof, except that I'd gotten angry with her, but I knew that it was me. I knew that power had been released from inside of me. I didn't know I was capable of this. After finishing dinner, we all got into separate vehicles to return home. I'm surprised you're not with Anya right now, Clarissa points out to Damon. You're usually rushing to be with her whenever she is angry about something. He sighs. It's Dante's night to be with her. I'm giving them their time alone. I knew they were her mates, but it still seemed so weird that brothers had to share one woman. It didn't seem right. Atticus is unusually quiet, and I can tell he has plenty on his mind. Was he thinking about the incident at dinner? Would he find it strange that all these unexplainable events only occurred whenever I was around him? I knew that I would be suspicious if I were him. I breathe a sigh of relief when we're finally back home. I was happy to get some time to myself, as I all but rushed into the house and straight to our bedroom. It doesn't last long, however, as Atticus walks in a few minutes after me and reminds me that this room also belonged to him. My heart began to pound loudly as he walked back into the room with his hair slightly wet with nothing on but short pants. His chest was also damp and glistening. I force myself to look away as he starts to dry his skin. I couldn't let my horny mind control me today. The last time that happened, I used a seduction spell on him. I still wasn't sure if I had been responsible for that, but I wasn't taking any chances. I couldn't deny how good he looked. He wasn't the only one that could dress inappropriately for bed. Two can play that game. I walked back into the bathroom even though he'd seen me there just a while ago. My sister had played a prank on me and packed sexy lingerie for me to sleep with. I never thought I would use them until tonight. I dabbed some perfume onto my neck where his mark on me was. When I stepped back into the bedroom, Atticus is already lying on his side of the bed. His gaze lifts to my exposed legs and slowly travels up my body. His jaw clenches, and I swear I saw his hand grip the sheet to his side, but I might have imagined it. I try to be seductive as I climb onto the bed, but with my luck, I may have looked slightly retarded. I tried not to overthink as I lay on top of the covers. I didn't want to hide under them. I wanted him to see everything. His hands are behind his neck, and I can practically hear his loud breathing next to me. Did that mean that my plan was already working? He usually breathed like this whenever he was affected by my actions. I'm thinking of something to say to break the tension, but I can't think of anything. The only thing I could think of was shouting at him, screaming how much I loved him. To think that I've loved him for so long, and he never knew. But I know I can't tell him yet. I need to make him want me. I need to make him regret ever choosing Anya over me. Only then would I confess. Only then would I tell what's been in my heart all this time. We both turned on our sides simultaneously, and our gazes met. I held my breath, and I noticed the way his throat moved as he swallowed hard. I hate how attracted I am to him. It doesn't help that he doesn't have a shirt on. I can see each of his perfectly defined muscles, and they're screaming for me to reach out and touch them. Where was my control? I couldn't let myself be dragged into this again. I had to stop myself from doing something that I may or may not regret in the near future. I didn't trust my feelings. They kept fluctuating. It's so unfair. Why do I crave his touch so much? Why do I want him even more than before? Which was crazy considering how much I've liked him in the past. I shook my head and lay down on my back instead of facing him. I wasn't dragging myself down that road again, no matter how much my body was screaming for me to let him touch me. I'd only dressed this way to tease him, to make him crave me. I wasn't planning on anything else to happen tonight between us. I was still pissed at him for what he'd done in the past, for the many things he's done while trying to protect Anya instead of me. Just thinking about it drove me up a wall. Why did he have to cause so many problems between us? And for Anya, she didn't deserve him from the start, and neither did she deserve his brothers. Yet she was the lucky one to have all three of them, and it had been that way for years. Clarissa was right. I was the reason that had changed for Atticus, but I wasn't sure if it was really over between them. Atticus still cared a great deal for her, and I knew that it would continue to bother me for a long time. I run a hand down my body, and I hear Atticus's sharp intake of air. Was that because of me? I dare not turn to look at him. Instead, I shut my eyes and tried to think about anything but him. I'm not sure if a few minutes pass or even hours. All I know is that I haven't been able to sleep with him lying shirtless next to me. I hadn't opened my eyes once, but I could still feel his body heat right next to me. I could even smell him. On me, on him, his scent was everywhere. It filled his room, and I wish he didn't smell so heavenly and masculine all in one. My eyes flash open when his hand suddenly cups my ass. I wouldn't exactly call it cupping. His hand was big, and they were resting there. I look at him, but his eyes are closed, and I wonder if, by some miracle, Atticus has already been asleep. How could he fall asleep so quickly in a situation like this? I was still struggling. It was unfair that it was so easy for him while it was difficult for me. It felt good to be able to stare at him now that his eyes were closed. His wet hair had fallen over his forehead, leaving his forehead glistening. Ignoring all the warning bells in my head, I reach forward and gently push his hair back. It was as stubborn as he was. I watch as it falls back down as soon as I move my hand. I take a deep breath as dark desire washes over me. I could feel the seduction spell on the tip of my tongue, waiting for me to command it, to scream it at the top of my lungs. My body felt like it had a mind of its own as I moved his hand from my ass and climbed onto him. Atticus's eyes flash open the moment that I do. I can barely recognize them. They're dark and dangerous and filled with desire. He wants me. I can feel it now that we're bonded. I can feel how much he craves me at this exact moment. He craves me so much that it hurts. It turns me on knowing how much he wanted me at this exact moment. Did this mean he could also tell how much I wanted him right now? Does he know how much I was dying to have him touch me? "What are you doing, Autumn?" he asks in a hoarse whisper. His voice. Why was his voice so sexy? Why did it make me want him more? "What the fuck?" he growls suddenly. I held my breath, afraid that I'd just crossed some line. His body is shaking with rage, and I'm not sure what has caused this sudden change in his mood. What had made him so angry in a split second? To my surprise, he leans into me and sniffs my neck. I freeze. What was he doing? I gasp when his hand tightens on my exposed waist as he brings me even closer to him. My body was practically sprawled on top of him, and his nails dug into me as he searched for something. "Why did you put perfume over my mark?" he demands. "Are you trying to cancel out the scent?" Alarm bells rang as I realized what had caused his sudden anger. He was pissed because I'd covered his scent with another. I didn't think that would have caused such a reaction. It didn't matter if it was another man's scent on me or an innocent fragrance. He didn't want anything but him on me. He lifted me off him and climbed out of bed. I'm unable to move for a few seconds, still in shock. What was so wrong with putting perfume over his mark on my neck? Atticus returns from the bathroom a few minutes later with a wet cloth. I'm not sure what he's doing until he tilts my head to the side and starts to wipe the perfume out of my skin. Why are you doing that? I demand as I try to push him away. I put it there for a reason. It isn't such a big deal, Atticus. He holds me still and keeps wiping until he's satisfied with the result. Never put any other scent on your body other than mine. He growls. It's the only scent I want to smell on you. I gape at him. It was the last thing I was expecting him to say to me. I never thought that wearing perfume would be able to piss him off like this. Now I knew what else could turn on his anger switch. I could use this to my advantage in the future if I wanted to get this reaction out of him. I gasp when he lays me on the bed and covers the mark with his mouth. I can barely breathe when he begins to suck on the skin. I grabbed onto his hair as he assaulted my neck in the most pleasurable way possible. I sigh happily as he doesn't stop. He keeps sucking on the skin. I know what he's doing, but I don't care. I want him to do it. He pulls away suddenly and stares at his work. A triumphant smile lights up his face, and I almost drown in it. I've never realized how much more beautiful he looked when he smiled. Maybe because I've rarely seen him give a genuine smile like this one. To know that he was this happy because of his mark on me made my knees feel weak, and I wasn't even standing, which I was grateful for. If I had been standing when he'd smiled at me like that, I would have ended up in the ground, and that would have been embarrassing. Atticus lays back down on the bed after covering my body with the sheets. Suddenly, his mouth is near my neck as he whispers in a threatening tone, "If you want to make it through the night, I'll suggest that you don't try teasing me for the rest of the night." Does he even know how dirty my mind was when it came to him? I wanted that to happen. I wanted to be joined by him in every way possible. But he was right. Tonight wasn't the night. And so, even though I wanted to provoke him some more, I decided to do the smarter thing and finally closed my eyes to get some sleep. There were many other opportunities like this shortly, and I would have plenty of chances to seduce him and take what I wanted from the start. I hadn't slept the entire night after what almost happened between Atticus and me. I was terrified of myself and how uncontrollable I was becoming. It was as though my body wanted to take whatever it craved. That was not okay. It was scary. It knew that it wished for Atticus, and because of that, it wanted him through any means possible. Did my parents know the truth about me? Could they tell from the start that something was off about me? They've never told me anything, and I've never been able to do things like this in the past. "Are you okay?" Clarissa asks me. We're in the Jeep, and Atticus is driving. We're on our way to the academy. She must have seen how stressed I was. It was easy to tell since I hadn't slept. I wasn't able to get any sleep last night, I explain. Atticus looks at me through the mirror, and I blush at the look he gives me. "I don't need to know about your life with Atticus," Clarissa says as she covers her ear. Atticus begins to cough at her words, and I gape at her. How could she assume something like that? My eyes widen. "You're mistaken. I just wasn't able to sleep." She gives me a look that says she doesn't believe me, but the conversation ends there as Atticus pulls up to the academy. We exit, and Damon pulls up right next to us with Anya in the vehicle. Clarissa and I look at each other when she gets out of the car. "I smell trouble," Clarissa says. I nod, agreeing with her. "It's lovely to see you, beautiful women this morning," Anya says, and I almost choked on absolutely nothing. Did I hear her correctly? It's the first time Clarissa doesn't have a comeback for something Anya has said. Was she being friendly for a change? She's definitely up to something, Clarissa warns me as Anya hooks her arm through Damon's, and they both begin to walk in front of us. She was correct. I wouldn't believe for a second that Anya had magically become nice overnight. Just yesterday, she had plenty to say to me in the bathroom, and it was clear that she was up to an evil plan. Did her sudden behavior change have something to do with it? Was she trying to be nice to get Atticus to trust her again? I hope he was smart enough not to fall for her poor acting. "I'm going to class," Clarissa says. "I'll see you after." I nod, and Damon excuses himself to drop her to class just like he'd done yesterday. Anya looks visibly annoyed that he's left her to care for Clarissa, but she tries to hide it. She was too late, however. I'd already seen the look on her face, the real her, not the person she was trying to fool us into thinking she was. Unluckily for me, witches were also on the topic for today. I didn't want to learn about spells. I was afraid my mind would find ways to use them on the people around me. Yesterday, I hadn't even used a spell on Anya. I was just angry when everything splashed over her. Anya looked uneasy as they spoke about the spells, but it made me wonder what else she was hiding. She was a werewolf like the rest of us. She had no reason to be this bothered. The rest of the day went quickly, and thankfully, Anya hadn't tried anything stupid today. She was still pretending to be nice to everyone for a change. It was a little creepy, considering we were all accustomed to the horrible side of her. Why couldn't she have been this nice from the beginning? I knew it was only a matter of time before she showed her proper form. She couldn't keep this up for a long time. Clarissa chooses to return home with Damon and Anya. I knew she only did it to be closer to him. She wasn't joining them because of Anya. We were in the Jeep, getting ready to back out of the parking lot, when I noticed something strange. Tyler was looking straight at us, and it looked like he was telling something to his teammates. Atticus wasn't paying attention to them, but I noticed how angry they all were. This couldn't be good. It was possible that I was reading too much into their expressions, but it still bothered me. Atticus, I say, did something happen yesterday with Tyler? I already knew the answer, but wanted to hear it from him. His hand tightens on the steering wheel. That's not important. Of course it's important. I disagree. Tyler is a part of the fearsome. They're not a team to play with. I'm not scared of them, Autumn. He growls as he reverses and turns onto the road. I look back at them, and they're also getting into their vehicles. Tyler isn't joining them, however. He's the only one that stays around. He didn't deny that something had occurred last night. Why do you look so worried? He asks me. Damon was driving so quickly that he wasn't in front of us anymore. I look back, and they're still following us. Before I could respond to Atticus, they overtake us and pull in front of the Jeep. Atticus mashes down hard on the brakes, and the vehicle abruptly stops. Atticus looks at me. Are you okay? I nod as I remove the seatbelt. This was the least of our troubles. Atticus looks in front of us and mutters a string of curses as he exits the Jeep. They also do the same, and I'm not far behind. Carter Prince was in front of us, but he was not alone. He had 5 teammates by his side. They all looked pissed at Atticus. I didn't like the situation in front of me. I should have spoken up before it came to this. I knew that something felt off, but I didn't want to alert Atticus for nothing. At the same time, I didn't think they would stop us in the middle of the road. Atticus takes a step towards them after ensuring that I was safely tucked behind him. Is there a reason why you're blocking my way? Tyler told me something. I want to find out if there is any truth behind it, Carter says as he flexes his shoulders. Since it doesn't look like you're letting us pass, ask away, Atticus tells him. I could feel the tension in the air, and my body shook with worry for Atticus. I knew this had to be about Tyler. Why else would his teammates have anything against Atticus? Is it true that you and Damon cornered him yesterday? He asks. Tell us where Damon is. He's the one that punched him and bruised his face, isn't he? Atticus quirks a brow. My brother Damon? I'm afraid I can't give you that information. Were they looking for Damon? Oh no. Atticus would never tell them where his brother was. I knew that much about him. This was even worse than I initially thought it was. Carter takes a step toward him. Are you willing to take the punishment in place of him for harming one of our players? 2 of them were vampires. The other 4 were werewolves. I kept looking from one to the other, trying to remember their weaknesses. I had to do something quickly to prevent this fight from taking place. It was 6 against 1. That was not fair at all. Atticus, I whisper. Let's go around the other side. Don't entertain them. I'll listen to her if I were you, Carter says. Just tell us where Damon is, and we will let you go without causing a scene. Atticus grabs him by his t-shirt. You better stay the away from my brother. Atticus, I hiss. He was not making this any better by initiating the fight first. Carter grins, and his smile is scary to me. Before Atticus can see it coming, he slams both of their heads together so that he lets him go. Fuck, Atticus growls. Within seconds, Carter and his 3 other teammates have shifted into their wolves. Carter's black wolf growls as he moves left to right in front of us. The other three are starting to circle us, while the vampires bare their fangs at him. I couldn't ask Atticus to turn away anymore. It was too late for that. They weren't about to let him get away without a fight now. He was about to pay the price for Damon hitting Tyler, a member of the fearsome beasts. I've always known they were very protective of their players, but not once did I think that what happened yesterday would have led to something this dangerous. I wasn't even sure that Damon and Atticus were responsible for the bruise on Tyler's face. What was meant to be just some innocent flirting with Tyler to make Atticus jealous had turned into something neither Clarissa nor me ever expected. If I had known Atticus would be in danger because of my actions, I wouldn't have ever done something like that. I didn't think he would have gone as far as to confront Tyler over what we'd spoken about in front of him. Now, I was left fearing for his safety. I gasp as Atticus shifts before me to reveal his beautiful gray wolf. It's the most beautiful gray I've ever seen on any wolf before, and he looks back at me for a second before circling me, protecting me from the others, even though it's his life that is in danger. They were here for him, not for me. I looked around us helplessly. There was no one here that could help us. Even if I were to scream, that wouldn't be useful to either of us. Instead, it may even make things worse. The vampire attacks first, and Atticus grabs him by his leg and flings him to the side. Before he can prepare, Carter's wolf grabs him by his neck, and I scream when I see blood. Atticus looked back at me to make sure that I was okay, and when he had confirmed it for himself, he slammed Carter's wolf against another one. They were moving so quickly that I couldn't keep up. I kept seeing blood and hearing claws tearing skin as they continued to fight against each other. Even though Atticus was powerful, it was hard for him to fight against all 5 of them at once. As soon as he attacked one of them, the other 5 were on him simultaneously before he could recover from the last. This wasn't happening. Never once did I ever think I'll be in a situation where I would have to see Atticus beaten up in front of me, and there was absolutely nothing that I could do about it. Carter's wolf cries out when Atticus bites down hard on his leg, but he doesn't take long to recover as he grabs him by his neck again, and they both tackle each other on the ground. I gasp when the other 2 wolves trample down on Atticus's wolf and keep him down on the ground, buried beneath them. They've trapped him. My heart is racing in horror as I watch them begin to bite and scratch at him. When he cries out, I completely lose all control. A scream rocks our surroundings, and it's only then that I realize it is coming from me. Something unbelievable happens next. The werewolves, as well as the vampires, are lifted off Atticus and thrown into the air. Autumn. I don't have time to ponder over what just happened, as I shift into my wolf and lunge in front of Atticus to protect him from the rest of them. They're still on the ground, but they're looking at each other in confusion. They don't understand what flipped them in so many different directions. I've never seen a group of strong vampires and werewolves look this startled before. "What the hell are you doing?" Atticus mind links me. "Stay away, Autumn. Don't join the fight. It's dangerous." I was not about to listen to him. I was not going to let them hurt him anymore. They will have to go through me to get to him. I tilt my head towards the sky and howl aggressively, letting them know I'm ready to fight each of them to protect him. I don't care what will happen to me. His safety is all I'm concerned about. I've never felt this protective over anyone in my entire life. The howl shook the atmosphere, and Carter's wolf looked straight at me. I can tell that he doesn't want to fight me. He only wants Atticus. None of them tried to attack me. As long as I stood before him, I could prevent the fight from getting any worse than it already was. They looked at me strangely, like they weren't sure what to think of me after what had just transpired. Even I wasn't sure what to think of myself. It wasn't a coincidence anymore. I had magic inside of me. Powerful, uncontrollable magic that was waiting for a chance to break free. I wasn't the only one that knew this anymore. They all did. Atticus would realize it as well. What did this mean? Were they going to report me to the principal? If they did, they would send me to be experimented on to confirm who exactly I was. I didn't want that to happen before I got a chance to speak to my parents and find out what the hell they were hiding from me. They must have known something. A power like this couldn't have stayed hidden my entire life to only show itself now. My wolf growls as she waits for someone to make the first move. She's aggressive and angry. She wants to take out her anger on something or someone. I've never seen her this protective before. She's just as protective as I am. She seems to like Atticus. No, she loves him, just like I did. We were marked now. It was expected from her. I sigh with relief when Carter orders the rest of them to follow him. They jumped into their vehicle and sped away back to the academy. I watched as they left us alone, at least for now. I could only hope that this was over. I didn't want to have to witness something like this again. I don't know why they chose to leave, but I was happy they did. I wasn't sure that I would have been able to tackle all of them at once and still make it out of here alive. Maybe that's why they left. They didn't want to kill me. I don't think they intended to kill Atticus either. They would be banned from the academy if they ever did something like that. This was just to teach Atticus and Damon a lesson, but it should have never reached to this point. I knew why they did it, however. If they'd let him get away without a scratch for hurting Tyler, then others would try to do the same, and that wasn't what the fearsome wanted for their team. They wanted others to be so afraid of them that no one dared to mess with any of their players. Atticus shifts back into his human form, and his groan reminds me that he needs my help. My wolf takes slow steps towards him until she's standing above him, still lying on the ground. She reaches down and licks the wound on his neck. His eyes are barely open as he gently reaches for her head and strokes it. My heart warms at this gentle side of him. She was happy as I switched back to my human form and knelt on the ground next to him. "Atticus," I whisper, "we need to get you back to the jeep." He blinks at me and gently cups my cheek in the palm of his hand. "Why did you do it?" he whispers. What was he asking me? Why did I do what? I ask him as I place my hand over the wound on his neck, trying to stop the blood. "Why did you put your life in danger for me?" He grits out. Was this the time to be asking these kinds of questions? It was obvious why I chose to protect him. He may not know why, but I knew the answer to his question. This wasn't the time to give him an answer, however. He's losing consciousness, and I'm beginning to panic. I rush to the jeep and dial Clarissa's number. She answers on the second ring. "Where are you?" she asks. "You guys were supposed to be behind us, but we do not see you anywhere. I was now about to call you." "We got ambushed by the fearsome," I inform her. "They're gone now, but Atticus is seriously injured. We're on the side of the road, not too far from the academy. Please hurry. We have to get him to a doctor immediately." Atticus always has extra clothes in the back of his jeep, and I throw one of his jerseys on and place a pair of shorts over him. I lift him onto my lap and cradle his head. He was still awake but was barely aware of what was happening. I'm trying hard not to cry. Seeing him like this was breaking my heart. I wish I knew how to stop the pain. I spot Damon's vehicle speeding towards us, and it comes to a screeching stop when they see us. Griffin and Dante pull up on the other side as they all rush toward us. "Help me get him to the jeep," Damon orders Dante. I watched as they carried him to his jeep and laid him in the back. "I'll sit with him in the back," I tell them, "just to make sure that he's okay." "No," Anya hissed. "I should be there with him. He needs me, Autumn. He's in pain. The person that means the most to him should be by his side." She tries to come before me, but I stop her. "I'm his wife. I'm taking care of him. Know your place." Before she could say anything else, I got into the back seat and cradled his head once more. Damon and Clarissa jumped into the front seats while Dante and Griffin drove the other two vehicles. Anya wasn't happy, but she was forced to get into the vehicle with Dante unless she preferred to stand on the side of the road. "I'm going to kill them!" Damon roared as he slammed his fist against the steering wheel. "They wanted you," I inform him. "You're the one they were coming for, but Atticus refused to give up your location. They beat him in place of you." "I don't understand," Clarissa whispers. "Why were they looking for you?" Damon's jaw clenched. "I punched Tyler yesterday before the game." She gasps. "Why did you do that, Damon? You know how protective they are of their players. Why would you do something so risky and put your life in danger?" "He was flirting with you," he growls. He should know not to mess with you by now. She gasps, and he looks over at her and immediately realizes what he just said. I'm sorry, Clarissa. I don't want you anywhere near them. She finally breaks the silence. But look at what they did to Atticus. If you care for me, you'll let this go. You punched Tyler. They hurt Atticus. They should have never pushed it to that extent. But I don't want to see any of you hurt like this again. So please, promise me that you will leave them alone. As long as they don't come for you, don't provoke them. I understood what Clarissa was trying to say. She wanted to protect Damon. I couldn't save Atticus from this, but I wanted my revenge. I didn't want Carter and his other teammates to get away that easily. Damon was wrong for punching Tyler, but that was all he did. He didn't beat him until he became unconscious, like what they'd done to Atticus. Damon sighs. I promise, but if they mess with any of us again, that's it. I'm hitting them harder than they've ever been knocked down in their lives. They had a game later today, an important one. Carter had run out on the game last night because of Scarlet, but I was sure he wouldn't miss this one. I wanted to hit them where they hurt the most. I would be at that game today, and I would make sure that the fearsome lost this match so badly that it went down in history. They would never know that I was responsible for it, and so Atticus and his family would not be threatened. I'd put his life in danger already by flirting with Tyler. I wasn't about to do anything like that again. Damon got us to the hospital in 15 minutes. His parents were already waiting for us, and a few doctors were waiting to tend him. They rushed him into a room, and we were forced to wait outside while they took care of him. I'll have to pay the principal a visit, Mr. Fawn says. How can his students conduct themselves in such a vile manner? We started it, Father. Damon cuts in. You don't need to see the principal. His father glares at him. Have I not spoken to you and your brothers about this kind of disgusting behavior? He swallows. Can we leave this conversation for later? We're all worried about Atticus. His mother agrees. There is a time and place for everything. You'll have time to punish them for their irresponsible behavior. It's an hour before a doctor comes to see us. He's still unconscious. Luckily, it wasn't as bad as it looked. He will heal at his normal pace. The healing process has already begun. He needs some rest, and he will be back to normal in no time. We've given him some medication to help with the pain. It will keep him unconscious for some time. That was good. I wanted him to stay unconscious. It would give me enough time to get to the game without him stopping me or asking me what I was up to. Clarissa, I whisper, there is something important that I need to do. Can you cover for me? Tell them I'm going home to get a change of clothes for both Atticus and me. Come up with any more excuses you want if they continue to ask any more questions. Where are you going? She asks. I knew if I told her I was going to the game, she wouldn't let me go. I'll tell you everything when I return. Please do this for me. She nodded, and I waited for everyone to get into the room before I ran to the exit. I got into his Jeep and raced back to the house. I picked up the clothes for Atticus and dressed in a hoodie and jeans. The stadium was already packed when I returned to the academy. I wait for each of the players to come out, and I don't start my plan until it's the middle of the game and everyone thinks that the fearsome beasts are going to win. I try my best to stay hidden. The hoodie over my head, as well as the shades over my eyes, would help keep my identity a secret. I didn't want anyone to photograph me at the game. Carter has the ball. He's running toward the goal, and he's about to score another point. I narrow my eyes and command the ball to move straight to the opponent. I don't stop there. I protect the opponent from the other players until he scores. I kept it up until the end of the game. All teams are given a unique bracelet to prevent them from using their power during the games. It gives everyone a fair chance. The opponent team is one of their biggest rivals, the Raging Beasts. They always fight over who's better. Now the opponent team would have the advantage, and Carter and his team would feel the wrath. Time is up, and the Raging Beasts have won the game. There was an uproar in the crowd. Since the game was held in our stadium, there were more supporters in favor of the fearsome. Of course, they would be pissed. I don't wait to see what happens next. I rush out of there before things could get crazy. When I made it back to the hospital, Atticus was already waking. Why did it take you so long to get clothes? His father asks me as they meet me at the door. They were now leaving. The Jeep broke down on the side of the road. I lie. I had to call my brother to help me since I didn't want to disturb the rest of you. I should have called. I'm sorry. Atticus has been asking for you. His mother tells me. You should go see him. That Anya girl is getting a little too close for someone not married to him. My jaw clenches at the mention of her. I knew she would use this opportunity to get closer to him. Atticus's eyes are on me as I step into the room. He doesn't look happy to see me. Instead, he looks pissed. I brought clothes for you, I informed him as I placed the bag on the ground. Can everyone please leave the room except Autumn? He announces suddenly. Anya looked at me with a smirk as if to say I was in trouble. I could only imagine the number of horrible things she's put in his head about me. He may think I did not care about him after I left the hospital, when I should have been by his side. He will never know that I went to get revenge on the men who did this to him. How are you feeling? I ask, unable to hide the concern from my voice. Why did you do it? He asks. It's the same question he'd asked right before he lost consciousness. I don't know why you keep asking that question, Atticus. I snap. What else did you want me to do? Why? He roars. Why put your life in danger for me? Why Autumn? Why?